In the beginning, there was nothing, just darkness. And your boy, Mitch Leslie. I'm just kidding. Welcome back, of course, everybody, to Valoranting. It is our 100th episode today, and there's a heck of a lot to celebrate. Mostly not getting cancelled is definitely one of those things, but also having all of you along the ride for over almost 2 years, rather. It's been a pleasure to be here to cover the biggest breaking stories in the Valorant world. And of course, we have a bit of a cake to celebrate. So let's fire this up, everybody. I'm ready to dig right into the... No! What? Oh, fire code. Damn, you Americans are... All right, okay, all right. Well, we're going to get on with the show then. I tell you what, though, plenty to talk about today. There's going to be some spicy news, so stick around for that. Episode 100 coming at you. Daniel!
Hello and welcome, folks, to the first episode of Valoranting.
This show is not just about us having a grandstand to try and get paid more. I'm sick of having to say provocative shit to get the attention of people in power.
I have purchased a lot of skins.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You know what it is. It's our 100th episode of Valoranting. Great to have you with us here once again on Twitch. And we are live, of course, with the usual suspects or sussy pecs. Depends on which way you want to go with it. Vansilli, MitchMan, what's going on, boys? Are you sure, Vance? Because I know you've been trying to work out a little bit over there in Vietnam. No?
Yeah. Didn't have that many chances, man. I don't have the same setup as I do at home, so since I can't show up my guns like you do on the screen, I'm just going to show off my new hair.
Yeah, okay, what was that about? So you were on the KO Copium, you were assuring us he would get played. He did get played, you were right there. Yep. Is this a prediction about Yoru going to be a big deal, or you just decided to be a bit out there, you know what I mean?
I was trying to go with fade. I was trying to go with some like ash blue color and then maybe ash purple to try to bring out some fade. But it just turned out to be Euro blue, so I'll go with it. And then when it's actually dry like it is now, it feels like I'm just playing Fortnite. I love Fortnite.
Hang on. Why didn't you stop at this just quietly? What is that, like a Backstreet Boys look? Could have gone Frosted Tips at all.
How does that go? Give me something, baby. Ah! Oh, no, it's give it to me, baby. Remember that?
That's the Offspring. That's the Offspring. Yeah. For all of us that are like painfully millennial, I think remember that for sure. MitchMan, look at this guy.
Yep.
Look at his... Hold on. This guy, what do you think he's hiding under here? Huh? What's this? Huh? Oh, what's the bling?
Yeah.
Okay, you want to tell us that now? Is this okay? I've got to ask because obviously watching Masters as well, there's definitely like a very strong fashion sort of vision. There's a lot of the external chains, which I'm kind of feeling. Is that inspired by your time working on Masters in Reykjavik?
I mean, to be honest, I would say I was the inspiration for all of Reykjavik. You know, I got that style, I got that bling. You know, no, obviously, I think the stuff that we did at the start, the very first international event, was a little hit or miss, mostly miss. I think Tom.
You're wearing a fucking
on
fishing jacket, homie, and y'all shared it around like the sisterhood of the traveling pants. Except there was this fucking this jacket. You didn't even have a book club to accompany it. You just fucking wore it.
I'll be honest with you. I tried to get a hat with some corks dropping down on it as well. Like, I'm definitely more of a fan of these outfits. I'll say that. But
mate, you needed a hat with the corks on it. You know what I mean? Like the Aussie bush hat, the fly fisherman look.
Full fishing and everything. Get it done. But yeah, no, the master stuff. I've started to think a little bit about. They're always at me about rings and chains and stuff. And I'm like, maybe,
is that a gold watch too?
Are you wearing a
gold watch as well?
It is a gold watch.
Okay, you know what? My work is done.
Blinging.
Clearly, my constant pressuring of Riot Games to fucking get them to pay their casters has just gone the other way. Instead of equilibrating at a reasonable rate, we're overpaying these fuckers now. Come on.
I still can't afford rent. I've just got a lot of gold.
All right, yeah. We're not going to ask you to show us the Bugatti in the garage. We're going to move on to talk about the topics we've got today. It just so happens that on our 100th episode, there happened to be a fair bit to talk about because we're in kind of a confluence right now of all the things happening in VCT as the qualifiers go, and Game Changers is sort of happening at the same time. Europe's about to fire up with their next VCT stage as well. So we're going to talk about that and much more. Let's go over, of course, some of our topics. First of all, yeah, we want to talk about VCT NA. The qualifiers are done. So all those 12 teams that are going to be playing in the actual VCT NA, no, stay with me, it's confusing, have been settled. We've got 4 already locked in. 4 from the first qualifier, 4 from the second. Only 2 get to go to Masters. So the competition is serious. And yeah, main character syndrome Sentinels did manage to make it in, but we'll talk about that a little bit later on. So that's coming up first. After that, we're going to talk about Game Changers EMEA. That's done. We're going to be talking with Rick's GG Lightning Syyko to get a bit of a boots on the ground idea of how that all went. We got to see some teams really come out of the woodwork at that event. Now, your victors, maybe not as surprising, but still some really great takeaways from that particular tournament. And so we're really lucky to be able to interview someone who was involved in it themselves. Following Game Changers, we're going to catch up with Jesco. We're going to talk about VCT EMEA because obviously, well, VCT in Europe is definitely a little bit up in the air, or at least it was because of the geopolitical situation over there that's still evolving as we speak. So definitely keen to hear Jess and definitely Mitch's thoughts on that and so what we should expect, especially, you know, asking the big questions like, are M3C ever going to be able to attend a fucking LAN event? Like, you know, all the power and the strength of the European scene definitely seem concentrated toward the east, and now that's a complicated situation. So we'll be covering that, and of course more to talk about. We're going to talk to DDK. Finally managed to get get this guy on the show. Obviously very busy with sort of building up the team from essentially scratch with a couple of players on that roster and making big changes. And hey, as we now know, they qualified to the main event for VCT. So very interested to pick his brain a little bit. Dan's a great friend of mine, so very glad to have him on the show. And we're going to shoot the shit a little bit with him. Yeah, okay. He can have more than one friend, fans. It's all right. You know, just because you're in Vietnam doesn't mean that everyone's turning their back on you, forgetting about you. You're the one that left us to go to some fucking, you know, tropical destination to, you know,
see my wife.
To see your wife. Well, that's what we'll go with. All right. So,
an asshole.
Again, you can check us out on our social media, Valoranting on YouTube and Twitch. We have a dedicated channel, of course, for the show. If you want to go up and watch the VODs afterwards, Valoranting DNP on Instagram and on TikTok, and at Twitter at DNP. At Twitch, excuse me. You're right. I mean, if you're watching this damn thing live, you know exactly where to find us on Twitch. Okay, so to talk about VCT NA, we're bringing back onto the show two of my favorite guests, Vanity, who is, as you can see, extremely energized and very ready for this dressing down. And meL, Vanity, first of all, mate, thanks for joining us. Obviously, you kind of had the privilege of, you know, inspecting the rest of the field as they tried to qualify for VCT. So how's things been for you, man?
I mean, watching open qualifiers is always painful, so I don't know.
Do you want to elaborate?
Right. I mean, I don't know. I feel like half of the games I watch, it looks like ranked. Maybe more than half.
Fair enough. You know, I'm going to push on that a little bit later. meL, great to have you back. This is like the third or fourth time, so thanks for taking the time. You obviously competed in the VCT NA qualifiers. How's that experience for you? You guys look like you're continuing there to really make some deep pushes towards the higher side of the bracket.
Yeah, for sure. I think there's good takeaways, but definitely some disappointment. I really felt like we could have beat Dark Zero and had a deeper run, but it is what it is. But yeah, I'm kind of echoing what Vanity said. It's after obviously like losing out, watching all the other streams, it's kind of crazy seeing the gameplay quality wise.
Sure. Yeah, okay. I'm interested to hear about that. Obviously, chat, you guys are down here, so if you fuck around, you're getting teabagged, okay? So don't. Behave yourselves. Your shit takes will be under my feet where they belong. Especially, use this priest guy. Get out of here.
You just teabagged a sub as well. We just got a resub from Alchemy.
Yeah, listen,
you just teabagged all over.
Once you've subbed for like 6 months, you get out of the teabag range. Okay, so you do have to get hazed a little bit.
The new chalkboard. Let me put your name on the chalkboard. Just Mitch gonna do a quick squat on you.
All right, hey, all right, let's go on with it. Let's have a look at the bracket here for VCT NA because there's a couple. We want to basically follow the teams that qualified and their roads through and get some insights, obviously, from our guests here on the show. So, you know, crucially, 100 Thieves there makes it through the upper bracket here, obviously beating A Crew to make it. This is that new project headed up by DDK and Sean Gare, so we'll hear from them later, but we definitely want some outside takes on them. You can see the Sentinels fell down to the lower bracket, but Evil Geniuses managed to get past Girl Kisses. Of course, the new project headed up by your boy Roy. Big strong legs. That's a fun topic to talk about as well. And then towards this lower bracket, Ghost Gaming make it through, obviously. Talking to Kaplan over the weeks, there's been a lot of hard work put in by those guys, so they'll be feeling very, very good to be able to compete in VCT. And Sentinels, main character syndrome, makes it through the lower bracket this time. Obviously, with Kempeki being added to the roster, they're able to make their way through. Gang, feel free to chime in here, but I want to start by talking about this Evil Geniuses team, because I think for a lot of time we probably didn't take them super seriously. I think ambitious project that was announced, they went for a co-ed roster initially that didn't sort of work out. Obviously, Temp and Alexander are on that team, and they've made a ton of changes to that team now. I'll start with you, Vans. Tell us about how you feel about how this team has evolved. And the rest of you, feel free to chime in here, because I'd love to get your takes on this team now making it through uppers.
Yeah, I definitely do think that EG has been looking a lot better than it did in the first group. He went like 0-5, I think, felt that first quote-unquote season. And I think it's also thanks to the changes that they've gotten into their agent pool. I think looking at Reform out of a Sentinel's role, I always thought that he was a person that was going to be able to have like a high impact in terms of fragging, kind of like what meL is actually when she's playing Sentinel for her team. And I think that now that he's able to play a flex role, playing a little bit more KO, some Sky, he's actually adding numbers in assists and also in fragging with the team. And on top of that, you have Boostio that's been looking pretty decent as a chamber role, playing even Killjoy on Ascent. So those rule changes seems to fit well with those two players. And Jogimo actually is a new one for me. Switching out from a KO into a Jet has been putting some really good numbers actually as the main duelist for the team right now. So I think they're finding their stride into some roles that really fits into their playstyle now.
How tough do you guys think the EG's run is here through this bracket? And the teams they had to get through. I think Pittsburgh Knights is the team they managed to sort of qualify against. These are a lot of those teams that have been floating around some of those tier 2 tournaments to make their way through. What are your sort of thoughts on how this team is taking shape, Vanity?
I don't even remember who they beat, to be honest.
Yep. Was this ranked? Was this the ranked games?
I mean, they were in the bracket with V1, right? So,
yeah,
like their bracket got easier because V1 lost.
Yeah, they lost their goal kisses right on the other side
so
of it.
Like, they still won, so like it's good for them. But
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, like the team that probably should have been like the highest seed, like the most competitive team in their bracket, had a really bad tournament, and so I mean that'll make it more easy. But I mean, I think EG would have qualified either way, like out of lower bracket or not. I think they're pretty good.
Right. And what about you, meL? You reckon these guys kind of snuck through a little bit through uppers because of the V1 being out of the picture? We'll talk about them in a sec, but I'm kind of curious to see your take on this team. I mean, you probably would have been having a look at them just in case you had to play against them. Were you in that were you in their side of their bracket after the round of 32?
Yeah. I was gonna say, I think the lower part of the bracket, and I can speak for it because I was on that side, I think it was definitely like an easier qualification of barring like V1 than the upper side of the bracket. Like the higher side of the bracket seemed a bit more, at least stacked in terms of like sign teams. Like upper had like 100 Thieves, T1, Sonics, Genji, Soar, Sentinels, and the bottom side is like E1, Ghost, Knights, DZ in terms of sign teams. So it definitely seemed a bit more stacked at the top. I do think they had to be Ghost, which at least from what I've heard, they're pretty insane in scrims, and from when we played against them, they're pretty cracked in scrims. I think it was like a big tournament for them to prove themselves, because obviously the last qualifier, it kind of bombed out, but I'm happy to see the boys at Ghost kind of power through it near the bottom of the bracket. But I think it's interesting because I don't know if a lot of people know this. And I think, I mean, I could be wrong now, but when I was talking to Apoth a few weeks ago at Toronto LAN, I'm pretty sure Boostio is IJling for EG now. I don't know if you guys already brought that up, but I thought that was super interesting because I never would have expected that. I mean that in a good way, not in like he's like a bad IGL. I just mean that he's always come across to me as like an insane star, like a fragger, star duelist. And apparently, I think one day he just ended up taking up the IGL role. So I think that's really interesting, kind of seeing his impacts from that POV as well.
I don't actually have this in the runner show here, but I kind of get excited about new projects, mixed teams that come together that maybe aren't, always sponsored or sort of aren't signed. What do we reckon about this Girl Kissers roster? Because I think obviously pretty tough for V1 to fall in that particular match, but that should probably give us the indication, Vans, that this new team is no pushovers.
Well, I think it's like the old boys from
Vanity
Renegades, right? I think yeah, exactly. I think meL has something to say on that one for sure. Actually, after probably seeing Roy practice and everything as well, but I think Girl Kissers being dropped from Renegades is one thing, but I don't think it really stopped them until like the strides that they've been going through for like the past months, just grinding the NSGs and whatnot as well. So I think it only makes sense that it's just going to improve over time. And just to chime into what Vanity was saying too, it's like version 1 probably was going to be the strongest team into this side of the bracket to technically qualify. So I don't want to discredit too much of what's going on with Girl Kissers, but it's also trying to figure out what the hell is going on with version 1 to try to figure that out. But you have to give it to the Girl Kissers. It's not the OG roster that we saw like the first time that name came out from Girl Kissers, but at least Roy is making a good name out of that, or that team name.
Yeah, look, the reason I didn't just pose that to Mel instantly, because we actually do have her to talk about her team, but I know that you've, I'm sure, Mel, that you have a little bit of insight of this Girl Kissers team, obviously, you know, which is that Renegade's core, right? I see Randy Savage, Retro on that team as well as Roy. So tell us what you know, all right? You're on the inside.
Honestly, not much more than you guys. Honestly, obviously I'm biased because obviously original boyfriend, but I wasn't able to really watch any of their games. I was playing at the same time as them. But essentially you guys covered it. It's just the X Renegades core +2. I think Okeanos is having kind of like a redemption arc. I think he's actually an insane player, so it's really cool to kind of see them take that one off of version 1 for sure.
Yeah. All right, yeah. So obviously we'll see what they can produce for us in the future. It's still early days for them. Let's move on to a team that is also sort of kind of in their early days, right? I don't know where expectations sort of were for this 100 Thieves roster, because obviously, you know, a name that I hadn't seen for a while in sort of signed teams was Stellar, right? Obviously, I think this team was definitely, you could see that there was a very specific aim in sort of picking up some of these players for 100 Thieves. Obviously, Will, we'd seen him on BBG. Derek, of course, we knew what he's shown for us in the past. Is, you know, I think was obviously on Rise and made a decent run for himself. So Bang and Arsenal are the only sort of remaining players as this roster got rebuilt. Not a bad way to start. I mean, we've seen plenty of quote-unquote new and ambitious projects. I mean, we just talked about EG, you know, not really sort of cut the mustard. So, Vance, what are your thoughts here, and just how did this run look? I mean, A-Crew, this team had the biggest map winning streak, in NA history, if I'm not mistaken. They keep telling me that. So, I mean, Vanity, I'm sure could chime in on that one, but yeah. Anyway, they fucking put it on a shirt. So let's talk 100 Thieves, then we can talk at the other side of the coin. We talk A-Crew, Vance.
Yeah, I guess starting with 100 Thieves, it was definitely you know, open qualifiers number 2. I think the challenges are a little bit, I wouldn't necessarily want to say weaker, but you know, you might have an easier run into the bracket because 4 teams already qualified from the first one. They almost made it through versus TSM, but even for me, I still think that I need a bit more to see TSM make an impact actually into the group stages right now. So for 100 Thieves to lose to that, yeah, it was tough. It's a new team. It's only been 3 weeks, but for them to be able to bounce back right away, like a couple of days later, and then have pretty much a very strong run into the upper brackets, and then dominating a crew actually into their upper semis, whatever to qualify, then it speaks a lot about the team in itself and also in the coaching staff. But that said, I still think that they will struggle against like the C9s of the world. I don't know if the groups were announced yet, but it's been leaked, at least in the timelines of yesterday.
Oh, God forbid.
But,
really? NA Valorant news getting leaked?
Yeah,
That's fucked up, man. Can't believe that's happened. My faith in the whole scene has just been completely compromised. All right, so Vanity,
But it's promise. There's promise.
Sure. Vanity, you're looking at teams like 100 Thieves, right? Fairly newly formed. You're just starting to maybe get some info on them. You know, how concerned are you about this roster? I mean, sort of, do you think they've got a long way to go before they really sort of start to bother top teams like yourself and others up there?
I mean, I think there's like a chance that they could compete like for like a land spot, but I think it's not super realistic. Like, I think going into last season, that I thought the Guard had a pretty realistic chance to compete with like top 4, top 3, but I feel like 100 Thieves is a little farther off. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I think there's going to be like a bigger adjustment period for those guys, because a lot of them are either like switching roles or like it's their first time competing at this level like at a consistent basis. So I mean, it's possible, but I mean, I wouldn't expect them to qualify, but who knows, man? Anything's possible.
Yeah. Can we flash that lower bracket again? Because obviously we do have a couple teams that sort of made it through, right? And obviously we brought Kaplan on the show a couple of times, and obviously, you know, that's where the shit human meme comes from, which is unfortunate. But this team gets through complexity. NYF, you fucking Andbox, Jesus Christ. All right, BBG and Knights to make it through, and there's a lot of 2-0s here. I think last time we talked to Kaplan, he was definitely, deep in the tank, Vans. This team was obviously sort of trying to work pretty hard. Obviously, they lose a pretty key player not so long ago, and they have to sort of, still craft their strategy and still create that roster. So how do you feel like they've gone here? And tell us how they sort of bounced back from, obviously, losing. It was Dazzle, right? That left the team.
Who did they lose again? I don't think
Didn't
it was
Dazzle
Dazzle
leave like a year ago?
Yeah, it was a little bit longer
who
ago.
was it? It was Ryan.
And then he
It
was
Ryan.
that's it. Ryan was the IGL that was gone most recently, and they were trying to find a new one. But in their last run from that open qualifier number 1, of course, they went 0-4, and we all heard in the news what was happening too. Of like, hey, the meme went on into like the second qualifiers of the strat being "Don't get robbed," and finally, as that didn't happen, it looked like it bounced a lot better for that team. In general, they did lose against an EG team into the upper brackets, but we just talked about how EG actually looks a lot stronger than they did from the first group stages in stage 1 of this year. But I do like that Ghosts were still able to maintain their composure to have this lower bracket run. I think they look pretty good. They've made some great changes, moving around later on like a map like XSET where they struggled against EG. They went into like a non-duelist comp to qualify against Pittsburgh Knights. But even speaking to that game, I think I have the same type of feeling once again as meL and Vanity is. I don't think that Ghosts have been that challenged when they went into the lower brackets to play against the Knights, especially when they were running the same default on attack of the KO, Knife, and Recon Dart on mid-side Ascent, and then Knights never really tried to do anything to fight back into like the information that was getting gathered by Ghost. So I think that they had the lucky break to be able to qualify through, but very similar to 100 Thieves, I still think that there's a lot of work that needs to be done before they're actually able to make a good mark here in the groups.
Now, we've only got meL and Vanity for another 5 minutes, so I'm going to move through this pretty quickly. But we have to talk about Sentinels here, I think, because this is a team that obviously we saw a roster change they made, and they finally sort of settled on a coach. I mean, that sort of situation, kind of confused me, right? They had Raucus for Masters, and then I guess he said that he was still had designs on being a player. And then Sentinels start losing some games, and they sort of bring him right back. Obviously, they bring Kanpeki onto this particular team, and they've got to deal with A-Crew, who, are they gatekeepers in Tier 2? I guess that's the question, All right, I'll ask you to Vanity. I mean, Sentinels making it through. How convincing is this team now, having sort of rebuilt to some degree with, without Zoms and picking up Kanpeki? What does that change about this roster?
I mean, they didn't look super convincing in the open qualifiers, so I mean, I think it'll be pretty similar. I mean, they definitely have like the potential to get back to the top, but it's like how much effort do they want to put in, right? Like they're always going to be a team that's like difficult to play against, but they're going to have to like really put in a lot of time, I think.
What do they lose?
Making another line event.
What do they lose?
Which is completely possible.
Yeah. What do they lose with Zoms departing the team, do you think? As someone who would play against him.
Consistency, I think.
Yeah.
I think that Syk's a great player. He's good at smokes, but I think it's just like a different he plays smokes so differently than Zoms did, right? Like he takes more risks. So there might be like rounds where sometimes they lose their smokes a little earlier. Where with Zoms, like you kind of always knew you'd have smokes like at least 90% of the time, even if he wasn't getting so many kills.
Yeah.
I mean, I think I'm not sure how flexible Kanpeki is. I have no clue because I thought he was like a Jet player before, but maybe he's. I mean, I don't think it's difficult to learn the agents. So I think it'll be like a little downgrade in firepower because I think Syk was like probably top 2 flexes in North America. But I think losing like the smokes always being alive could be detrimental. But I mean, he also has more firepower, so that also is a factor.
I'm glad you bring that up. I think it's like something a lot of people maybe, who watch the games, they're in on Twitch chat or on Reddit, maybe don't so understand about what it was maybe like to play against or with Zoms, and they often use the scoreboard as a reference point for the kind of impact that he had as a player, and it didn't really help them, understand sort of how his function works. So yeah, I'm interested to see what this kind of mix-up does, and the point about Syk now moving to a role where he's able to have potentially less impact, I think is really interesting because he's bailed him out of trouble so many times. Now, meL, let's talk about Cloud9 White. You guys made it to round of 32 there, and I know you're obviously, disappointed with the result as is reasonable. But tell us about your experience and tell us about how you feel NA as a region is sort of evolving and sort of how you guys feel like you fit in there right now.
Yeah, I think honestly, looking forward to like future tournaments with like the third-party season coming in. It's obviously a little sad knowing that the VCT season is just over for like the next 6 months until like essentially next year. But honestly, I look forward to playing in these like third-party tournaments where I think we'll be able to do more damage. But I think it's really interesting kind of seeing people's kind of takes on what's wrong with my team when the games aren't even streamed. It's really interesting how in post-match threads, people are really quick to like come for a specific player when the game wasn't even streamed, right? And I feel like that can go for like the T1 games too, where the games weren't streamed, but people are quick to count out like one person on the team specifically. It's always like one person doing something wrong or two people doing something wrong. When like our match, like we lose split 13-11 and no one, it could have been my calling. Maybe my calling was dog shit, but no one's going to know that, right? They just look at the stats, they call out one specific player, two specific players, right? My calling could have been dog shit all 3 maps, but no one's can see that. So it's just really interesting how people hold players accountable when games aren't even streamed, honestly.
First of all, none of you asked them for accountability anyway. Secondly, like, are they just scoreboard Stevening and then they're holding someone at knife point? Is
Most likely.
Is that what's going on? How? Okay, so
yeah, it's not even just exclusive to my team. I'm looking at like the T1 match threads, obviously, or how people are digesting it. And obviously, there is a degree of like this team should qualify. Or, like it's been enough time. This team should qualify, and I feel like that honestly could go for my team too. I think we could definitely be making deeper runs at this rate.
Yeah.
But it's just interesting when these games aren't even streamed. There's no clips from the games, nothing, and people are really quick to, oh yeah, this is the problem for this team.
How the fuck are we going to educate people and get them to stop doing this? Have you ever thought about that? Have you ever thought about like how we're supposed to like evolve the perception and understanding of, you know, these fucking NA fans?
I
don't know. I think people just enjoy being mad. I feel like it's fun to speculate and be mad. So I feel like the people that are listening, I feel like there are people that do listen to the pros and are like reasonable people that know not to like come for certain people's heads or anything like that off of like zero match data. But there's always going to be people that it's just fun to be angry and like be a fan and like speculate, right? It's part of the esport.
I guess, I mean, that's the purpose of Reddit, right? Literally like unfounded opinion and baseless speculation. Vanity, speaking of speculation, now maybe there's a little bit more substance to this than what we're talking about on Reddit. You made some preds on Twitter, mate. So you said the last 4 that would make it through.
Oh shit.
I copy pasted that from Dazzle.
Sen V1.
That's not my tweet.
Knights Ghost. I just want to ask you, maybe, I mean, you're pretty spot on, right, in general. Why not?
These are not. I copy pasted this from Dazzle.
Oh, okay. So, right. All right. Thanks. I know Tommy's a fucking.
My strat in future when I get a prediction wrong. I copy pasted that from Mitch. My bad.
No, that's why it looks like that, like the formatting or whatever.
All right. So you would never use dog shit formatting if you could make the tweet yourself. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. My tweets are like probably the best on the app.
Refined.
Right.
Okay.
So tell me, your actual predictions though. Were they basically met? Were your expectations pretty met? Any surprises for you at all?
You must have had V1 in there, Anthony.
Nah, I would have taken 100 Thieves over them.
All right, so everything went
like
as expected, as far as you're concerned.
Yeah, I would have had 100 Thieves instead of V1, but yeah.
Okay, sure.
Okay.
I got all the predictions right too.
Yeah, nailed it, Mitch. Good shit, mate. Love to see it. All right, hey, thanks guys for joining us. Really appreciate it. Sorry we kept you as long as we have. Obviously, good luck to you both. Obviously, in the future, Vanity, VCT and meL, of course. You guys keep competing across a billion different competitions as I try and keep track of them. Thanks for coming on the show, you two.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thanks for having us.
And obviously, as we say goodbye to Vanity and meL, we're going to leave you with some behind-the-scenes footage of Valoranting while we get our next segment ready. Don't go too far because we've got more Valorant, we've got more NA to talk about, so stick around. We'll be back soon.
Got about 50 seconds to intro video.
MitchMan, turn on your camera.
30 seconds.
But just a little bit of content.
To remove wide joints. Have you no humanity?
Valoranting was born out of that initial excitement and interest for the game and where the esport of Valorant could end up going.
Where he's still going to be in range of all of his utility over here to watch Garage.
It doesn't look like that texture is see-through. It just looks like it's a gap.
All right, you're clear. 5 minutes.
all of the various things you see on the show, making sure the ticker works, making sure the sources come up, all of that is flowing through his hands, and he's molding it into what the final product is and what the audience actually sees on Twitch.
Oh my God.
Give me the happy gas. Oh, the team is killing me!
All of that kind of starts from a run of show that I create, and then we have a meeting with all the hosts to break down how the show is going to go. We use a program called vMix, which lets us grab the video and audio from each of our hosts and bring it all together for the show. After the show, our graphic designer Ness builds a thumbnail for the episode, and then our media team prepares the VOD for YouTube the next day. There's a fair amount of work that just goes into making sure this show happens every week. 100 episodes is a milestone that I hope everyone who's been involved in Valoranting takes pride in, because I think we've done something here that's very unique.
Go.
Welcome back, everybody, to Valoranting and our 100th episode. We are at the junction between our VCT NA Qualifiers and the real VCT NA. I know the nomenclature is a little complicated to keep up with, but we've got our 12 teams now, and that's what we want to talk about in this next segment. We're bringing back to the show, of course, two of our very favourites, Syyko and mCe, coming in. Thank you. Obviously, two coaches of very distinguished NA teams, XSET and The Guard, respectively. Syyko, good to have you, mate. How you been?
Thanks for having me, man. Always good to be back. I've been pretty well. Just getting ready for VCT, ready to smack mCe's team around a little bit in groups, you know.
The last time you shit talked us didn't end well.
Okay, now
that's true. I learned from my mistakes.
I mean,
so
again,
you did it again.
Look, there's no salty run back. If you admit that you're fucked, it's not a salty run back, is it? You absolutely have to come in with the trash talk. mCe, look, we haven't had a chance to grab you since, obviously, you guys competed over at Masters. I'm sure the turnaround's probably been pretty quick.
Competed's a rough word.
Well, I wanted to ask you about that briefly. Obviously, you know, for you guys, you came out as, you know, definitely the favourite NA team, and we started to see that NA was maybe looking pretty good at the tournament. For you guys, though, obviously, results didn't kind of go your way. I would love to get your thoughts now. You've had some time to sort of collect them on sort of the campaign in Reykjavik and sort of maybe what went wrong.
I think it gets blown out of proportion a lot.
Sure.
That in terms of, we were one execute away from beating Optic, if you watch that match. Like, I think it was the Marv Days round 11-4 or whatever. We messed up multiple parts of our execute that allowed Marv to ace that round, and the whole momentum of that match changed.
Yeah.
I felt like we were like really in control of that match up until that point, and then it kind of just all shifted. We didn't have a timeout to recompose or anything like that at that point, and it just went downhill from there. And you know, our nerves and inexperience and stuff, you know, it got to us as it went on. And then the Paper X match, I just feel like we came out and Jing just absolutely crushed us.
Yeah.
We had a chance in the first map, but we were just way too passive, too timid early in that. And again, I think our nerves really got to us. But like, you look at that and like, obviously people are saying Trent didn't perform, which, you know, is fair. But compared to a normal player at LAN, that first match against Optic, it's not like he did terrible. It's just he didn't play up to this like god tier status that everybody expected him to do. So I think given another opportunity, or, you know, just anybody but Optic in that first match, I think it is a completely different storyline. But unfortunately, that's just kind of how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, fair enough. Obviously, you know, kind of tough that you guys had the top seed and had to go straight into sort of that upper bracket, right? Maybe a chance to sort of you know, ease into the tournament a little bit more like Optic did. And Optic were able to sort of lose in groups, lose in double elim, and be able to sort of take those lessons with them. But for you guys, it was obviously only those 2 games, and that was sort of that. But I'm sure you guys are looking towards the future now, especially now that you know who you're probably going to be going up against here in VCT NA. Let's talk about them. Obviously, I tried to tease some insight out of Vanity, and you know, I mean, I think he just wanted to say they're all dog shit, so that's fine. But I'd like to get your guys' take. If we want to bring up the teams that have actually qualified now, we have 12 teams, 2 spots, by the way. Really quickly on that, shouldn't they have more slots? Or are you guys happy with 2? Like, how are you guys kind of feeling about that, considering how Reykjavik went?
I think as like
The decision is
you know,
questionable.
It kind of sucks for everyone because obviously if Cloud9 had got to go to Iceland as well, I think you see a better performance out of NA, even if we still do what we did. Even champions of last year, they had all 4 teams on the same side of the bracket. One of those NA teams makes the final and they're like, oh, all the NA teams are shit, like whatever. So like, I'm kind of sick of seeing that because, you know, NA teams are beating themselves more than other regions are beating NA at this point. So that is very unfortunate the way the brackets and the groups have worked out. But like, I think, you know, Optic going over there and showing that we can be a strong region is, you know, super important for us in the future.
Sure. What are your thoughts, Syyko? 2 slots and the overall sort of perception of NA as a region right now, globally, you feel?
Yeah, 2 slots seems a bit absurd, absurdly low, right? Like I don't think that it's in question that there's a lot of very strong teams here in the region. Everybody in that top echelon of NA teams is pretty close to beating each other. Obviously, Optic's sitting up top of the big dogs, having won Masters, right? But everybody else is really close, right? I think it would be absurd to downplay this region, like some people have been, you know, in the Twitterverse, right? But I understand what Riot are doing. They want to grow the game and its popularity across multiple regions. But I think just given like not just the competitiveness in NA, but also, you know, the viewership, the investment numbers in terms of how many orgs are, you know, involved here, I think it's absurd to discount the region and only give us 2 slots of these big events.
So how much do we know about this qualifier in terms of what the bracket's supposed to look like? Vance, did you say there was a leak?
Yeah, of course, our very own George Geddes
Thanks, George.
had a leak out of what the group should be. So technically, on paper, which should be announced, I think, today or tomorrow, we have the Guard, 100 Thieves, TSM, XSET, Energy, and Ghost in Group A. And for Group B, it's Optic, Cloud9, Sentinels, Luminosity, FaZe, and EG. So the trash talk now between Syyko and mCe is probably going to have to wait outside of the groups.
Sure.
For that to go to clash head-to-head. But I think these 2 groups are actually pretty clouded.
Okay.
We're going to have some good games in each group.
Yeah, and like we'll circle back to this at the end of the segment because obviously if the team isn't the Guard or you know, Optic, maybe we might need a refresher on what we saw from these rosters last time. Obviously I see here, you better fucking behave yourselves. I saw some bullshit about getting stepped on and shit. Yeah, that's the whole fucking point of this thing. Don't be weird about it. Like, it's just fucking chat on the floor. God damn it. Valorant fans, you guys are insane. Okay, so let's cast our mind back to our first qualifier then, or rather the last VCT NA, and talk through that a little bit there as well, because obviously for you know, squads like XSET, you guys had a bit of a break, right? And sort of had to unfortunately watch how things went down in Reykjavik and sort of prepare for the next time. So let's bring out the bracket there, of course, and to jog everyone's memory, right? Like NRG was a team that sort of surprised us getting through, and you know, I would say upsetting version 1. I mean, version 1 have been, I mean, they're forced to sit in the background for a little while now, and I just have to sort of wait and see. FaZe Clan obviously over TSM. This FaZe Clan team starting to take shape, Vans.
Man, yeah. I can't even remember what this bracket's about, but like if I have to think about how things have been going on from like stage 1 to stage 2, it's so hard to reflect on that and see what's going to happen with these groups in stage 2, because as I mentioned before, where, you know, even though I predicted Ghost to move forward into the open qualifiers to the group stages, we're going to play a whole different game coming this weekend once everything goes live again, because of the addition of Fade, because of the nerfs on the Jet, because of the nerfs on the Sova. So, like, for example, my what I'm going to be looking out for sure is whenever the Guard's going to be playing, how is Trent going to do with the Sova? Is Trent going to go onto Fade instead? Or now with the Sova being like a couple of seconds less, how is that going to pan out in a play style? So I'm mostly looking at that one.
Did I just give you a graphic and you didn't know what it was, Vans?
Yep.
This is the first open qualifier, right? So These are obviously these are teams that are competing in VCT NA stage 2. I wanted to maybe talk about some of that because obviously we just discussed the second open qualifier in the previous segment. I think probably a good time to talk about NRG, right? They made changes here and with Android departing the team. Where is this roster sort of now? Do you think they're heading in a good direction? Because obviously Android seemed like a big part of their team, but they seem to have shrugged that off pretty comfortably and have been able to sort of press on.
I definitely do think so. The looks of energy right now has been looking pretty good actually as well. Of course, it seems as though unlucky for V1 when you're looking at all these matches that we're currently playing so far. We're looking at the brackets. It's always version 1 that's getting the tail end of it too. But energy has been looking good. I think the addition of Ethan as a flex right now has been looking pretty good as well. Tex has been fitting the role quite well. I mean, people have been questioning if he was going to be able to fill Android's shoes as they were clashing into that role of as a chamber, and it works out for this team. And I think Tex also has a little bit more depth into like an agent pool if they do need to switch over to a couple of comps here and there, because of course Tex has played some KO in the past as well. So I think that's also the reason why potentially you're looking at energy in the long run and seeing why the organization picked Tex over Android. So they're on the right path. Also, they added Mind and Body Esports originally from 100 Thieves over to be like the psychological coach, performance coach for the team too. So I think they're putting a lot of resources to make sure that we get the best success for this team during the group stages.
Syyko, mCe, what do you guys think about Ethan in this roster? As a I guess a substitute for Android. Obviously coming over from 100 Thieves. If you're running this team, right, and you're deciding sort of how to try and make some small tweaks, and this is, maybe you're the GM and this is what the coach sort of decides. What are your thoughts about this? Is this, in the long term, do you think a good decision? Because this is not a younger player, right? Ethan is pretty seasoned. And sort of who knows where that ceiling is if he's reached, if there's still much more growth to happen. What do you guys think about the change in NRG?
I like it a lot. Obviously Brad was a huge part of that team, but I think they're moving in the right direction. I think they were a team that had a lot of like individual mechanical talent, but not a lot of direction. I think Hayes stepping in and starting to IGL that team has helped, but I think bringing in a veteran like Ethan, well, not a veteran, he's not necessarily an older player, right? He's still in his early 20s, but he's been around for a little while.
Yep.
Has a good amount of experience under his belt and is a pretty good player. And I think bringing him in on the flex, initiator flasher role is a really good move. I think 100 Thieves last iteration made a mistake by taking him off of that role. I think he seems to flourish in it pretty well. So it's good seeing him back on it and Tex flexing over to the Sentinel.
What do you think, mCe?
I think it comes down to dedication levels and if these guys' mental can be in the right place. I'm sure, like XSET has seen it too. Energy has never been a team in practice or anything that you're like, oh wow, these guys can't shoot heads. But like when they come to matches, sometimes they struggle in those moments or whatnot. So I think they're finally starting to get it together. I think they were fortunate to, play a V1 that necessarily wasn't firing on all cylinders.
Sure.
But beyond that game, like Energy looked on fire the whole time and they looked scary going into this qualifier. So it's like, how bad will the chamber changes affect them? Because I think they're just chamber, patching Sentinel on every single map, and the chamber changes are going to come in partway through this group stage. So it's like, are they going to play a real Sentinel at that point, or are they just going to try to play chamber? Are they going to leave holes open, and how they'll adjust for that?
Obviously, we've only got mCe for a little bit longer, though, so I do want to get from your perspective before we sort of go and talk about some of these other teams. You kind of know who's in your group now, just based on that sort of league. If we're going by the league, right? Which I don't know if you don't have to.
Yeah, speculations of leaks.
Yeah, obviously that you are speculated to be in a group with 100 Thieves, TSM, XSET, NRG, and Ghost. What's your outlook if this does end up being? Let's play the rumor mill if you don't mind.
I will say, of all 12 teams in this qualifier, this is the best NA has ever looked, top to bottom. I don't think there are easy matches in this entire group stage, either group. Sentinels came back. They look like they're finally figuring out what to do again. But they didn't have to play that good of teams to qualify. But every single team looks good. Ghost they finally figured out how to play in matches. They're terrified. Energy looks better. XSET has had all this time. Cryo is finally comfortable. He's one of the best chambers in NA right now, up with the A, and Leaf if he decides to play it. Like every single team, 100 Thieves, week by week looks better and better. TSM has finally figured their shit out, and they look better as well. Like there isn't a bad team in these groups, and I think it's really going to show because I don't think there's really going to be blowout matches except for maybe first week on a patch or something. But like no one is safe in NA. We saw that in the qualifiers, and I think you're going to see that into groups as well, that all these teams are more than capable of beating each other.
We've got two teams that kind of feel like they have similar trajectories as they were, very, I'd say, bigger teams in the past who fell on some harder times and had to really fight their way back up. We're talking about TSM and FaZe, right? These are two teams that we're going to have to be on the lookout here. How much of a read are you able to get on these teams that are not new, but are new look and I guess maybe new in their approach? Because you sort of mentioned that, it's any given Sunday kind of format right now in North America. Like, how do you sort of feel about the rise of those teams and, how dangerous are they?
I think Juvenile has done a great job. If you look at TSM and how they play and some of the comps and stuff that they're running, it's like night and day difference from before. I think they have a lot more direction, and I think the roster pickups, even if like they don't look like the best people, like you lost Wardell, it's like, oh my god, TSM is doomed, they're never going to win again. No, like these guys are still really fucking good players and work better in team systems at times. So it's like they have all upgraded. The FaZe one is really interesting to me because everyone's like, oh, Dicey and Baby Bay are just absolutely carrying, which they are, but it's like you still have Superman, who was one of the best controllers in the last stage of like the LCQ in North America. So it's like at any point in time, if Superman, continues to step up or play to the level that everyone knows he's capable of, they're going to be insane. Again, though, the chamber changes. Like they have been one-tricking chamber on a lot of things, and I think Poise is going to have to go to Duelist. Dicey's going to go to your Flex, and their roles might be a little weird when that happens. But their system looks good. Poise has done a good job. Poach has done a good job in that team, and I think FaZe is like here to stay because I think Baby Bay's numbers are more consistent because he's being set up better. It's not just him running in all the time and just making stuff happen.
Okay. It feels like there was a period like that where FaZe adapted to putting Zachary on the breach and trying to set Baby Bay up a little bit more and sort of flash for him. But hopefully they can maybe expand upon that sort of that strategy in the future. mCe, thanks for joining us, man. I know we're going to let you go, so thanks for your time and obviously good luck in your prep for VCT, man.
Thank you so much, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, so with that said, we obviously, having looked back a little bit at the previous qualifier, now we get Wide Syyko happy now, by the way. Thank you very much.
Wide co.
All right,
we want the wide co.
Now mCe is gone. We can talk some shit because I want to talk about the teams that are automatically through, okay? Obviously, the way that stage one went down, there weren't slots for 4 teams to go, but 4 teams sort of go straight through here. So let's talk about the Guard, right? Because, as you as a respected coach, I'd love to get sort of your take on what it seemed like the Guard's problems were over in Reykjavik. I'll definitely get you guys to chime in on this as well, because for North American fans, it was a very confusing experience because this was never a team that was hyped up as being a one-player team. Trent was considered to be extremely impactful, but everybody got, a smattering of praise. So from an outsider's perspective, albeit someone with a lot more inside knowledge, what do you think sort of happened with this team in Iceland?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say for sure. I don't want to, speculate too hard, but, I think Matt touched on it a bit himself. They have a lot of players who are just good across the board, right? Like, yeah, Trent was popping off very hard and was very consistent in doing so, but it never felt like that team, expected Trent to pop off in order to win. There wasn't a win condition of theirs. Like everybody on that team at any given time can step up. I think it came down a lot to experience, right? And just getting there, not really having time to like warm up, go into the system, having to play Optic off the bat, a team from your own region who's very good and has a lot of experience, especially, on these big stages. I think that's really tough. They seemed to struggle to get their feet underneath them, and then it was, the floor was gone before they really could do so.
I think they had a pretty tough run as well. Like altogether, when you look at their run at LAN, especially coming up against PaperX, I remember on the day it was like I was talking to some of the guys from PaperX, and they were saying how Jing, who ended up just fucking annihilating them on map 1 of Haven, he pulled out the Reyna, and that was like completely unexpected. we were super surprised to see it. And when I spoke to them afterwards, it's like, yo, like legit, what the fuck? Why doesn't he play Rain on every map? Like, what was this something you planned for like weeks and shit? Because they had some really good set plays. Like they used Rainaliers in combination with other pieces of utility, like a breach stun down, or to get a Sova arrow through, like you would with some other flashes, like we've seen it with the Sky, with the KO flashes. It was really interesting to see how they were using their utility. And the response I got was genuinely that the night before when they were pracking, Jing said, I kind of feel like playing Reyna. Can we just play Reyna? And they went, fuck it. Yeah, let's go with it. And like accounting for those kind of changes and then considering Paper X were probably on the best form they've ever been on, Jing takes out the Reyna and just looks like an absolute god on it. It was some of the best Reyna gameplay I've seen to date. I think mCe is very hard on himself as well. Like they're saying, oh, you know, hardly performing, were we? Dude, they almost took down Optic. They, like you said, they were one execute away. They did a really good job. Like, I think there's definitely things they can improve on, don't get me wrong, but like that placement going into the event would have been very poor. I would be very harsh on them for. They were the team I picked to win the fucking thing. But when you look at the teams they came up against, I don't think they can beat themselves up that hard about it.
Yeah.
I feel like
yeah, definitely. I mean, Jing
because
in particular, like. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Vance.
Oh no, go. You're the guest.
Jing
I'm just
Jing
chilling,
in particular,
man. We're
right?
making Uber dense.
We love it. We love it.
Step on me, Uber.
You know, that team, they have some good initial setups. Like you were saying with the Rainalier, and they throw it out there, they get them in good positions, they combo with other utility. But like after that, it's kind of just like Jing just keeps going. There's not like a stage 2, a stage 3 of these setups. Like the way that Paper X plays, very reminiscent of like the original Smeaging from FaZe Clan. Like I love seeing Jing, like watching him was incredible. Like you see this guy and it's like he doesn't have a stop button. Like he gets a kill and he's like, all right, where's my next kill? And I'm gonna keep pushing until I get it, right? And I think that the Guard are a team that are really like fundamentally solid and well-rounded when it comes to protocols. I think mCe does a really great job of like preparing that team to play against other teams who are playing as a team. But you know, Paper X, unlucky opponent to get where they're just throwing Jing at you and it's really hard to stop them.
Yeah.
I mean,
and for me to chime on to the Guard as well is that if you had the groups in the seating switched over, where you actually do have the Guard playing inside the groups, they would have had to play a team like Xerxio, who had a very similar playstyle to Paper X, where they probably would have tasted that type of playstyle early in the game, and then potentially win against Peru and then start warming up to get into the brackets. That could have been a scenario. But the other one is that I still find that we're still very well set up in this playoff tournament anyways to get outside of the group, and the first team that they had to play is their North American counterparts, where they played against them in the upper finals to try to qualify into Iceland. And then they also played them into the grand finals in a BO5. So when you look at the amount of reps that that team, that the Guard had against Optic leading into that stage match, then I think they had the best scenario from the get-go for the Guard. And I think, as MitchMan mentioned, it's just mCe and the team in itself that's just very hard on themselves and their results. I think even when you see what's going on with the tweets, what is it? Is it ants?
Why is this
what's going on here?
bro?
why is this shit in my chat?
Because you're stepping on shit. You're not stepping on shit.
I am so. Well, what? I'm
Clean
going to
shoes,
fucking
man.
dance around this shit and try and dodge it. Chat, we
Start cleaning it.
Stand
give you
in
a
the middle
nice,
so you can see
we
it
give you a
coming.
nice piece of tech and you put literal feces
Show
in it.
feet.
The fuck's oh
Take
Jesus!
off shoes to stop.
The fuck's
to
wrong
stop,
with you people?
Stop stepping on shit. Show feet.
Unreal. I'm not showing you my damn feet. You don't want to see that. These sneakers are too driven for that shit. Okay, all right. So one thing that I found really compelling about Optic, right, was that this team always bounced back in a huge way. And I kind of think that, you know, it was unfortunate for the Guard to have to go up against them in that upper bracket because the Optic had just lost to them. You know, that was why Optic weren't the top seed. And then consistently, even on their way there, Optic managed to bounce back. You know, like Xerxio, like there are so many teams that they lost them initially, and they come back with a vengeance and cause problems. So on the topic of that team, Vans, we had a chance to talk to Chet here, but let's refresh our memories as one of our top NA teams coming into VCT. How the fuck did they pull this off?
Yeah, I think there is also an unsung hero. I think I tried to queue it up to have Optic talk about Jovi a bit as well, coming from 100 Thieves as like the ex-coach / analyst that's been helping out Optic prepare for these games too. And I feel that his insights definitely did help Optic Gaming to actually learn the tendencies, the plays that teams like Loud would do, the timings, so that Optic could actually get the best out of their compositions going into the matches, going into the tournaments. So yes, I think Chet definitely did a great job with the team as well, but there's definitely just that support system around to prepare FNS into the playoffs, into the Masters Reykjavik that really propulsed them into the results that we've gotten. I mean, that now makes what a very, very strong North American powerhouse team, but also, as mCe mentioned before, one map or one execution away of beating a North American powerhouse, where other teams that also almost made it to Masters in itself, such as Cloud9, wasn't there. So the competition in NA is just so good right now.
I think one of the toughest things when you look at some of these tournaments, honestly, as we see the other regions really step it up and really close that gap, as we're talking about earlier with North America having a bunch of teams that are able to compete at that top level, and that it can really be a tough thing. There's no easy matches, right? When you go to the top 8, top 10 within NA, within EMEA, I think that's fairly true as well. Looking at the groups that we've got put out for VCT, I think the hardest thing is when you go into an international event where all the teams are starting to get pretty close to the same level, that you can go out as like one of the last teams. It doesn't necessarily mean you underperformed if you look at who you're up against, right? And
Correct.
We've seen it again and again where a team like beats themselves up after a loss, and then you sit back and go, it's not like you were hard favorites, right? I get that it's something for next week, Vans, to discuss, which is like the sports psychology behind it. Obviously, you're always going to want to push for that victory. You're always going to beat yourself up when you don't get it. But at the same time, reasonable expectations is like the hardest, I think, healthy thing to find the balance for.
So I see you trying to spam US in chat, Yinsu, but it just comes up as you sus. I can't tell. Who the fuck is putting an Australian flag in here? Priest.
Sussy.
The fuck is wrong with you people? My God. So moving on a little bit here, let's talk about, if we can try and get this fucking show back on the rails.
If we can. Can we maintain? Can we stay on topic?
We talk about, obviously Optic have been really well publicized. I think on this show, we brought Chet in and we really tried to sort of dissect them a little bit. I'm particularly interested in teams that we didn't get to see in Reykjavik, but who were top in NA. And one of those, of course, I think is Cloud9 Blue. And I think if we were to have Vanity on the show here, he'd probably be pretty cagey about maybe sort of, where they're at right now. He'd probably just say everyone else is dog shit. But I'd love to, I'd love to address the gallery here and talk about maybe what we should expect to see from this team, especially sort of what their strengths are, right? Obviously, Vanity's IGLing has been pretty crucial. This team has shown that they can really make their fracture comp work, like we're seeing right now, of course. I mean, you see Leaf on the Chamber, Zeppa, on the Rays. They're not locked into sort of playing Jet on this map like Sentinels were for so long. You talked about expectations, Mitch. What should ours be, gentlemen, about this Cloud9 Blue roster now going up against these other 11 teams, some of the best in North America? I'll let it simmer. I'll give you a moment.
Well, I thought Mitch mentioned Mitch, so I was like, I'm gonna let Mitch.
No,
speak.
I did. Well, but look, I'm not going to ask Mitch about NA teams, right? Unless they were in Reykjavik.
Yeah.
But I wanted to refer to the fact that
call.
he was talking about expectations and how we make reasonable ones. So that was my segue, Vans. You can fucking answer the question though, because you got cheeky with me.
Oh, I'm the one that has to speak.
Yep.
I see. No, I think. I think my expectation about C9 is going to be about the same. I think it's going to be a team that should be able to qualify into the playoffs, that should be able to qualify into Masters. They have everything that they need to actually succeed. I still believe in Zeta, for me, probably being one of the best initiators in North America, with, of course, Trent now popping onto the radar in the past. But I do feel that. I think I remember listening to an interview with Vanity with Thorin, actually, and he talked about their matches against Optic where they should have won against Optic. It feels like almost like the same discourse that mCe had about the Guard versus Optic, where they should have won that series. If it wasn't for small, stupid mistakes, that they were definitely the team that had the clear upper hand of the series until those small mistakes happened, and then the momentum just shattered. So I think now if they're able to just maintain that composure throughout the whole series, with the matches that they have up against them, I think they'll be just fine.
Do you think that's fair? that's, you know, the difference between Cloud9 Blue winning and losing matches like that were just very small mistakes? Do you feel like they were maybe in a position to be in Iceland instead?
I think it comes
definitely.
back to.
I think
Oh, sorry, we're talking over again. I think it comes back to what we were talking about earlier, right? Like
Go ahead.
everybody at the top of NA is like, you know, all very close together. And, you know, these top level matches, these really close series just come down to, you know, a handful of decisions or rounds that really could have gone either way. So I think Cloud9 are definitely one of those teams. I think they know it too. And they're kind of invigorated by, you know, their loss and not qualifying into this last Masters event. I think they really expected to. So I think they're taking this one to the chin and buckling down in this offseason and really working really hard to solidify some things. They're ready. For me, it's not a question of, you know, if they're going to qualify out of groups or not. It's more so, are they going to take one of those top 2 spots? I think they definitely can.
Yep.
We know Leaf is a really high impact player. How do you think that this team is affected by the changes with Chamber? Obviously, we're still sort of thinking broadly about how they affect anyone, and maybe I'm sure you're thinking about your team in that regard as well. Any idea of maybe what you might see change-wise from C9 Blue to accommodate this?
I think before we even talk about chamber changes, we need to talk about jet changes too. Like we haven't really seen any play with the jet changes yet. Like all these teams that just went through the qualifier were going through with the old jet before the dash changes. And I think it's going to affect like who's playing what in a lot of these teams. You know, a lot of these like primary oppers who are just opping more rounds than are not on jet are probably going to we're going to be seen on chamber now. So I think that changes a lot of things for Leaf in particular. You know, he's not necessarily op heavy. You know, I don't want to like speculate their comps because we've been scrimming them a little bit and I don't want to like leak anything, but you know, they're a really good team. They have a lot of flexibility and they could really put a lot of players on a lot of different agents and make things work. And I think that's, you know, one of the scary things about going up against that team is like, what game plan are they going with today? They have a lot that they can pull from.
Obviously,
I could actually speculate on that actually, Mitch. If I want to look at talking about the chamber changes and the jet changes, those are 2 direct agents that affects Leaf as a player.
Yes.
So if you're actually looking at the meta that's actually going to impact chamber and jet, where you're going to have less picks, then there's a potential that what other duelists do you want to start bringing into your composition that's going to help that space? It's going to be Raze. And I have always been a pro Leaf Raze when he first joined this team, before even Zeppa started using Raze over on Split as well. I think this guy's mechanically gifted onto Raze right now, and that if they're going to be implementing a Raze and on top of that a Fade, where I feel that Fade is going to be an agent that's going to empower every single other agent in your team, it's going to be looking good. And if it's now looking at the changes on Sova, for example, then if Zeta is going to play less Sova and go in a Fade, I think Cloud9 is still going to be in a very good spot because of the players that they currently have in their roster to be able to play those agents, in my understanding, I believe.
We obviously had to wait till the Gasm faces disappeared from chat. I don't know whose face that was. I felt pretty dirty standing on that.
That was Boaster.
Was it Boaster's face? That makes so much sense. Thanks for
Boaster Gasm.
Thanks for the fucking raid,
Boaster.
Mitch. Thanks for the 3-person
My
raid.
channel was offline. Why were there 3 people? Like my channel was offline. I'm actually freaked out now. Who are you? Who are you 3 people
I mean, hey,
sitting there
listen.
looking at Ryan's face?
I mean, come on, you can't out the lurkers in your chat. That's like 101 for streaming, mate. You just gotta let them do their thing. There's one
So
team.
good.
There's a team we haven't talked about.
Let me host it.
You know, I don't know. I don't think we should skip this team at all. Syyko, you guys.
Yeah, fuck it. Fuck this
didn't.
team.
You guys obviously didn't make it as far as you guys would have liked it to. I think I actually had you. I predded you guys to make it to Iceland, I think. So I was definitely high on the XSET juice. But tell us a little bit about your key takeaways from last VCT and maybe broadly some of the things that you've been looking to sort of work on as you go up against a reinvigorated NA scene here. And I'm sure that nothing less than qualification to Masters is something that you guys are after.
Yeah, 100%. I think we had the talent to do it last stage. I think we fell short in, you know, preparation time and map pool. And that's something that we're not slacking on this time around. Our map pool is very wide, wider than me on the stage. Yeah, we're ready. You know, like I think the match versus Cloud9 goes very differently. Last split, if the map pool looks a little bit differently, unfortunately their map pool kind of just edged us out there. But you know, like we're feeling good, we're looking good. We got people in all the right places, firing on all cylinders. We've got a lot of time to really refine this team since making our last roster change with Cryo and bringing him in and getting him comfortable in our system and, you know, up to date with all our plays and how we like to run things. So I think we're ready to go.
I'll still add the good old LA Noir doubt in terms of like the blue X
Pressing
there,
X to doubt.
For me, if I'm gonna be the person that's gonna be watching XSET and has been a fan of XSET in this roster and a fan of every single one of these players, we've always talked about how the addition of Cryocells and the group of Cryocells and Zekin is gonna be that powerhouse duo and like the savior for XSET. And if you're actually looking at XSET on how they've been playing, Cryocells and Zekin have actually been putting up consistent numbers. So that checkmark, it's green. But what's missing right now from XSET to actually surpass that hump over like the consistent 4th place finishes is what I'm still waiting for right now. We haven't found that extra layer that goes deeper than the Zekin and Cryocells getting a couple of frags in, right? So it's almost like the Dicey and Asuna before of 100 Thieves, and what can the other 3 players do? So I hope that we're going to be able to see a little bit more of that cohesion as a unit, and more of that support factor with to really let those 2 players shine. And then if they die, they could still win the rounds.
Did this ever sort of become apparent to you, Syyko? I'd be interested in getting your take to this, because seeing the situation internally on a team and, you know, having to frankly assess the strengths and weaknesses, does what Vansilli described sound sort of reasonable, or do you think that there's actually more to it?
I definitely agree with the first part. It always seems like, you know, we're pushing up against that ceiling, right? And we're trying to bust through, and then we make a move or make a change, and it feels like, okay, this will be, you know, the thing that takes us through. And, you know, I think that, you know, Cryo and Zach, you know, they can take us there, right? But it's really it's an entire team game. I think that, you know, at a surface level, a lot of times it can look like, you know, it's just Cryo go kill or Zach go kill, but a lot of thought and preparation goes into like how we set those 2 up to, you know, achieve what they're doing, right? Like a lot more goes into it other than just, you know, those guys like no micing and running in there, right? So, you know, we based a lot of that team in the past in setting those guys up to like be the best that they can be. But, you know, in this off season, we've done a lot of work to really flesh out the team in general and like have more looks that aren't just setting up Zach, setting up Matt. You know, we have a whole lot more going on this time around where, you know, in the past, it's definitely looked like you know, we've been pushing them to the forefront, but this time around, it's going to be a much wider attack. Keep going back to the wideness.
All right, I like a bit of. I'll be honest with you, I like a girthy strategy in Valorant, Syyko. Now, guys, I see a lot of eggs in the chat. Josh finally got out from under my shoe, now moving over to Valorant. You don't have to put him back under there, okay, guys? Poor motherfucker, give him a break. Let's have a look. So I want to bring up that tweet from your boy, everyone's boy, George Geddes again, and we'll use that to sort of formulate. Assuming this is true, okay? Let's assume that only 3 teams get out of each group, right? So we've got Group A, Group B. Let's get some predictions right now on sort of who you think would advance, right? Bearing in mind that like the top 2 from each group get a bye in the first round if we're going to do it like GSL style. So Group A, The Guard, 100 Thieves, TSM, XSET, NRG, Ghost Gaming. Let's talk about Group A. What 3 teams? Start with you, Vans. Mitch, you can recuse yourself. That's allowed. What 3 teams are going to get out of this group?
Okay, so let me think about it one more time, because I've been pretty good with my predictions so far with Masters and even Ghosts making it through. So my stonks are high right now, and I can't just throw teams that I think will make it through. So let's see here. Group A. Do we still have it up? Can we put it back up?
I can tell it to you. The Guard, 100 Thieves, TSM, XSET, NRG, Ghost.
Okay, so The Guard.
Yep.
Energy.
You better fucking. I mean, there's one spot left, Vans. I'm not trying to coerce you, but
Yeah, you know what? Let's give it to our boy XSET.
Oh, come on, dude! Like,
I think our boys XSET.
Is it that hard to believe that XSET will come out?
Don't give it to me. Don't give it to me. You gotta earn it.
Only ain't giving no freebies.
It's not necessarily on XSET's performances, but just as mCe has mentioned before, the other teams, just like TSM, 100 Thieves, and Ghost, I think have what it takes to still upset anybody to get through that 3rd place. Ghost Gaming, I talked about it before. Like, they've qualified, but they still have a lot of things to work on. I think.
All right, chat, calm the fuck down. I get it's 4 teams. All right, I said assuming it's 3. So add a fucking team on then, Van, so these freaks don't lose their mind. I get it.
Oh, thank God. So I could have a safe pick with XSET.
Yeah,
then,
4
and
teams.
Fourth? All right. So then my 4th team would probably be 100 Thieves over TSM. They'll do the revenge arc about having to play against TSM as like the match to qualify as that 4th team, and it's going to be 100 Thieves.
Okay, so I'm going to frame it differently to you, Don. Outside of XSET, who are the 3 best teams in Group A?
Yeah, I mean, I would have put myself in there for sure. I mean, if we've proven one thing, it's that we can qualify for these big regional events and at least get top 4 every time, right? So I would put us up there. Other 3 teams, I think the Ghost Gaming Scrimbucks are really high right now. I have a lot of faith in Kaplan and what he's doing with that team. He's taken a bunch of like ragtag, crackheads and wrangle them together with a bunch of protocols and strategy, and it looks really good right now. So if they can keep that firing, I have a lot of faith in them. So yeah, I think us, potentially Ghost, NRG, and probably the Guard. But I think that there's potential for maybe 100 Thieves to upset, either Ghost or the Guard out of those spots. I don't know if it's an upset over Ghost, but they would be competing for those spots for sure. But like to temper that a little bit, I think Dan's done a good job of building that team out, but I don't think that team is 100% complete yet. I don't think they have all the pieces they need right now. So, they're doing good. They're beating some good teams, but it would surprise me to see them necessarily go all the way this time around.
So Group B then. Optic, Cloud9, Sentinels, Luminosity, FaZe, and Evil Geniuses. This one is, I think this one is much less clear cut, even if I think Group A is kind of nasty. So Vans, 4 teams make it through. As I've been informed, 4 teams will advance. Who are they, Vans?
Optic, Cloud9, and then I'm going to have hot takes in here. I'm going to put LG and EG over Sentinels and FaZe as my other 2 teams making it through.
Really?
I think people have
right.
been sleeping on LG just way too much, and I think they have a strong core in that team. And that what I saw from Evil Geniuses, I know that they weren't that challenged into like the later runs of the brackets before they got qualified, but their match against Ghost, there was like a lot of pop-up potential from Boostio and from Jogamo. And if meL is saying that Boostio is IGLing for the team and popping off with a chamber like that, I'm putting some stocks into EG for sure.
The base department is calling for you, mate. Yeah, do you want to pick up? All right, so Syyko, Optic, Cloud9, Sentinels, Luminosity, FaZe, Evil Geniuses. You get an extra question. First of all, if you could choose a group you'd prefer to be in terms of qualification, which one would it be? And then who's getting out of Group B, do you think?
Oh, that's hard. I think you'd have to tell me like what team would be replacing in the other group, right?
Yeah, that's fair actually. There'd be one less. All right, well, I'll let you off the hook then. Who's getting out of Group B then?
Group B, I feel like, I hate to say it, but Optic and Cloud9 seem like a shoo-in. If both Optic and Cloud9 don't make it out of groups, I will eat my own shoe live on this stream.
All right.
We'll buy you chocolate shoes so that at least you won't suffocate.
This is a volatile region. I've got to respect anyone who's willing to sort of make that assertion. So you heard it here. Yep. That's getting clipped and shipped. You better believe it. Look, I know. Obviously, we're working with like data that is a little outdated because we're dealing with teams from the first qualifier. We're dealing with teams from the first open qualifier, which is not so recent. There are changes coming through, but if these are the groups, I think Georgia's strike rate's pretty good, so we can proceed as if that is the case. There you go. Do you have our predictions here? That's where the stonks are. Bye, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be back after the break. We're going to maybe reminisce a little bit about some old Valoranting memories. Don, thanks so much for coming on, man. It's always a pleasure. I'm not embellishing when I say that, man. So good luck to you guys at XSET, and it's always great to have you here.
Thanks so much, man. Thanks for having me.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. After the break, we're going to cast a fond look back over some of the memories here at Valorant, even before my time, which is kind of crazy. We're going to talk some shit, get some banter done, and then afterwards we turn our attention towards what's going on in Europe. So stick around. This is Valoranting, 100th episode. See you after the break.
If you've been enjoying Valoranting, feel free to like, comment, subscribe, and hit the notification bell so you get every episode hot off the presses.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back here to Valoranting, our 100th episode. If you just joined us, you missed out on a great segment. We were definitely making some predictions about what we expected to see coming up in VCT NA with only 2 spots on the line for Masters. The stakes are extremely high. We're going to, have a bit more fun with this. Vance, I think you were on the show long before I was when I first came on, right?
Probably like one appearance as a guest. I think we were talking about before is like, man, when I was watching the episode, it was so fun to watch like Pansy and then Veli and then Moses. I was like, man, I want to be on this show. And then I was never fucking invited. And I was like, oh man, maybe I need a fucking spine. And then I was like, I'll try to build one. Never built one. And then I think like they just ran out of options, and here I am today.
I mean, I think like there was a point where I was like me, you, and Veli on the show. A lot of fun, like a lot of energy, but we had no fucking idea what was going on in Europe. Because you just couldn't watch. All the regions, right? We had like NA. We could watch some Europe, maybe. Even I had to help out with the VOD watching back at that point. So obviously we managed to bring Mitch on board and get him involved in the show, and the rest is history, right? But this is not the only lineup that's ever sort of been on the show. We have some fun compilations to sort of react to here as self-indulgently, while you guys spend. God, what is that? What is that in chat? That is I don't know what that is. Is that like a McDonald's sussy emote? It's a sussy emote, right?
McDonald's? I'm hungry now.
No, like the McDonald. Oh, never mind. It's a bit of a deep mind meme. Anyway, so let's go back and have a look at some of these compilations, and maybe we'll react to them. Let's roll the first one.
Alex, otherwise known as Vansilli, the OG triple OG. He's been around a long time. CS caster. He's
another old man.
It was all for the passion of broadcasting video games. It was just cool to bring that type of like spectator sport.
Your pay for this podcast is actually going to be another bottle of hair gel.
I don't know if it's TMI, but I just came out of the shower and also I was giving my dog a bath at the same time too. And then Mitch thought it was weird that I take a bath with my dog. Is it weird? It's a Minesweeper sweater.
Oh, I like it.
It's a Minesweeper ugly Christmas sweater, 1990 to 2021. I bought it off the Microsoft store. Don't you think I closed out the year quite well? Don't you think I was really opinionated and was fucking awesome today? Shut the fuck up.
You run for scene dynamics and a conflict of culture. Vansilli's been let go from Valoranting. We wish him the best, but we fully expect that his hockey team sucks and that he will never recover from this.
What a scary performance by Boo.
Oh, for fuck's sake, can we mute his mic? Is that?
No, take that out. Take that out. Take that out. Fuck you, Daniel.
This is great. Look at the fucking love heart, by the way. Look at the fucking love heart.
Well, I'm gonna have to go with Optic.
You win the whole thing? Optic? Why?
Have you smoked crack recently?
Oh, he's finally made it! NA number one! NA number one! NA number one!
Okay. All right. Now I
remember. Get fucked, bitch, man.
If he says that esports is about the love of the game, the respect of the game, I'm fucking all for that shit.
Oh man, the Vansilli compilation was now. Just before we get onto that, have you gotten out of your system the Optic winning Masters thing? Have you gloated enough to Mitch? Because we do have him here properly now. Are you good?
I mean, that clip came back, and then Mitch said, "Are you smoking crack?" And then they won. And then now, what do you got to say about that? Right? So, what do you got to say about that, Mitch? Man, I think
you know exactly what I'm going to say. You know exactly what I'm going to say. We didn't have our best team there, man. It's like, listen, you can beat our 4th best team. Fair. Well done. Well done. Congratulations. Now, listen. Do it when our best team is there, our 2nd best team is there, and we'll see NA not make the fucking semis again.
Sorry, you seem to be misunderstanding something. I don't think your best teams are even considered part of Europe anymore, mate. I'm pretty sure the country's been booted out of every fucking council that exists. I mean, sorry, you might have to go back to G2 and fucking hope they could carry your hopes and dreams.
Oh God. Okay. No, come on. Now, settle down. Listen, I'll tell you, the situation was kind of interesting. I heard that Iceland fully banned any Russians. They were like, yeah, we're not giving you a visa. It doesn't matter if you live in France and you're Russian. Like, nah, unlucky, from what I understand. But this time around, obviously, that's in consideration. I think a lot of the Russian players are migrating, essentially, like just going to like Serbia or anywhere else that actually has passage. And so that they technically should be able to travel, which is making Vans shit himself as we speak.
Look, obviously,
not even.
Just to be very clear.
I wish I was shitting more, because the more we're watching like the clips of the week by week, the more chin was fucking growing under here. I gotta work on this when I get back to Vietnam, and holy fuck.
All right, I will circle around to that. Obviously, really quickly, I got to get this out of the way because it could come out. I'm obviously not making light of the horrific situation that's happening in Eastern Europe right now. When I mentioned that, obviously these Russian players might have trouble competing in the VCT. We're not trying to make light of the geopolitical circumstances, but I'm taking a jab at Mitch Betters. Vance, can you tell me, first of all, what's up with those glasses? Them thick motherfucker glasses. Do you even need glasses?
I should have brought them back.
Do you wear glasses normally?
I don't wear glasses. I'm 20/20 vision. Those are fake lenses. I just wanted to wear them for the looks to see what it was gonna look like. And I was like, yo, I actually look pretty good as a hipster.
All right.
Okay, so for those,
it did take like 10 years off you. You looked like you were a college student studying like programming or something.
Yeah, or like some Silicon Valley middle management. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Have I told you about my app?
According to my calculations, I think that Optic Gaming is gonna win Masters 1. Actually.
The algorithm reports.
All right, what the fuck's up? What's up with the Minesweeper? The sweater, the Minesweeper sweater.
Oh yeah.
What do you wear that around?
100%.
Like, was that just to fuck with us, or would I expect to see you?
Ugly Christmas sweaters. So I have 2 ugly Christmas sweaters now. So I have a Minesweeper one and I have a Star Wars one. And I bought it because it was the holidays, and I'm a huge Minesweeper fan. I'm still actually trying to beat the Superman level of Minesweeper, which is I think 9,999 mines or something like that. I can't remember, but right. I'm on a mission.
Okay.
Man likes Minesweeper.
All right, so we gave Vanzy a cheeky little roast here. Mitch, you're up next. It's your turn. Let's roll it.
Okay.
And for the first time, it's our pleasure to welcome MitchMan to the show. Thanks for joining us, mate.
Hey, no worries, bro. Pleasure to be here. Go fuck yourself, bro. Like, you cheated people out of their fucking job. And, I had to show my teammates I wasn't cheating so they could see my mouse. Fuck off. Oh, no, I don't get to ban a map versus BBL as G2. I don't give a fuck. The Mixwell played Jet. Mixwell not played Jet as good as Kellogg's. Kellogg shoots more head. Kellogg's good. I think that if a coach fucking sneezes, it is a breach of the rules. Your microphone should be muted at all times. When they brought Astra out, I had to censor myself on broadcast so much because I'm in scrims with you guys going, sucky here, I'm going to suck here, sucky here. And then I'm like on broadcast going, and she's going to grab well. She's going to grab well. No. Why did you bring that up? Oh, I thought it was that file. No, it's the other file. What are you doing? And then the whole company just like runs around going, tell them it's double Elam. We'll do best of 7s. We'll do whatever they want. I'm sorry. What is with this region, honestly, and not playing? Sorry. I've just realized that's the first thing I've said this segment. To me, NA is doing what Vikings did last year, right? Gonna roll up to Iceland, gonna say, hey, we're playing our comp. We're playing comfort because we know how to play this game, and then they're gonna get fucking dicked by a bunch of EMEA teams.
Guard have been playing great. Jesus fucking Christ! I think the Guard are gonna win it. I'm gonna toss my hat in there, ring.
Hell yeah!
Jesus Christ!
This is just the heel turn of the century. He's fucking doubting his cider. That's how fucking serious he is. It's a $14 cider, Vans. That's how fucking serious this guy is.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen anybody make more of a mess of their dinner on a podcast as it goes. And obviously downing the cider, incredibly masculine behavior there from MitchMan. But I got to say, the first clip is the first episode. And I remember then I reckon we were talking about Stunner and like the T1 coach situation or something like that. Off the rip, this guy is just fucking knee deep in that guy's rectum, and I knew it was meant to be, Mitch, for sure. It's been a fun journey, mate.
I don't like cheaters. What can I say? I don't think that's a unique perspective, but they really fucking fire me up, and then seeing people get away with it like that, it was a fun first episode, I gotta say. And having Mike there as well, because he obviously had that personal connection as well. Yeah, it was fun, and wow, it's actually incredible watching it back. There's so many clips there that out of context seem bad. They're probably just as bad in context as well, but I can't remember a lot of them as well. So it's like, this has been a lot of our lives, a long time.
All I remember is Mitch swearing all the time in all these clips.
Over a year. Yeah, I swear a lot. That's I think I've tamed myself a little bit over time. I'm not as fucking bad anymore, but every now and then it's in there.
I mean, I don't know what your problem is. Like, the host is literally an Australian who it would make an Australian blush with his use of vernacular there. So, also, I've got to be honest, like, Vans, in the next 100 episodes, we need to see your, like, NA versus EU banter really step up a bit, because you tend to let Mitch get on a roll, which is the biggest mistake, and then you just let him fucking bulldoze you when it comes to the banter. You know what I mean? Even without bringing Yinsu on the show.
So much better when I win.
What? Really? Mate, imagine if you talked so much shit before we knew the results, right? And then they won, it would be even better because you took a greater risk because you ventured more. You know what I mean? Like, nothing ventured, nothing gained kind of thing. You wagered more, you put it out there.
You should definitely do that over the next couple weeks, fans. You should really amp it up, really get behind. I want you to tell me just how bad EMEA is, because it's going to make it taste a lot sweeter when we wipe the fucking floor with your ass.
I'm giving him an opening.
The thing is, though, I mean, I watch EMEA and I was like, yo, EMEA is actually pretty good. So like, I can't talk bad about him, you know?
Yeah,
I'm just a sage man.
That's kind of the issue as well, is that like you're maybe a little bit too reasonable or nice. I mean, we're still working on you getting the point of this show, Vans. I think
we need like 10 drinks.
We're trying real hard to make you an asshole.
Yeah, I mean, basically, the show really exists to supplement your income from giving all your gigs to Ryan Central. So that's why you're here. Yeah, we're trying to keep you going. All right, we've got another compilation clip. I don't need to introduce it. You know what it is. Fucking roll a tape. God help me. God help us all. Jesus, take the wheel.
And we also have Uber, a first time guest, long time watcher.
This doesn't benefit, like what I'm saying right now doesn't benefit me. It only hurts me. If I hear Holy Toledo one more time, I'm going to burn all your chest hairs off. Next time you fucking do that.
There you go. There it is.
No,
look at that.
What the fuck?
I'm sick of having to say provocative shit to get the attention of people in power. Whereas in Valorant, it's literally just like I'm holding my hand out for Waylon Roselle to shit in it. And then I'm expected to exfoliate with it. They're not able to incorporate the chamber, but you're full screening me like I actually know what I'm talking about.
I'm still trying to,
Just fucking let me seize in my fucking eyes. I understand there's like a real demand for content all the time. Trust me, I come from the fucking Overwatch community, right? I know what it's like to fucking starve for just a little bit of content.
Yeah,
we have to talk about. We have to talk about T1. Hold on.
Oh my god.
Give me the fucking happy gas. Oh, this team is killing me.
Oh yeah, boys, healing over here. It's time to hunt.
My 3 words to describe Zeta Division's run are: get fucked, Korea. No, I mean.
That's my shit. That was a fucking outtake. I didn't know you were rolling. I was trying to get in character. Unfucking believable.
That's how you get a character?
Well, I mean, okay, Vance, I don't ask you what you do in your own time, do I? All right?
All right.
I seen the high heels in the background. I just fucking ignore it like everyone else does, and we just keep going with our lives.
I could fucking sprint 100 meters in high heels, man.
I heard you did 380 on the back squat in high heels, big guy. I heard you moonlight.
It makes it easier.
I heard you moonlight as a drag-dressed powerlifting influencer.
Yeah, man. If you're actually on heels,
pull it off,
it's going to help you push your squats easier anyways.
That's
so
true.
I could definitely put 380 on heels.
That's true. All right, say some nice things about me, you cunt, so we can move on.
I'll let you start, Mitch, because
yeah, just I mean anything really. I mean, I know it's a ton. Just
really. I think your posture is fantastic.
What? Where now? At present?
It's remarkable,
you know
truly, how your back maintains that form. It's wow.
All right, Vance, surely you can do better than that.
To be the honest man that you are, though, I must say, if I want to say something nice, I think we must thank you for being very vocal and to look after your peers. I think you're helping us, making sure that we're still able to have fun while having a career doing what we do, and it's always really appreciated that you have our backs.
Thanks, mate. No worries. And
I feel like an asshole.
I
let me go again.
I like. You know what? my posture can be good at times, I think. But yeah, look, I am genuinely surprised that, like, you know, when I got in the show with you guys, I was pretty committed to, like, listen, not an expert on Valorant, right? Not my role. I'm an enthusiast of the game. But, you know, what I wanted to inject was a bit of, you know, authenticity and honesty, because I think the Valorant scene is pretty authentic. Outside of, like, you know, obviously sometimes the Riot broadcast, you have to be pretty, you know, you can't go too crazy about it. We have a space here to be a bit irreverent, have a bit of fun with it. So hopefully y'all at home have had fun. I know I've had fun with you guys so far, no doubt about it. We've got a fun fucking segment coming up. Do you remember we talked to Hector Rosario, Frost, obviously, previously coach of 100 Thieves? He said we should catch up at a later date to talk about what exactly went down with 100 Thieves. Well, guess what, motherfuckers? That day is today. We're going to be back after the break, of course, a bit of a compilation of what 99 episodes of Valorant look like. And when we come back, I'll be with Frost. Don't go too far.
What a perfect name for a do not peek show. Valoranting. Goddamn perfect.
Fucking sandwich.
T1 Invitational. Jordan, nothing. Gilbert
decided to play Fortnite.
Plays a lot different CS.
Joining 100 Thieves.
A lot of skins.
The OG, triple OG.
A puggy team.
But also they have brand power.
Let's talk about my power rankings, okay? This is the first time I've done power rankings, and I definitely didn't forget anything. Let's talk about it. Let's take a look at it.
There hasn't been enough structure.
We can't toggle X-ray.
What is going on with Sage's hands?
Big fan of that.
You don't kill with abilities.
We would build out our own Valorant creative vertical.
And then now it becomes this huge conspiracy of
always the IGL.
You're not going to get me on that one,
Yes.
Ian.
It's really important. Agent bans are almost an inevitability.
That was when the meta got solidified. A lot of people were really mad.
That's so ridiculous and petty.
I'm getting coaching, I'm getting analysis, I'm getting crazy support, I'm getting awesome brand value.
Oh, this stuff's great.
None of that is discussed.
Obviously, unless you subtract
misspelling Asian.
Hiko is as cracked as he is jacked.
Might be banned from the Gaylord.
And I love that. Like,
You don't want to go over there.
Riot does have a very good
bridge, so you guys can get fucking paid.
But they really took advantage of
playing in like a non-competitive manner.
Yeah, I think your internet is ghetto, man. Is he lagging out for anybody else? Or is
I think it's the cat ears, man.
There's a big thing in Brazil where a bunch of different esports
burn all your chest hairs off.
You know, I heard a rumor about this.
Are you serious?
Yes.
You're keeping us up to date, Ryan.
You cheated people out of their fucking job. And I had to show my teammates I wasn't cheating so they could see my mouse. Fuck off. No, you didn't serve any time for your punishment.
Oh, yeah. Hey, mate. Is trouble?
Just kind of didn't feel what esports is about.
Derry, you're a dickhead.
Oh, yeah.
In Korea.
What say you?
I've noticed
that scary button was still there.
I think T1
was a fucking disaster.
I think it's showing that
Daggers, yeah.
He's not going to have a problem.
like I want to make the parallel to CS where like
we were asked to do our own casting.
And Mitch, I would love to know what you think.
This man's an idiot.
I respect that.
I think that's weird to say, but like
a bit big fat schlong.
Kind of public humiliation aspect to it. They have to identify what went wrong.
and I had Sean Gares.
Motherfucker being a net race with this whiplash.
We didn't care what they were gonna play.
That leads to burnout.
My unmeasured take.
Haha, funny, classic right click. It's very good. Get it out the game.
All of you are operating teams right now that have
Raucus joining Sentinels most recently as a coach.
Obviously, you know, Jake Lucky
is going to win this whole fucking tournament.
So are you suggesting that Riot knew
Wits was an opera?
Probably didn't pay attention to that because it's their first time being pro.
What the hell are we doing? Let me put this out there real quick.
Don't send death threats. You fucked up, cunt.
It's a fucking meme, you wet blanket.
Just cock your academy team.
Bollocks, you've got bags.
I think it's way too early to draw that conclusion.
Vansilli's been let go from Valoranting.
And we support team and stuff, so I'll buy stock in that.
These guys are the first to get the chop.
When I was watching his VOD or watching a match live,
It really only works if you haven't seen that comp before.
I just have you going for EU while we have
Traitor
EU going
man.
for NA. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Even though he's never really won a championship in CSGO.
You know, that's more like an NA thing.
It's kind of scary, to be honest. Like,
NA number one! NA number one! NA number one!
Okay. All right. Now I
Get
remember.
fucked, bitch, man.
Get
He is-
fucked. I should have went.
Vance has been like that image of that guy in class with the veins popping out of his head. It's like no nut November for 5 years. That's what Vance has been like, waiting for you to get on the show. Look at this guy.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Oh, full screen as well.
There you have it. 99 weeks of Valoranting. It's been quite the journey, and it's far from over. I'll tell you what, we're about to embark on one ourselves here. Welcome back to the show, of course. We have Hector Rosario Frost here joining us, obviously previously with Flipside Tactics, obviously a big stint with 100 Thieves. And obviously we spoke to you not so long ago, Hector, as well, and we got some of your thoughts going into Masters Reykjavik. I think it was a really great conversation. You probably helped us a lot in teasing out a lot of the nuance that people don't see about these teams when they're looking at the games, looking at the scoreboards. So before we dive into this, mate, just want to get your quick take on sort of how you felt ISTOM went and if your expectations were met or if they were subverted in any way.
First off, congratulations on 100 episodes, especially to JB and Scoots. Those guys are dope.
They're not dead. You don't have to look at the ceiling. They haven't left us.
Never forget you.
It's interesting because I'm pretty sure on I think even Tanny, we all thought Loud and Envy would make it to the finals. I'm pretty certain of that. How that ended up happening was different though, because I thought Loud had an advantage in the best of 5s, but not in the best of 3, and it just, I don't know. It's just super weird how everything kind of transpired there.
Yeah.
But I'm happy for Optic. I'm glad for NA. Super happy for Brazil too, because I think they showed out. You know, I agree with MitchMan though, as he said earlier, that as I think you remember, FPX not being there was a very, very, very big deal. Gambit not being able to qualify and not making it also, I think, was unfortunate. But regardless, you got to do what you got to do, and Optic completely just ran through everybody. So props to them.
Yeah, obviously a great result for North America. You know, it's a region you're pretty familiar with. It's not the only one you work with, though. People have definitely known you as the coach of 100 Thieves. I'd love to know about sort of how that all came about. So we're going to try and, you know, I think this is a really interesting story to tease out for us because you were at the helm of one of the most prolific, one of the biggest teams in Valorant at a time when, you know, the game was really starting to take off, you know. So I think you had a unique position to sort of be able to speak to that org, but also the scene itself. Obviously, your announcement, obviously, you were working with the team already before they brought you on as the coach. Obviously, you coached them to that First Strike Championship. Tell us about how this all came about, your first sort of days, weeks, months on this 100 Thieves roster.
Funny thing about that, you know what Nitro said to me when he heard I got released, he texted and was like, man, it's super funny. They didn't announce your announcement until like months later. But minutes after they make a decision, they're gone.
Yeah.
Because what people don't know is, so Hiko and I in the beta, Hiko had tested this game in the alpha and was telling me about how interested he was in this game and sort of like the optics of it. And when I played it, I fell in love with it because I think I told you guys that to me, this game is, in my opinion, a blend of like Dota 2 and CSGO.
Right.
And that gave me a really unique advantage from the beginning, right? So for the whole, like, I guess, sake of this Riot discussion, it's like League of Legends and CSGO, which is why you see even NRG picking up former League of Legends staff, which I don't necessarily think is a bad move. I actually appreciate the fact that they are thinking ahead of it, right? Because there is a lot of things that you can transpose from MOBAs to this game. We talked about, about some of it here. I mean, I even use fighting game stuff that I learned in this game, which we kind of talked about last time. And, when I felt it, I saw why Hiko loved it the way that he did. And then he's playing with Brax again just for fun, because remember, they were going to make that EG super team a long time ago that we won't get into the specifics there, but, yeah. So then they start winning every tournament. And then, I get the call, hey, I think I'm going to go pro again. And he was just like, I think I'm going to do this. And I was like, I love the game. I think it's good. I don't want to speak out of pocket because of my friendship with him, but I will just say that his career, he had been sort of, I think emotionally in the dumps after CS.
Right.
And I think this reinvigorated him. And just even in the discussions, I could hear the fire. He was like, bro, I think I'm going to dominate this game. And I was like, okay. So then I started paying more attention to him, his streams and his tournaments. And then by I think the fourth one they won, I was like, oh yeah, because what I could see on tape, I was like, oh. So then it was a matter of function of like sort of, okay, what do I do? Obviously, you know, my experience both in the management role, you know, ownership role or whatever. So I was kind of like, okay, so here's what you should do. Here's how you should go about this. And basically that's how it started.
Right. We have a timeline of this whole thing because I want to kind of move through chronologically for the part of this whole story that you're in. So we're here. We're January 2021. This is where you get promoted to head coach, or at least the announcement goes out, right? Not long after this, obviously, there's like a middling VCT NA finish here when Dicey gets moved to the bench and then Ethan gets picked up. So I'd love for you to tell us a little bit about what happened during this era. Obviously, the decision to sort of move Dicey off the roster. It was a bit of odd controversy.
It was so you know though. I don't want to interrupt you.
Yep.
I was there since June.
Yes.
I came in with Hiko.
Yeah, that's what I meant. I said like the announcement. I guess the promotion to that tweet that came out.
Them doing what they do. That's just sort of.
All right. Well, I tell you what. Let's go.
Unlucky.
We can go back here then, right? And let's talk about let's talk about bringing up Nitro. So obviously there was some decent changes to this team right during that time when sort of everyone gets let go. Nitro gets brought on. We're looking at Steel, Arson, and Dicey. This team getting built up. Let's talk about your role in that and sort of some of the methodology in sort of building this roster.
Yeah. So, okay, I'll skip a lot of stuff then.
Yes.
Hiko had ideas for what he wanted to build the roster with. And, orgs like TSM, FaZe, T1, all sort of like were interested in signing him. And then he ended up going with the 100 Thieves. You heard about the announcement then, which was like, he's going to build his team. He didn't get to build his team. Unlucky, moved on. I actually had no say in Nitro and Josh. That was pretty much all Spence. Spence was like, I'm going to get Nitro. I'm going to get Josh. I literally had no impact on that decision.
But what did you think about that?
Obviously, turned out to be the best. So Nitro, I don't know if you want to go into this, but I had kind of coached Hiko, Nitro, and Simple at the Columbus Major quietly when our team backed out. This was when we lost a 55-round game to mO's and couldn't qualify to top 8 or whatever. When we were out, we had the book on everybody. Like, I'm talking, we knew every because we didn't know the route we were going. And at that time in Flipside's future, if we didn't make a major, the company was dead. So we went all out.
Sure.
So we had every single thing you can think of to anti-strat all of these teams. We knew what their sets were. We knew what their tendencies were on 2-for-1 rounds, on ecos, anti-ecos, first gun rounds of the game, third gun rounds of the game. Because sometimes that changes, right? So like sometimes, what a team does the very first time, like the defaults they run, they make slight adjustments. So how it might look if, let's say, we were successful going A, we were successful going B, we had everything. So when we were out of the tournament, obviously, Simple ending up on Team Liquid was basically through us, and that's a whole story in and of itself that we don't need to get into here. But so with Hiko on the team and with Simple on the team, Blade and I were like, if you guys want any help, you let us know. So we were, at night in their hotel rooms, and somewhere on my Twitter, you can even find a Liege, Nitro, and everybody thanking us like after the event or whatever. So I mean, they were prepared for everything. And there's like a funny story about the LG game because let's just say that certain plays that happened there, which, are going to forever go down in history, shouldn't have happened because we warned them about like, just in case you have to have a smoke, like here by bench, and
you talk about you talk about B apps or?
So, yeah.
Okay.
That play should have never happened, and they knew it because we basically had originally told them you want to have like a nip setup because all right. So you know how Get Right is like under the window that you can drop out of.
Yes.
I know you're not a CS guy, so if I say things, I don't want to like confuse you.
I actually casted your team quite a while in the CS Pro, the ESL Pro League. So yeah, I had a bit of
perfect. So like, we told them like, hey, listen, there's a team that does very well when they play against this team, and the setup that they use is like this. You should copy this. Do you know these smokes? Do you know, blah, 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 blah. And the reason for this was we knew whenever Taco sort of like cheated up on Cat, we knew what the apartment, like, we knew what would happen with the Oppo apartments.
Okay.
So basically, we were just like, hey, listen, whenever this happens, just make sure if you hear any noise on cat, if you're anywhere on B side, go B now, throw these smokes. He's on an island. He's probably by Van, and he's going to probably like jump spot or whatever. Forget the jump spot, because at the time we were just like, this is the easiest way to beat them. Just have to get right smoke out fucking, or like plat basically, so that the Van guy can't like do anything. Here's a couple pop flashes, jump out the window. He's basically going to be bench or truck. This is the only way they play, right? And you don't have to worry about the cat guy, because the moment you jump out of the window, you have the get right smoke, which blocks his vision from cat. So basically, he's always going to be late. So like, I mean, they had it all, right? So Nitro had, you know, he has that in memory. So when Nitro heard me, or that I was there, Nitro could have easily asked, I need a new coach.
Yeah.
But he didn't. And it was because of like, sort of like that whole thing. He was just like, hey man, new game. Like, I get it. You guys have been here. You guys know, you know, help me out. And since we have history, it was sort of like, cool. And then Josh, I didn't know anything about Josh.
Okay.
I knew how talented Josh was, and I knew what the story was with him, and, you know, sort of the high power thing and all that stuff. But I had no, I think, ability to even give an opinion on like who Josh is or what he is or any of that stuff. So I basically just, you know, told Spence, I was like, you know, is this going to work? Like, is this a move that you're going to ride with? You know, blah, blah, blah. And he was just like, yep, this is what we're doing. Like, it's like, okay.
All right.
So then it was finding out the other players. And that I had a lot to do with, as opposed to, I guess, the original OG guys.
All right. Vance, I know you wanted to mention something, and then we might follow up on that point.
Yeah, exactly. It was just going to that point specifically, because if you didn't have any say on Josh, which basically is still at that point, and then I guess Spencer had told the management, okay, we're going to bring in Nitro, we're going to bring in Steel, and then you finally had a little bit more freedom to start scouting out these two next players that joined 100 Thieves, which are Asta and Dicey. So how did this come about into whether they're possible candidates? Like, because if I'm listening to the way that you're speaking about the history that you just had with CS:GO and how you coached Nitro and Elige and Hiko Simple during the major in Columbus, then I would assume that there's a lot of tape and potential candidates as two players that you want to pick up into this 100 Thieves roster. So before even getting into Asta and Dicey, who were those candidates? Outside of those two?
Poach, Grim, Roka. I guess I can say this now. I hope I don't get in trouble. But JKS tried out.
Young Mr.
Because like, I don't want to
Savage,
because like these are their own story. I don't want to sort of like,
sure,
you know, but I mean, I don't think that's going to be a problem to say that these people tried out.
I mean,
but
they were
these are the
prospects,
people that were on the short list.
Yeah.
There's a few other players that are probably now on teams, but I personally wasn't excited about any of them except for Poach. I thought Poach was really good. The problem was slotting in Poach was going to be really troublesome because we had Josh.
Right.
And the expectation was that if Josh is going to IGL, there's no reason to have Poach, because that's like Poach's like main sort of.
Right, he was like IGL Cypher,
for.
and he was kind of a forerunner when it came to Viper as well, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So I guess following on from that, let's talk about Arsena and Dicey, because you maybe mentioned that you had a little bit more say in some of these other additions, right? Is that am I going in the right direction here?
Oh yeah. No. It's pretty clear that I was the reason why they were on the team, because they were demons versus the PUBG team. And we needed, like, if you have Josh and Spencer on your team, you need to basically have a certain archetype to facilitate that, like how that's going to work.
So you need a certain mentality.
They are
in
very
player,
unique.
Do you mean, or what do you? Like,
No. Just like Asuna, he's very fast.
Yep.
He doesn't have any fear. Dicey was also a very fast, aggressive player. I mean, now he's, I guess, playing chamber, so I guess you don't see it that much.
Everyone is, but yeah.
He's very aggressive, like naturally.
Yeah.
So like, you know, you go from, I wouldn't say Josh is fast. I'll just say that Josh is aggressive. He picks his spots. But he has like a weird tempo where he could play slow, he could play fast, he can play default heavy, he could play set execute heavy. So he's like kind of an amalgamation
His
of like all the
timings
types.
on Icebox, I think, gave a lot of teams problems when he was playing through
Oh,
middle
yeah,
map and through tube. Yeah.
Like he's an instinct player. He's all instinct.
Yeah.
So for him, it's sort of like, yeah, you need to sort of work around him. So for us, you needed to build around 3 people really, because you have like, you know, 2 sort of anchors in a way. At least early on, this is what we thought. And then, so it was basically going to be Nitro needed, you know, speed, aggression, and he needed like, you know, players that can like hold their own, and he would basically clean up, which as you saw, he did. So, yeah, so we needed sort of players that were much different than even the people we were scrimming against. And, you know, I'd argue like players that like we were trialing. So immediately I was just like, Asuna and Dicey. Dicey's a funny story because I tried to build in June when this game, before even Raze came out, we were talking about building an academy team because just from experience, I know you need to do these things, and there's you know, specific reasons why. But in general, especially when a game is new and young, you know, there's not a lot of experimentation that goes on. People find a meta, and that's all they come up with. So you almost need a secondary roster to basically trial with and against. So Dicey was going to be on the original. It was going to be like Dicey, Jammies, Elevate. I think Dev, who's a player that probably nobody remembers now because it was the beta. And I think FGB was the last one I was going to put up there.
Yeah.
I don't remember now. But I would have signed Dicey in June as an academy player.
Yeah.
It just so happened that he ended up going to Immortals and he did well. So then we had to buy him out. But that's basically what happened, was just like Asuna and Dicey, I felt were good picks because we needed a Jet player. We didn't have a Jet player on the PUBG roster. We had Venerated who like could play it. He definitely was not playing it to the degree that Jet like was supposed to be played. He had like a different style, and it just didn't work with us or with the team that we had. It might have been able to work with a different set of players, but that's just not what we had. And then Asuna as like an entry, or like at the time like a 2 was like what we needed the most, because you know Hiko was too slow, Josh was playing Sentinel, and then Nitro was basically like our smokes player. So like he needed people up front, and then he needed to be able to play off of them, and that 1-2 punch was like I remember telling Spencer, like, dude, I really need you to try these guys out, and he was like, all right, let's do it, because he remembers, because he knows that they were the only people that gave him trouble when he had the PUBG roster on Immortals.
Right.
So
obviously, after you bring these players onto the roster, your fortunes continue to rise, right? You qualify for the regional finals in November, and then you win First Strike NA, right? At that point, that's like the biggest tournament that is going on at the time in Valorant. You guys are at the top of the scene, top of NA and arguably the world at that point, just with how the other regions are sort of starting to sort of evolve. What is it that gets your team there, do you think? What is it that 100 Thieves had that other teams didn't? And how do you sort of feel like you contributed to that as well? Because I'm sure, in how you helped build this team, you have to take a lot of credit for that.
Sure. I feel like what's really funny about that is after First Strike, we fell into what I tried to avoid to have happened, which is we started to really think our shit didn't stink.
Right.
And a lot of things changed. What got us to First Strike was not what preceded or what happened afterwards. Everything that preceded, we ignored. And I've had this happen before. Had this happen in Rocket League after RLCS Season 1 and 2. RLCS Season 3 was a dud. Even Blade and Co. had issues like this where, like, after majors, there was such a heavy low period. Like, if you look at our record, ramping up to majors and at the majors compared to, like, right after majors, it was literally like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Wow.
And Yeah, it's actually super bad. Because this is the problem with esports. This is why it's so difficult to have an Australis type run. And even with Australis, you saw they had a 2-year flame that basically goes poof. Why? Because burnout is real. And at that time, I'm pretty sure we were the only team in the world that had an 8-hour practice schedule. That's probably the one thing I'll always defend Spencer with, because there's a lot of people that like kind of clown on him and stuff, but like what nobody realizes is there's not a single human I think that worked harder. Because think of it this way: woke up, 8, streamed, 8, practice for 8 hours, sleep, repeat. This is what he did for almost 2 years.
Yeah, absolute
That's a
nightmare
schedule that, like,
on the mental.
Right. So that's also why so early on I was finding all of his lineups, and then so that's how Jovi came, because Jovi was a former Rainbow Six pro for me at Flipside that just so happened to also like Valorant and play it. So when I'm playing with like Dicey or Dev or all these guys in like 10-mans, I'm bringing Jovi along, and then Jovi and me just started playing a lot, and then I taught him like this sort of like tactical FPS stuff early on, and then we used to go into like custom lobbies and find all the darts and like find everything, and then eventually I brought him on so he could do this particularly for Spencer, so I could focus on other things.
So Jovi would find Spencer's lineups essentially.
Oh yeah, for forever, forever. From almost the beginning, when it first was brought up. So what's really funny was 100 Thieves, or like we didn't even want to go with Jovi to do this. We initially asked Average Jonas.
Sure,
because him and Hiko are also friends, and the whole thing was, hey, like we need a guy for this. You are the guy at this.
So he's like he's like a ghost rider, but for lineups for Sova,
Right.
You
So
won't believe how many
we wanted
teams.
him to do it. This is like in the summer of this is like July or August. I was like, hey, listen, because I remember like we were having some issues, and it's Spence had a pretty crazy schedule.
Yeah.
So I'm finding all of his lineups and stuff, and then some of my lineups were like, for him, like 2 pixel perfect. So I remember like, I was like, okay, fine, I'll find you a new one. But then eventually he got to a point where I was like, hey, do you think we should just speak to like Average Jonas and see if he'll do it? And he was like, I'll hit him up. So hit him up. We met with him and his manager and all that stuff. And the issue was that if he was going to come on 100 Thieves, he wanted to come to LA.
Right.
And 100 Thieves didn't want to do that because it was going to be a lot of investment for what they thought wasn't a lot of value. So what ended up happening was I just ended up going, dude, I got a guy. I trust him. He's good. Trust me. Let me just bring him in. Let him do this full time for you. And then I could just focus on my other shit because there were some lineups, like even Cypher setups that like we used that would take hours. So it's like, even me, I'm like VOD reviewing in our practice. Then I'm doing like custom stuff. And then when the guys see it, they're like, I don't really like this shit. And it's just like, bro, I was literally working on this for 3 hours, homie. Like, just do the fucking lineup, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, so, and then it got to the point where it was just like, all right, how about I get a guy that could just do this? And then it was a happy balance, because then Spencer could immediately go, I don't like this. I need a new one from this spot, because this is like where I think I'm going to be on this new play that we have. And then Jovi would be like, all right, I'll do it. And then in 20 minutes, he'll like show it to him. And it was like it was perfect. So like, that's how that happened. But yeah, like the things that got us to winning a major, we stopped doing.
Right.
And I'm not going to put the blame on a particular person or set of people. I'll just say that I've seen this before, and I was really worried about this. And it's just unfortunate that sometimes you just can't stop the railroad because, people are people. And
hopefully we can tease this out a little bit, because I want to talk obviously about sort of how that timeline continues. I know Mitch wanted to chime in briefly, though. I think he had a question for you, Mitch.
Sure.
Yeah, I guess from my POV, it's something that it's going to affect people differently. So I was wondering, for you, like you're having all this success, you're having a lot of hands-on, like you're saying, Dicey Asuna are on the team because of you, and yet the org, they hadn't announced you as a coach, right? It was still sort of whispers around the back of the scene. I wonder, like, did that piss you off? I guess just being put on the back burner like that, or was it not really a concern? Okay.
Nope. I brought it up many times. I spoke to management, had conversations. I'll tell you, I'll skip further, but I'll tell you, like, one of the last conversations I had with management at 100 Thieves was basically, yeah, but nobody knows who you are. So the perspective there is I'm not as important because I don't have a following. And the marketing has actually hurt. It's why, so Vansilli is a big reason why I'm even doing this. Because around December-ish, him and I were having conversations about this, and he's just like, he was surprised to hear about a lot of these things for the first time. He was like, dude, how the hell does nobody know this? And I'm like, I don't know. What do you want me to do? Just like start talking shit and just like start like telling everybody what I do, how I do it, and like why? It was just like that doesn't occur to me, right? Like it doesn't occur to me to go, hey, I coach Nitro at the 2006 Columbus Major. It doesn't occur to me to be like, hey, you know what? I created Stats Helix, which if you notice, look at the broadcast tools that Valorant has. Where do you think they got it from? Who do you think is the reason for that? Look at the Twitch extension program. Who brought stats, data, and analytics to gaming and esports? I have a UCLA basically fireside chat where they basically asked me to like speak at one of their conferences because like to the industry, I'm known as the Moneyball guy because I basically never lost money in an era where everybody was losing money. Every single org was losing mad money, and flip side was never negative. Like, like all right, like,
yeah.
I'm just going to say this. There's people that say that like we owe money to players and we have like this bad reputation with our former players. What's really interesting to me about that is I actually still speak to most of them and probably all of them. So like that doesn't happen if you owe people money. And isn't it weird that like so much time has passed and nobody goes, fuck that guy. You know what I mean? Like, so I was pissed and I brought it up multiple times, but what are you going to do? Like, I can't force people to do things they don't want to do. So I just keep doing my work and doing my job.
You will see a lot of people who put in that kind of hard work and get the recognition, and that's great, right? But there's also a lot of people that don't, but they talk very loudly about, you know, how much hard work they put in, and it all gets, but then people believe them. People spread that for them. And I think that's actually really fucking sad. That really disheartens me to hear that, you know, you're putting in all this work, you're doing all this for a team, and they can turn around and say, oh, well, you don't have 200K followers, so we're just not, I don't really care. Because it's not like it's that much effort. What, they got to drop a message to a graphic designer, yo, draft up the graphic, put out the tweet, boom. It's a tiny thing. It's at that point, it almost feels like they're fucking playing games with you, like trying to belittle you. So they're like, yeah, you know, you're not that important to us. So like, you know, you need us, right? You need us, by the way.
You don't have the clout.
We have a million
You don't really have enough clout.
No, I don't have the clout. But the thing is, the truth is, I don't want, I've never wanted the clout. There's a reason why I don't do this, right? Like there's a reason why like in CS, I had all this stuff in the background and I never like came out and said anything about it. And it was just because like, to me, I always thought probably one of the biggest mistakes I think I've made in my entire career, which now that I'm 10 years, 11 years in, I have to adjust to, is I always thought winning would matter. Just look at my record in all these games.
Sure.
Right? Like, and it's not, and it's not like I'm just doing it as an owner. I'm literally behind the scenes. Even Hiko, when he played for us in Montreal at ESWC, he did this like post on Facebook where he even mentions that even then, this is like 2015, you could probably find it on his Facebook, where he basically is like, I was really surprised to see management at Flipside. They had this guy Hector here who I found out owned the thing that basically was like helping with strats. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, even back then, there's evidence of it. The thing is, it's just, I have always lived under the philosophy that I would rather be about the life, not talk about being about the life.
Yeah.
This industry is more about sort of like marketing.
You kind of have to talk about it.
Being reality.
It's about how you market yourself.
Knowing the right people.
Right.
Exactly.
That's it's all politics. And I didn't understand at the time, especially 2015, 16, 17. I didn't understand how important that was because we were talking to, if you knew the orgs and if you knew the sort of like investors that have invested in some of these top teams, including 100 Thieves, because that's another story for another day. But like even the original investment team there looked at Flipside, because Flipside, you want to know something real crazy? I'll just say the original investment into 100 Thieves came from people out of Detroit. At the time, we had a world champion out of Detroit, the only world champion technically out of Detroit. His name is Hollywood Sleep. He's in the FGC. And then we had Alucard, who was at the time a top-level Street Fighter player from the city of Detroit. My relationship with Spencer made it to where in 2016 we were speaking to the Pistons, the Palace Entertainment Group, some of the same investment that I'm talking about that has relations with 100 Thieves, and Eminem, Shady Records, to build an esports apparatus in Detroit. We also had conversations in Dallas, wink, wink, Atlantic City. And all of it was to do the things that I'm doing now in other ways, which I could talk to you guys about that some other time. But also basically to do everything I did in Flipside, but make it locally and homegrown. And the irony was at that time, nobody realizes that Detroit would have had Hiko, Simple, and Blade. Like basically Flipside of ESWC would have moved to America, which was their dream, by the way. Blade, Markelov, all they ever wanted really was to come to America. All they ever wanted. And we were going to do that together. And that would have been like a CS team. That was going to be like, there was like even promotion where like Hiko and I had talked with, I can't say whom from Shady Records, but like, you know, F313 was going to be like a big thing because Hiko was going to be the face of sort of like the whole, like this
Holy
whole
shit,
thing.
Hiko would have been on 8 Mile?
Shut up.
Sort of.
Can you fucking
Sort of.
imagine that? Really?
Sort of. So
Sorry,
like
I'm a
what's
mic.
really funny is like all that could have happened. It's just what I didn't realize then was that performance didn't really matter. Like making 8 majors in CSGO over and over and over, taking NIP spot for Legends and doing what we did, and you know having the lowest, I think, amount of funding available, right? Because I didn't have investors. I basically just like went all in one time, made sticker money, went all in again, made sticker money, went all in again, and I did that 8 times in a row. Basically, literally, that's what I was doing.
You literally
the entire
flipped
time.
it.
That's
You
the only
literally
reason
flip-sided.
StatsHelix even existed. The reason StatsHelix even existed was because I played football my whole life, and I played quarterback. So like I came from sports before I got into esports, and for me, I knew like there has to be a way to break this stuff down to a science, and I didn't know enough then. So what I did was I just partnered with very intelligent people that had a software background and had like a career in software development, and we basically just used, you know, the APIs available to us in certain games, Rocket League in particular, and CSGO, and we just tested it. We just tried to find sort of like, you know, the data from the game data that existed and see if like we could basically just like, you know, read our enemy, read ourselves, find tendencies and all that stuff, and boom, that's basically what happened. And it was mainly because if I lost once, it was over. So it was like I might as well pull in as many favors as possible. And then over time, that's how I started to found all these companies, is because like then you had to compartmentalize all the stuff you're doing. And then it was just like, shit.
That's
Okay.
fucking wild.
Like, you know, this is just and like that's, I mean, I spoke about this at in that UCLA presentation, which I'll probably send to you guys afterwards. I'll email it to Ian so you guys can see it if you guys have never seen it. But like that was it. That's why UCLA asked me to speak, because they you know, a lot of people in the industry, especially up high, know about this. Nobody just, you know, talks about it because like, why are they going to talk about somebody else? But like, I mean, ESL tried to buy StatsHelix. Like, I mean, I could go on and on and on and on and on and on and on. So like, there's people that knew this, which is how word got around, but it didn't get around to, I think, you guys, because I never had the aspiration, I guess, of being popular. Like I never got on shows and talked about my experience. I never talked about like, you know, no shade, but I wasn't an owner that went on Twitch and would tell you about what's happening with my team and the problems.
Well,
I never threw Simple under the bus by talking about the problems that we had. I did the best I could for him in his career by trying to just make a clean exit. And I supported him because we screwed ourselves over out of a lot of money with Hellraisers because of the split that happened between our team, because we looked out for him.
Yeah.
I could have easily just like screwed him over, because what most people don't know is Hellraisers was so toxic that they tried to get him to pay for his own buyout by basically mandating in his contract.
Hey, yo, Team Finest, what's up? Sorry,
Like
little
he
cough
would
there, my bad.
pay like the money that we would get from Hellraisers, he would end up having to pay out of prize money and like salary reduction over the course of his contract. And we didn't let that happen. As a matter of fact, I screwed myself because I ended up helping Simple, me and Dana at the time, Dana Kowar, shout out. We helped him with his contract because he didn't have like representation or anything. We were just like, okay. Dana was the one that found it and was like, wait. This is no. We told him, we were like, hey, listen, you can't tell anybody that we helped you, whatever. What does he do? He gets pissed off, flips on them, tells them we told him. Yeah. Now we're out of a bunch of money. Unlucky.
Look, I want to touch on something as well. I don't really want to rush this at all, but I want to touch on you sort of talking about like maybe you weren't interested in self-promotion, right? And what that sometimes can do is means that you lose control of the narrative, or you don't never get control of the narrative when you become involved in something, right? And I think that the first time that you were thrust into the spotlight for a lot of Valorant fans was that situation with Nerd Street, where there was a dispute over server location. And, there's 100 Thieves released footage of you dressing Josie down, I think, about it at the time. And obviously, like, it was only one side of the story, really. And obviously, it didn't paint you in the best light. And obviously, you as not someone who was very public was not able to control the narrative really very much here. And I honestly think that a lot of people, even including myself, were not super fair about it because we didn't really see the whole picture. But I want to give you a chance to maybe if you wanted to speak to that, then maybe you could here, because obviously it was a complex situation. It was a little bit nuanced, and obviously 100 Thieves releasing that footage was an odd decision as well because it didn't help contextualize much, it felt.
I will say this, 100 Thieves deserves a ton of credit for helping me out.
Okay.
Because as much as, like Mitch said, man, did that piss you off? Yeah, that pissed me off. But there was a lot of other things that they did that were good, and there's a lot of also things that I learned there that was really helpful. And the truth is, nobody can tell me otherwise. I understand what it's like to be an owner fighting with the ESLs, the Facets before they became MTG, was fighting with Valve in Dota, both as a player and as an, oh my goodness. I know what this is like. I know the pressure that they were under, and I also know how much balls it took to actually help me out in that instance. The truth is, though, selfishly, they also were aware because they were in all those meetings. Riot lied. And anybody that has any bit of a brain that doesn't even have to take my word for it. Yep. Read the statement that they put out. You listen to the words that they said. Even if English isn't your first language, use a thesaurus and just find the synonyms there and just compare. And then look at the video and see if it's a match. And if it isn't a match, then you have to look really deep at, I wonder how many other people they have done this to. And now we're getting into like real esports history, because let's not forget what happened with Tyler 1. And now he's the face of the brand.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm not him, but I can now attest to the fact that it's pretty obvious the type of people that are there and sort of like what they are okay with and how they'll blackball you, which is funny because I'm just going to say this. That video bit me in the ass this year.
Right.
And that's not even my fault. Rather than an apology, it's still being held against me. Imagine that.
Huh.
So 100 Thieves had my back there and basically released a video and showed all the moment I spoke to him to the moment I ended with him. They said, oh, we didn't give him the tape. I have the 33 minutes right here on my computer, actually. I literally have it all. And the only thing I said to Jovi was basically everything in that video. And if you don't find that disrespectful, or if you don't find that language, unprofessional and inappropriate and all that stuff, then I don't know.
Yeah, I mean,
where you'll
people
find those
had to speculate, right? People had, because what we saw in the footage didn't line up with what Riot had said that you had done, right? Obviously, there's only a small amount of footage, and what we basically said was, well, if Riot are saying that Hector said this, it's not in the footage. Do we just have to assume it was in some unreleased part of that 100 Thieves tried to curate this to some degree to make it look right? So a lot of people ended up just speculating about the whole thing. Generally pretty unfortunate situation, really, with how it sort of shook out. But obviously,
the worst part about that was when I met with Riot, I brought a 5-page document, which I still have, of all the issues we had with Nerd Street up to that point, which, by the way, many teams have done similar things since and also have problems. And there are issues even today, which I don't have to tell you guys about. You guys know.
Sure.
I had a 5-page document of like, look, man, this isn't an isolated incident. This is just the first time that I basically had to go, bro, stop. You're arbitrarily changing rules week after week. The week before, the ruling went against us for reason X. Now, we should be the benefactors of reason X. Now it's reason Y. Come on, man. Stop. And
let me chime in.
Conversations. We had everything. Yeah, sure.
So on that, I can completely back you up essentially from an EMEA side where I've had my moments of losing my shit. Like I had a little bit of a fucking meltdown one day. More than one day, I'm sure. Because there's been this consistent thing of just to single in on one issue, rule enforcement, where a team 1 week can be punished and lose a series, and the next week another team can do the same thing, and they're given a completely different punishment. A veto, they lose their ban in the next game they play. What sort of message does that send? Hey, cheat against me, and you'll be punished in your next series. So if you've got a shit team in your next series, fucking go all out on me. And it's that sort of, it's really weird, really inconsistent. And from a team perspective, I can completely understand how all those things build up. And then you've someone sat there, whether it's, bullshitting you or saying just changing the rules in front of you and saying, no, you guys, you're going to be punished for this. Your team's going to be punished for this. The last month of hard work and all the shit you've put in. And now it's going to bounce back and slap you in the face. That sort of thing, I can completely empathize, and I'm glad you've brought that up because it definitely, watching the video the first time around, you can kind of be like, oh, dude, this guy's kind of an asshole. But with that backing it up, I can see myself in the same scenario. I think I'd be fucking even worse, maybe. more angry about it because it bubbles. It really bubbles underneath your skin. You don't notice that shit build until afterwards when you've got that clarity. You're not angry anymore, and you're like, oh, maybe I went a bit far. But yeah, in the moment, that shit can definitely happen. I think there's a better way to solve it than punishing people for being frustrated, which is just setting a fucking rule book and sticking to it. But it's only been 2 years, so maybe we'll get it someday.
Right. The worst part about it was I wasn't even in the room. They didn't allow coaches in the room. One of my players came to me, and I'm not going to say whom, but he was like, bro, we're not fucking playing. This is what's going on. You deal with this shit. Not doing it.
Yeah.
So I was like,
and it's for your boys as well, then. It's not just you're annoyed.
Well, the thing is, I felt it, though. It's not like he threw me out in the cold. He didn't know what was going to happen. But, like, I agree with him. I was like, wait, what was the reason? I was like, there's no way. I was so flabbergasted by it, I couldn't believe it. Then Josie, affirms it, and I'm just like, bro, there's no fucking way. There's no way.
Yeah.
And then, like, the video, basically from that point on, from what I just said, press play on the video, and then that's basically exactly what was happening. I was so in disbelief because of what we just went through the week prior. And then one of my guys is like, I'm not fucking playing. They can go fuck themselves, basically. I mean, obviously, he didn't say it publicly, but, like, I'm paraphrasing. But he was just like, nah, no way. And then look what happened. Meanwhile, something like this also happened in Berlin where, did you guys know we lost our 1 seed after beating Ascend? We lost our 1 seed to a freaking coin flip. We lost map selection against Envy, which cost us the opportunity to go to Worlds on a coin flip. But I didn't flip out then. Unlucko. So it's like really weird how, like, I have all this evidence of, like, here are the transgressions against us week after week after week, and this is what we've been dealing with. I have this problem. And I voice my opinion. And then in something that matters even more, I have, and I'll say it, Hiko was like, it's not worth it. Don't even say anything because you know what they're going to do to you. Let's just beat them. Just imagine that. We lost our 1 seed, and at this point, because I feel like I know how they are, if I say something, I might not be able to go to Worlds just out of spite, even if I'm correct. So I couldn't even fight for the fact that we just went through a gauntlet. You gave Envy an easier bracket because you guys are lost. They're the 3rd seed with an easier run. We have to go through Gambit and Ascend, get by them, and then we lose our 1 seed in a coin flip?
Was that
and I
really how they
couldn't
were
even
deciding
fight
one
then.
seed?
Yeah, it was a coin flip. Semifinals was a coin flip decider.
Fuck me.
And I couldn't fight then for what ultimately ended up being our opportunity to go to Worlds, because I'm more concerned about how these dopes are going to handle me fighting back when I'm justified, because I've already seen how they handle an even lesser altercation.
Right, you had the fear of retaliation for you sort of standing up for your players.
So we basically had to eat it, which is why no one knows it until now that I said it.
Yeah.
Because even some of our players are like, chill. We know what's up with them.
You guys listening out there?
Don't even.
You paying attention?
It's not worth
in
it.
the chat? Fans, you had something you want to ask?
Yeah, I actually even just wanted to reel it back a bit too about Dicey a little bit and looking at the results for 100 Thieves, because basically everything that we talked about so far with, you know, the fine or the issue that you had with the dispute, I'm assuming with was a match against TSM, right, on ping issues, I think, during the quals, and then looking at Masters.
Yes.
But during that time, you already had Ethan in a roster, and he was signed in February.
Right.
So if we look back at that timeline, he was signed in February. You guys just went for a strike in December, yet still in January, unfortunately, Dicey gets put onto the bench. So was that like a performance thing, or just an opportunity, seeing that Ethan was available and had an interest of switching from CSGO to Valorant, that you're like, well, fuck it, we have to take Ethan because he's technically one of like the most consistent players in North America in that era for Counter-Strike.
Just quickly as well, we're like half an hour over schedule because I think we got, I knew we'd get deep in the source. So this is probably the last question we get to ask Hector. So for Hector as well, anything you also want to talk about, let's make it happen now.
Yeah, fuck my question if there's something else that you want to put on.
But the question's a good. The question's a good springboard as well.
No, it's fine. I mean, because like at this point, none of it matters. So it's like, if you guys want to know more about what happened very recently, we can do that. If you still want to know about the history, I could do that too. I think the Dicey thing for me is a little sad because I tried to avoid that situation. And one of the things I can say is, so I don't think Dicey thinks very highly of me now. And I know that because of just some of the things that I've heard about, I think, what his perspective is on me today. And I feel like one of the things that he disliked, him and Peter both disliked this, was I realized he was having trouble with the op. So you know what I tried to do? So we were going to go through an off season, and Nitro was about to have a baby, and his time was so limited that like he didn't really have the time. And then Josh, who also was also going through, I guess, some personal stuff, and like also didn't have the time. So I got like Ron Rambo Kim to get into server with us. You guys know of Ron Rambo Kim. Now he's currently at AIM Labs, because I noticed that like, you know, he was having like trouble with the op. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna go too far on that. And I think, you know, someone like Dicey thought that was disrespectful. He thought it was like a lack of faith that I possibly had in him. Whereas for myself, I saw like we kind of struggled throughout first strike and got through it because, you know, Nitro and Hiko really, really carried hard. I mean, this is probably going to go down as like a memory nobody remembers, but Hiko basically won. He was 100% in clutches against TSM. This is what nobody forgets. And it's not like one or two. You're talking like, I think 7 or 8 clutches where he's 1v1 or 1v2 and he goes 100%. That's almost impossible. So it's not that we beat TSM by luck. It's just Nitro and Hiko carried that series hard. And they did a really good job in that series. But like a lot of our other guys really struggled in certain spots in certain games. And I felt like that needed to be improved upon. And in the off season, that wasn't improved upon for reasons I mentioned. So then we come back, and now, you know, we didn't have an opper. If you notice, we didn't have an opper until Nitro decided to finally full-time op. Josh tried it on Sentinel, but you know, not having a jet player was a big deal. So what we did was Ethan came in because it was more just like, okay, if we're not going to have a jet op, period, wouldn't we want to have someone like Ethan in the position to be able to do like what he can do? Because at that time it was Dicey goes full rifle or Ethan full rifle. And this isn't a slight to Dicey. It was just we felt Ethan was more ready to win us a world championship than Dicey would be, especially given all the changes that were happening. And you know, ultimately, that's just what ended up happening. Was like, you know, I tried to prevent that from happening. I didn't want Dicey to go, which is why even on Reddit I was very complimentary of Dicey, and I said we failed him, because the truth is these guys are 17 at the time. The pressure Dicey and Asuna had was it's actually stupid. It's sort of what I dislike about esports in the first place, is that we pay these 17-year-olds a whole bunch of money, and now their parents can't tell them shit because they're the one paying the bills. But then there's no leadership to help them like go through growing pains. Most of these guys aren't men. They don't know how to deal with this stuff. They don't know how to deal with problems. They don't know how to deal with, like, you know, depression. I mean, you just saw what happened with some players that are now coming out with like, look, man, man, the pressure is intense, right? It's like, yeah, right. So like for us, it was, we weren't really ready to adequately deal with that, because, you know, there was such a big difference in opinion on what should happen between, you know, at the time, me, Nitro, and Josh. And ultimately, majority ruled, and Ethan came in, and, you know, he was the guy. I'm not saying I didn't want Ethan either. No, I absolutely saw what they were saying. It was just unfortunate because it's at the expense of a young guy. It's not his fault, but like, I don't know. You're already struggling opping. I get the prospect of having Ethan to do the same thing you want to do now. Unlucky. That's basically what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're pretty fortunate to have a chance to sort of start to tease a lot of this stuff out. It's actually, you know, it's funny, last time we talked, we're like, oh, we'll have plenty of time for it. And here we are, and there's probably still...
we need a part 3 with Frost.
Yeah. If you guys have questions about the stuff later on in another episode,
I would say the
fine,
part, because the part 3 I would ask about is, you know, if we have a chance in the future, we do have guests waiting. I think they've been for half an hour, so we're going to move on. In the future, I want to talk about more of that sort of decline there. But Hector, great to have you on the show again, man. And thanks for just being so transparent about this stuff, man. Yeah, it's very helpful. Man. And I think also, like, it's good to have you doing a bit of, you know, talking about yourself as well. I think that you'd be surprised to see how many people are really interested in hearing that story, man. Get used to it.
Yeah, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. I still don't like it. I think this shit sucks. Like, I would just much rather be it, you know, do it something else. But it's like, all right, man. I mean, but the thing is, too, did you guys hear about what happened with Tom Brady?
What, in terms of...
What happened?
No, in terms
he just
of
signed a 10-year, $300 million deal to basically be an analyst.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
I mean, I believe
now
it.
it's like...
Wait, I thought he was going back to the...
Yo, Vansilli, I see the way. I see the way.
Right? You might want to tell Frost about our salary problems in esports, mate, because I don't know if that's I don't know if that's
no. I'm well aware.
Okay.
But I'm just saying that, like, absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, Hector Rosario, Frost joining us, of course, previously with 100 Thieves, and I'm sure that's not the last we've seen of him. I think we'll try and get him back for another conversation, because there's much more of this story to unfold. Thanks for being with us so far. When we come back, we're going to talk Game Changers EMEA. We've got Anderzz live in the studio. We're going to talk with Rick's GG Lightning Sia about how that all went down, so don't go too far. More Valoranting coming at you. It's a long one. Stay in there.
If you've enjoyed the show, please like and subscribe, and make sure you hit the bell for the future noties, but also comment below with what you'd like to see in our future shows.
Welcome back, everybody, to Valoranting's 100th episode, and we're behind in schedule, but we're just going to make the show go longer, I think. But that does mean that we've made some of our fantastic guests wait a little bit, so we'll get to them in just a second. First of all, one of our guests for this segment from Rick's GG Lightning, of course, who made a fantastic run in Game Changers EMEA. It's thank you so much for joining us, and thanks obviously for hanging in there and waiting for us a little bit. Sorry, we're behind schedule.
Oh, good, no worries.
Obviously, we're really excited to pick your brain a little bit about how the tournament went for your team and how you're sort of developing and how you feel the whole region is going. We've also brought in coach of version X or version 1X?
Version X.
Yeah, version X, of course, who's competing in the NA Game Changers scene and is back on the show. I don't need to do such a long intro, but you know who the man is. What's up?
It's me, as usual. Happy to be here. I mean, super exciting to come out, be in the studio, meet you in person finally.
Yeah, we should have brought some flesh and blood cards. And,
I very seriously considered it. I don't want to go that.
I want to see you guys play that over the chat.
Yeah.
We'll just play on chat.
And obviously, welcoming back to the show, Vans and Mitch here as well. Mitch, who You were covering a lot of the VCT Game Changers in the EMEA, Mitch. So tell us how that's been for you as well. Packed days, a lot of games to get through. How did it feel sort of once we got to the end of it? How are you feeling about the region?
Yeah, it was really fun actually. We had a couple of games that didn't go the way we thought. I know the end was maybe what we would have expected going into the tournament, a little bit more convincing even, but we got to do some caster streams early and cover some of the teams. I think we followed like G2 and Guild a little bit. It was good to see them to some of the teams we don't normally get to see make it to the mainstream. And yeah, I think the level has been gradually increasing season on season.
Now, obviously, with Syyko here, I want to take the opportunity to talk through some of her team's matches. So, obviously, it's a double elimination bracket here that we saw in Game Changers, which means that obviously drop it down, you get another chance in lower bracket. Syyko, look, you get through Rebels and through Kase Hydra, some pretty convincing wins, and then you know you're going up against G2 Goes, and you sort of know about the reputation. You probably know what to expect, but tell us what's going through your team's head as you get ready for a matchup like that.
Honestly, when we kind of expected to play against G2 Goes in, we were just, you know what, they're a better team because they have more experience, and we're just like playing with new players like for like a month. So we were just like, you know what, we're just gonna try our best and have fun. And honestly, it's what we did. We genuinely had fun during those games, and we weren't that far away from like, you know, getting a close game or a win maybe even. So yeah, it was really fun to play against them.
I mean, there's definitely a sense that like this was a generally really competitive match and a great sign, I think, for the region, right? That maybe the gap is even closing a little bit against G2. Obviously, Anderzz, you've got a chance to see this match as well. You know, what are your sort of thoughts on sort of how this played out here? Is, you know, we got a pretty close scoreline.
It's pretty interesting because sort of going to what Syyko just said, I feel like it mirrors a little bit of the experience that my team had going into the last qualifier. It's like, all right, we've made this new roster, we've been playing with these newer players for like a month, and now we've got to play against the big dog of our region. Going into that event, putting up a performance of this caliber, I think is a really great showing. And to your point, like, there is clearly a gap that's closing. I mean, no one's going to tell you that G2 Goes in and Guild aren't the top of the food chain, but it's going to be very interesting over the next couple of months to see how quickly that closes. You've got a similar dynamic in North America where you've got like Version X, Shopify, Dignitas, all of these teams that are very sort of rapidly accelerating towards the top. And then in EU, you've got G2, Guild, but then you've got Alliance, you've got Rix, you've got all of this sort of secondary layer that's just quickly rising and is going to be putting up serious results sooner rather than later, I'd say.
So, Syyko, can you tell us about how Fracture went for you? Obviously, your comps are sort of slightly different, right? Neither of you going for the sort of the classic Raze pickup. How do you sort of feel about how that map went? Was there any sort of round where you feel like maybe is where you sort of lost momentum? Or looking back, you know, what are the things that you would have tried to change or do differently in your approach here on Fracture?
I completely agree. I feel like we could have done so much better, honestly. I feel like we also didn't expect to do as good. So like when we were doing good, we kind of like, can I say the F word?
Yeah.
Of course. Whatever the fuck you want.
Fucked ourselves up. We kind of fucked ourselves up because like we're doing good and we're like, oh, we're actually doing good. And then by remembering that we're doing good, we went worse. Like it was not going really great because of ourselves and not because, I mean, of course, G2 is obviously better, but they didn't do anything that's like really countering us. I feel like we countered ourselves, you know? So yeah. And we don't like playing Raze in this team.
So like the very moment you realized that you were doing really well was kind of when you feel like you let it slip? Because it looks like obviously a tough start for you on this particular map, right? G2 win that first pistol and, you know, your attacking rounds sort of only come within sort of rounds 7 through 9 there. What is it about their defensive setup that's kind of hard to break for you?
Can you repeat the question? I didn't really understand what you
Sorry,
meant by
it's because
that.
my accent is a bit strong. Obviously,
no, it's not your accent. I just didn't understand.
Your attacking rounds, they're obviously, look, you lose the pistol and the bonus rounds, so it's tough when it's only a 12-round half here. What do you feel like was effective on your attacking rounds, right? Because you do win those three key attacking rounds that sort of send you into halftime with a decent shot at it. What do you feel like is, you know, helps you sort of accomplish those round wins there on the attacking side?
Honestly, being careless and fearless and just going in and be like this is literally what I said to my team. Like, let's just not care. Let's not give a shit. Let's just run and be confident. And it worked every time. Like when we played against Guild, when we played against G2, when we play against any team, I'm just like, guys, like we're our worst enemy. We're like the one that we have to fear is ourselves. Let's just go in and run. And every time I call for something stupid, like just run through a smoke, it works. And it works. So
Sure.
I gotta ask actually then, on the topic of smokes, picking into the Astra. Obviously, we came into the tournament. There's a lot of talk about Astra pick rates diving down, and you played it here on Fracture. I wanted to know, especially without a raise. I think we've seen a lot of the combinations of your breach raise, your Astra raise when it was still in meta. Was it something that you guys will maybe stick with, or was this a risk that didn't pay off?
I don't feel like taking Astra is a risk when you're playing with a breach and chamber.
Okay.
I feel like you can do a lot of combos around that and a lot of setups around that, and this is what we did. We had setups around having an Astra and a chamber, or Astra and a breach, or chamber and breach together. We didn't play like the setups necessarily around having a raise. Like I feel like the setups can work with other agents than raise. So, and also I'm really confident on Astra, so I'm not losing Astra for sure.
Okay, awesome.
Let's talk about Icebox then, of course, because you sort of get Fracture out of the way. It feels like, you start that half really well, and you go up against a team like G2, and maybe you realize, hey, we're actually sort of doing really well here. Onto the next map as well, and again, another really solid performance, from you guys on Icebox here. So how do you feel about, this map? Because it doesn't look like you're that far behind.
Yeah, I mean, basically we go 8-4 and we lose 13-8. Like, we weren't far behind at all. We could have, I think we could have won this game, honestly. But I feel like also like the lack of experience that we have in the team, we lost the momentum and we kept on losing it over and over. And we just I came up to a point where I was like, I don't have a solution, help me. and we just we couldn't find a way to fix our problem, and we were playing a bit randomly, and we were so proud of the 8 rounds we got that we fucked it up again. So yeah, basically I think we could have won this game and we didn't, but it's okay. We're still super proud of what we did.
You say that you were sort of running out of gas in terms of being able to fix your problems. Do you think that sort of your performance as a team in this event was sort of correlated to sort of not having necessarily the time to work out an entire map pool, not being able to get the reps to sort of build out your protocol trees here? Because if you're pulling 8 rounds against G2, coming in your own words, not being able to solve problems on the fly, what do you think that sort of looks like a month, 2, 3 months down the road, where you're sort of catching up and given that runway to create those sort of adaptations ahead of time?
Yeah, I feel 100% the performance was of course it has some links with the fact that we have been playing for only a month with this lineup. We did not just change player, we changed literally everything. Kim came in, she was IGLing, then I took the IGL back, then I changed role, then we switched up everything. I feel like the only person that was in the same role was Pad. Everything was different. It's like playing with a new team, with new players, and I feel yeah, of course, with more months and more experience ahead, there's so much hope for us to do so much better, 100%.
So maybe after that G2 goes and match up, right? You go into the lower bracket. You have another opportunity here. You also know that you've gotten potentially your toughest opponent out of the way, right? For now. But then you go into a matchup against Guild X. I'd love to know what the atmosphere is like, obviously, because you lose a tough match, but as you said, you guys were really happy sort of with how close you made it. So what's the mindset like going into this Guild X matchup, and what are you expecting from them? Are you extremely confident? Are you being very cautious? How do you approach that next matchup after falling down to the lower bracket?
I feel like we're always confident. Even against G2, we were confident. We're just going with the flow. And against Guild, it was okay, we got nothing to lose, right? So let's go for it. Let's just give it all. And we gave even more to Guild than we gave to G2, ironically. Against Guild, we really, really, really could have seen ourselves winning, and we didn't. But once again, it's not that big of a deal. I feel like it was like really small mistakes that cost us the game. Also, I feel like I thought about that later, and I was like, why did I not pick Split on the first map? I don't know. Like we all thought about it, and like, why did we pick Fracture again? No idea. So yeah, like same stuff. Lost momentum. Couldn't fix the mistakes. Didn't have much IDs. Didn't have much new setups and things bring to the game. Yeah, basically it was Sinterklad, but it was still a really close games.
And
yeah, that defensive side was tough for sure when it came to Fracture. I think, you know, Guild brought a lot to the table in terms, like, especially Cinnamon. She popped off on this map. I think there were some like really key clutch rounds that she managed to pull off.
Yeah, 100%. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna act like we didn't throw rounds as well, you know.
Sure. Yeah.
Like there are rounds like I know myself I threw. So, but yeah, 100%. I mean, I think Guild is fantastic team as G2 as well, and Cinnamon's a really, really good player. But if we have to play against them, we have to be confident. So.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mitch. I just want to add in real quick, just to ask Sia your opinion about the scene right now, because as we're looking at the brackets, and I'm even looking at the Swiss format. First off, what do you think about the Swiss format? And two, I see that you have at least like 90 teams that actually signed up to play for this. So, how's the development been for you guys and for the scene for the Game Changers so far in Europe, or EMEA rather?
It is absolutely fantastic to see more and more women like coming up into the scene. Every Game Changers, there are new teams that are signing up. It is so great for women representation within esports to have this opportunity, and I'm so happy with that. And when it comes to the Swiss rounds, I'm not super happy with the Swiss round from that, not gonna lie. I feel like if you check out this Game Changers bracket, there's like a huge part of like the upper part of the bracket is like super stacked and the lower is a bit less stacked. And I feel like we should avoid that in the next tournaments. So yeah, I'm not really a huge fan of Swiss rounds.
So it feels like we're definitely talking about sort of the big three right now in Game Changers EMEA, right? Obviously, with Rix falling unfortunately to Guild in that lower final, and then we get obviously you know a bit of a classic, a G2 goes in Guild X matchup. Coming into a game like this, you know, I'm curious to know what you think, Anderzz. Obviously, evaluating these two teams now standing at the top of Europe, and what your expectations were for a match like this, because not unlike, I think, North America, where we still have Cloud9 White comfortably leading the pack for now, the gap may be closing. It definitely felt like G2 goes and were just a cut above the rest even coming into this.
Yeah, so I actually went back through yesterday and checked the numbers. Out of the 11 games that they played, 22 halves, G2 had negative score lines in 2 of them. 2 of 22. So to say they're a cut above the rest is probably an understatement even. I mean, we're starting to get a situation where, like, yes, Guild can take maps off of them, but G2 is, like, far and away. They are the C9 of Europe, effectively. Sure. What I'm more interested in is sort of, again, not necessarily the top 3 in each region, because I think they're doing well. They're all doing what they need to do. It's like that sort of 4th through 8th slot in each region, and what's going to happen to sort of allow those gaps to close. I was going through Europe in particular yesterday, and I'd be interested to hear your thoughts on this, Sia, and sort of trying to isolate a specific variable that I think is going to make for really quick advancement. And it's something that when you compare EMEA Game Changers to the Masters event, smokes are almost nowhere to be found in terms of like ADR, ACS, KD. And that's something that I think is pretty interesting. You've got sort of this echelon where you've got standout smokes, you've got like Marv, you've got people that are really sort of laying a claim to fame as a top star player from that role, and it seems almost non-existent in Game Changers by comparison.
I mean, I wish I could be the star smoker as well. I don't really know what to say about that. Like, I feel like maybe we don't give enough credit to the smokers in the scene. Like, if you check out all of the smokers in all of the top teams, it's always like players that are, I think, really underestimated. I don't really know why we're not shining as much as like the male players when they're playing smokes, but I wish I knew because I want to shine too. So if you have an answer to that, I'd love to hear it.
It'll be interesting. I think that something sort of what you were speaking to earlier, where you're like playing that sort of carefree style. I think that's going to be a huge part of it. I mean, not to give away too much, because hopefully we'll see you at an international event at the end of the year. But I do think that sort of letting controllers off the leash a little bit more is something that would do good for a lot of these teams.
100% agree. This is why I feel like, I mean, I was shining so much more when I was playing Astra, and I was like kind of the captain and the IGL with my team in Footballist, because I was like really freestyle. I was playing on my own. Like, of course I have calls, of course, but I was playing extremities. I was playing on my own. I was like an anchor, and I was like a sentinel. Like, I feel like if I could go back to this place, this would happen, of course. I mean, my stats are so different when I was playing like in a different team and being like the main IGL and smoker than now, but I have to endorse the lower stats, so it's all right.
Is this just because the structure maybe on Rix right now is a bit more rigid and you have sort of personally less flexibility to play in that same way?
It 100% is.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's not a bad thing. Like, I accept to like do lower stats if it's for my team to go for like better placement, of course. Like, I don't mind personally, but I feel like, of course, if I think in all the top teams we could give smokes more like freestyle, I would see like smokers shining a little bit more for sure.
Is that reflected in your... Sorry, Mitch, you go.
Oh, sorry, I was going to say, I do think that that's a relevant point to a point, but in your case in particular, right, you've been together a month, so I think it's much easier to be rigid going into a tournament than it is to have that more like complex, like to give more freedom to players requires more fluidity, and that's something that like G2 can do, right? Because they've got how many years at this point as a core playing, so I think it can come with time. One thing I wanted to touch on just while when we were talking about some of the earlier games, it's a while since we've seen like a Spanish team actually compete up to the top level in a lot of FPSs. They come and they go, but it seems like Casa are really making waves, or Casa Hydra. You guys played against them, and it was a pretty close series as well. I was curious to get your thoughts on them as a team.
I think Casa is really good. Not just them. I think even Rebels, they're really good. And Casa did not just do good against us. They did good against Footballists as well. And I think they're really getting better and better the more I'm seeing them, and they have a really good momentum. When like they start winning, they keep on winning. I really like how Casa is playing, and I hope for them to get better and better. Not against me, of course, but like, I really wish them the best.
But presumably they do get better at the same time, and maybe even faster than them, right? That's kind of what you want to see.
Yeah, exactly.
Can we take a moment to let's talk about this final matchup, right? Because we've seen G2 goes in Guildex go head Mitch, and as obviously we've all seen this happen a few times now. What is it that teams like Guildex, not only Guildex, sort of need to do to actually start, making this closer and actually starting to take the crown away? Because obviously G2 goes into settling into this position now at the top of the region. A lot of teams coming very close. You can see the scoreline here as well. Very competitive game, but again, Guildex just sort of falling short, Anderzz.
I think that what it's really going to boil down to is that these teams need to go that extra step beyond firepower. Like, I think that globally, not just in EMEA, I think that the defining characteristic between the top teams and sort of the secondary and tertiary teams is they not only have firepower, but like their casts are insane. The tradability, the fundamentals are there at a level that simply does not exist in the other rosters. And so the teams that are trying to catch up need to not only par that firepower, but they need to develop their playbooks and they need to develop their fundamentals, which like that's an easy answer. That's like just improve at everything, 5-head, like obviously. But but I think the fundamentals is, if I were to really key in on one specific thing, that's what's going to make teams go the furthest. Like having that intuitive understanding of my teammates are going to react this way when I do this. Our swings are always impeccable. We can match their firepower. We're trading consistently, and that's really what's going to allow us to go toe-to-toe with them.
You know what was really a staple for me as well? Just looking at the whole series and give you the overall picture here, that G2 typically, right, they think really well on their feet. They're a very good team at adapting, but they can also play that like super confident game. You would think them winning this series and doing so 3-0 and so on, that they not only had good setups to rounds, but that they were doing the typical like clutching out, just dominating in a lot of the fights. Guild won way more clutches in this series than G2 did. Most of G2's rounds, in fact, only 4 of the rounds that they won in this whole BO5 came down to clutches. The rest were neatly tidied up, and something that really impressed us was like, we know G2 can recover rounds when they start to stumble, but the fact that they were able to come in with some incredibly precise play, like they had the dry runs must have went on for hours leading into this tournament per map. It was unreal to watch them succeed. And then in this final, the key thing I'd point to was Giuliano playing like an absolute psychopath. Pulled out the Neon on Breeze, pulled out the fucking Yoru on Ascend. And I'm not going to say it was amazing. It didn't make a case for Yoru necessarily. She as a player made a case for her as a player, I'll say. But the Yoru was interestingly used in a lot of these duels to like create space in a similar way that she would use her Jet. And she was able to get behind people a lot. We had knife kills as well. It was something.
Yeah, I think that's the power of Giuliano. She's really confident. Whatever she's gonna play, she's gonna be good on it. Really, like she's so strong mentally. She's so strong.
I thought this is a very interesting series. There's obviously something about this series I want to touch on in a moment. I do want to show, for those that haven't seen it, the interview at the end of the game, of course. Obviously, mCe gives some thoughts. I think we have that here, so we can roll that clip and yeah, we can get some mCe memeing at the end of this matchup.
That 1 year ago you guys set this goal for yourselves, you've kind of achieved this, so what's next? Because we don't have a Game Changers for a few more months. We're expected to come back in September. What's your plan? Maybe go on holiday, relax a
We're
little
gonna
bit?
have some holiday for sure during the summer, but we also have a lot of fun things coming up as a team, so that's gonna be really nice just to have some outside of the game getting together, which is gonna be super nice. But everything will literally be posted on our social media, so go follow.
I can't wait to see it. But what about competitively? What's your next goal? What's in mind for you
So
guys?
for this year, we have been very obsessed almost about winning every Game Changers. This is like our ultimate goal, and secure the spot in the international later this year and win that one. I feel like that's it's a good goal for our first year in Valorant, and hopefully we can learn from all the open qualifiers there will be. Of course, we will participate in those too, but those will be our learning process goals rather than trying to qualify for VCT.
Obviously, you know, strong statement there as well. You know,
learning goals. Good goal for our first year. Oh yeah, just win a world championship.
Just win everything.
Learn a few things along the way.
So ferocious and so sure of themselves that they forced to forfeit from one of their opponents as well. Can someone explain to me what on earth happened with this surrender? Right? Did Guild surrender during their match against G2?
So what ended up happening here is they queued up what they thought was a timeout vote. And they were just so quick on the trigger that some stuff happened, and they may or may not have sort of punted the map. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Man.
Also, it's like not the first time that it's happening for them.
Really?
Oh, don't say that.
Yeah, it's not the first time.
Come on.
Did it happen
had a good
against you?
tournament, but
No, it happened against, I think, Chat Band in the old days, previously Alliance. I mean, now Alliance. Yeah, they did that against them as well.
So obviously there is actually a competitive ruling that accompanies this. So obviously Cinnamon's like, oh look, I tried to queue up. I just love that everyone voted to surrender.
Yeah, everyone's got it.
Oh look, you're not always looking. You're in the game, right? You're fucking focusing on playing the game. No one's looking at what the text says next to the vote thing. But there's so the competitive ruling here is what they lose a map veto in their next match. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is this?
Yeah.
What do you got? What do we think about this ruling? You know, obviously, so Marcus feels pretty strongly about it. What about y'all?
I mean,
I can agree with so Marcus.
Yeah.
It's a
At
bullshit
the same
ruling.
time, like
I think
your end tournament realm, the vote surrender should not be an option in there if you're already able to change some things already in the menu, right? In the first place, I feel that before this incident even happened, I felt that was something that happened even during the VCTs of last year, where they even changed a button or they changed something else around in the UI to make sure that these things don't happen. yet it still does. So it should have been visited to a point where simply just remove it and this doesn't happen. But then for a faulty UI to punish a team to lose a map veto on the next or forfeit a map even into their next game is not that cool.
So obviously I was casting the game, so I'll give a little bit of insight into what happened. For like a good 5 seconds, I just thought I'd like, I don't know, someone had sprinkled DMT into my food or something. I was like sat there casting a game.
Are you
the round
eating while you're
ends,
casting, MitchMan?
I'm
okay,
chatting.
okay.
No, beforehand. I don't know. I've never taken D. I assume it takes a bit to kick in. I don't know. So 6 rounds in, 5-1. We kick things off, and it's like, boom. The game just ends. We go to like the loading screen. We had it's fair to say, a couple of technical hiccups along the way. I was just like, how has someone fucked up this badly? Like, I get how other things can go wrong, but I thought an admin had done it, right? Like hit end game or something. It's just like,
right,
why
which
is anyone doing this?
Sapphire said in an interview we interviewed her, she was mortally afraid of accidentally doing that because observers have the ability to end the game. It's in the fucking menu.
That was the one. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was a worry for a bit. We got the call in that the game had been forfeit, and we were trying to I was asking constantly again. I've having been involved with a team before and having had people cheat against us and abuse the rules. The rule book has been the lack of a rule book has been a real contentious issue for me. So I was actively like fucking frantically typing. It would have sounded like there was a tap dance show going on in my house for Tombiz. I'm typing away. I'm asking like, what's going on? Like, okay, a team forfeits. What's the process? What do we do?
Did they do
No
a
one fucking
post-match
knows.
interview?
Like,
I remember watching the G2 girls with like white pieces of paper waving them in a camera. Am I imagining this?
I don't think they did a post-match
they
for
did
that. I
that.
think they canceled it.
Really?
They did? Oh, it was that
Yeah.
day.
They did.
All right.
They did. Yeah, they had like white flags, like as if they surrendered. Yeah, they did that.
Oh wow. I mean, okay, they may not have done a post-match after that surrender. I guess they might have just done that towards the end of the series, but I do remember seeing that. Look,
it was ridiculous, man.
I mean,
40 minutes we waited for them to figure out what was going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, you're fucking old. I mean, the broadcast delay is a whole other story. Hopefully for them, this loss of veto doesn't affect them competitively too much. Like, it's not like their next game it'll be relevant and will be a playoff match, right? Hopefully, this one map veto loss gets gobbled up in like a Swiss game, a seeding match or something like that. That isn't
Until they do it a third time.
Oh, oh, fucking up. And you know what? Marcus was like, if this was G2, this wouldn't have happened. You know what I mean? So. Again, you can kind of see what the prevailing opinion is about how G2 are sort of handled. Okay, so look, I asked. This is in theory a shit question, but you are gonna help me make it a not shit question, right? Because we have this conversation all the time. We want a theory craft because we're very excited because we don't have international competition in Game Changers yet, and we're patiently fucking waiting for it, and we're trying to evaluate 2 different scenes, right? I think, and I'm glad Syy's here. She might be able to sort of help us understand a little bit. As an EMEA player, Syyy, looking over maybe at North America, looking at Cloud9 White, let's use them as an example, right? How different do you think your regions are, or how far apart do you think your regions are? Like, let's just say if we got, Cloud9 White and G2 goes into play each other, what do you sort of feel like is the strength of EMEA? And are they really that far apart? What would you expect at an international competition?
I think I would expect close game between G2 Gozen and Cloud9 White, but maybe I would still see Cloud9 White winning, just because I think they created that dynasty on Valorant already that G2 Gozen didn't yet.
Yeah.
But maybe in a couple of more months they will beat Cloud9 out, but for now I don't think they will. But I think we should not forget about Team Liquid Brazil, but I think they're really, really good.
Yeah.
So let's not forget about Latin America because these girls are really good.
Yep.
Just like that, no longer a shit question because the answer makes it. What do you think? And as you look at both regions, you're obviously coaching.
I look at Brazil too.
I want Anderzz to talk about version X so that he could go into another spiel against Moonchopper.
Oh my gosh, man! Don't even get me started
What
on
the
that.
fuck happened with that, by the way? Why am I looking at Twitter and Moonchopper and Anderzz are like fucking at it, and Moonchopper's so offended over something? Like, why are you so?
I said his team was great, not phenomenal, and he took offense to it. I think that his response was something along the lines of like, who's going to take that as a compliment? And I was like, who said it was supposed to be a compliment? It's just like a face value.
But it doesn't have to be an insult either.
Exactly. It's just a face value, legitimate, genuine interpretation of the power level I believe your team to be.
Now, let's be clear. You said that you felt that Cloud9 weren't particularly amazing at any one thing.
At any one thing. I think that they're just a great, well-rounded team, and that I think for me to qualify them as phenomenal, they've got to put up events and co-eds, which they're coming damn close to, by the way. Like
Round of 32 and VCT
they're getting there. I don't know what was so offensive about it, but he certainly didn't seem to enjoy it. So, oh well.
Wow, what an easy... Wow, we just got such an easy rivalry between Version X and Cloud9 White. That's great. I mean, what do you guys think? I mean, outside of that spiel, fucking Van's trying to dredge up drama, you know? Not of course I'm not trying to help him do that. You know, are you guys expecting the same? Do you still feel like C9 White has that edge? It's really hard to do this, I know, but just bear with me.
I mean, C9's been doing very good in like the regular VCT runs too, right? I mean, when meL came on to the show earlier on today, she was talking about how they almost had that before against Dark Zero, and you know, why are they laughing at me? Why are you guys laughing at me now?
Because Dream is in the chat shit-talking Anderzz.
Oh, unlucky.
Oh, yeah, true. I forgot about that. What's up, Dream? Long time no see. But yeah, that's one thing. And even like, the open qualifier #1, she dropped like fucking 40 kills in a series too. So, yeah, I think they have a lot of firepower on top of everything else in terms of C9 White in general. I think they're still going to be pretty dominant in the international stage. Yeah. But I am looking forward to the Brazilian scene popping into to the international scene as well for Game Changers.
I mean, they popped up pretty quickly, though. Let's be honest. Like, you know, we're seeing some incredible talent coming out of that region as well. So, you know, we definitely need to start including them as part of the conversation, especially seeing what teams like Loud are doing and what obviously is going on inside Game Changers Brazil as well.
Their scene is Titanic.
Yeah, it's huge.
Like, you compare it to Europe and NA, and it dwarfs us.
Yeah.
Like, they've got only like a couple big name signed teams, but if you look below just that absolute top level, like, they've got a lot of teams. Their talent pool is insane. So they're going to grow fast whether or not it's these teams that we know right now coming through and putting up immediate results at the international at the end of this year. Beginning of next year, they're going to be like increasingly terrifying. And longer term, they're going to be absolutely at the upper ends of the mix, if not a dominant region in Game Changers. Like, I don't know if that's a hot take, but I could definitely see Brazil being like the region to beat.
Now, Sia, I think it was awesome to get you on the show for the first time. You're wonderful. Your team's great. We're very excited to see what is going to be coming out of Rich.GG in the future. What is coming up for you guys? You know, what are you guys up to in the next few weeks? Obviously, sort of decompressing a bit, and I'm sure getting ready for your next tournament run.
Yeah, we're taking a break because, of course, we worked so hard before the tournament that we need to rest, and then after that, of course, we're gonna get back to the grind, work even harder, and get that first place and get qualified to the Worlds for sure.
And when you do, hopefully we can get you back to talk about that. But in the meantime, thanks so much for joining us and enjoy your break, Sia, you and all the rest of your team.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
It was my pleasure to be here.
I mean,
Merci.
Look, another wonderful guest to have on the show, so thank you so much. Of course, we've been lucky on Valorant. We've had some fantastic guests join us here. And we're going to run you back through a fond memory of just a handful of them before we come back and talk more Valoranting. Yeah, DDK's waiting in the wings. We'll get there. See you on the other side.
The freeze cam is perfect for this. I mean, it's so wholesome.
Jordan Nothing Gilbert, world-renowned CSGO observer.
I have purchased a lot of skins. They're really nice.
I do need to have like a pretty big voice if I see something that's not going well or I have like a certain perspective.
You guys kept going A on Icebox. It was really cute. Whose idea was that? You need to call him out right now.
Oh my gosh. You know what? He doesn't want to admit to it, but JC Stanny, man.
I'll do a cosplay. I'll do a cosplay of Europe VCT so far. Hold on.
Okay.
I'll show you how you do that. You do it.
Okay.
Wait 1 second.
I need to have a little bit of my anti-bias elixir real quick.
It's supposed to be just DAKS, that's right. But unfortunately for the Filipino, if I just do that, we're gonna get a lot of dicks.
We don't, at this current point in time, have any long-term agreement with them.
I think they struggle to find their identity a bit.
Dude,
That's
sick even
like
sick
there's
said.
clip that, send it to everyone. I want to get flamed by Sentinels players. If Sentinels can't succeed on this patch, they're a tier 2 team.
I am really high on their players.
Period.
And
You're just really high.
That
My philosophy is like never to be static.
Yeah, you know, I heard a rumor about this.
Oh, is that really an enemy here, or should I be over rotating?
You know, we're looking as League as, hey, this model worked for League of Legends, and we're exploring what works for Valorant. And in no way are we saying, let's just copy the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're a coach, it's not hard to mute your mic. It's one button, not that challenging. Don't do it.
And our team need to get just demolished to know welcome to like the big leagues, basically.
A lot of our chemistry and fundamentals have really been heavy corporate culture.
And, you know, that's why you can abuse the fuck out of this gun with Jet.
They're giving me like all the resources I need to succeed.
For a long time, I've been watching a bunch of different esports, and then I just, you know, started casting Fortnite.
And he needed to pick up someone to win a round. He picked up the lowest frag. You know what I find out? He's boosting his ego.
He made a mistake.
Listen,
and, like,
140 characters. I couldn't fucking get my point out, you know?
Bro, it takes like 20 characters to go, don't send death threats. You're fucked up, cunt.
Softly spoken and a shit human. You can just call me soft shit if you'd like.
Oh, good times, good times.
You gotta take advantage, and if you don't take advantage from it at the beginning, and if we don't.
To Valoranting, and yeah, look, there's been whispers of the future for Valorant, right? A lot of it is definitely circulated around this idea of franchising, right? It's a complicated, it's a nuanced topic, but we handle those with reckless abandon on this show. I think it's safe to say. We bring in, again, we continue to bring in sort of friends of the show and frequent guests. So once again, I'd like everybody to make some noise for Kaplan and Dryad. Thank you so much, the two of you, for coming on. Kaplan, what's going on, homie? How you been?
Pretty good. Pretty good. How about yourself?
No, I'm good, man. Good to be in a studio of some description. These fuckers finally, you know, up the budget a little bit. You know what I mean? That's how. Is that how we're going to be?
Took them 100
Is that how we're going to beat Platchat? That same ass wooden desk. Is that how we're going to do it? I know. Do I need to dye my hair white and get into a maid outfit? Is that the next step? I'm trying to follow the trajectory of these guys. And Dryad, great to have you back on the show.
With blue.
Shut up! I'm talking. Dryad, great to have you back on the show as well. It's not been too long, but we missed you. How are you today?
I'm good. Happy to be here, and congrats. It's 100 episodes. That's a lot. That's a lot.
Every week I had to drag myself up a hill in the snow to my computer and turn on the camera and then just sort of sit there and ignore Ian during the production meeting and then just read the run of show as the show went. And then I had to go to VLR.GG and pretend I knew what actually happened in the games by interpreting the scoreboard, like reverse engineering it. So it's hard work. Someone's got to do it, you know what I mean? But this is a topic that I think we all have probably a pretty unique perspectives on, I think, in terms of how our time in esports has sort of shaped it. Last week we talked a little bit about it as well with Zesh that came on the show. What I want to do here is frame this discussion about the future of Valorant under a hypothetical, right? So we have to choose 12 teams from North America, South America, right, for that time zone to form this sort of international league. There are obviously, the LCS has a franchise model right now that involves 10 teams, and they don't get relegated. So even if they're dog shit, they just get they can just sit there and, collect endorsements or whatever and sort of make their way through there.
System.
Right, so this is the franchise model here for the LCS. Now, in theory, it's not a ridiculously absurd number like the Overwatch League, right? It's not 20 million in the spot, but there is a franchise fee involved. The upside is you don't get relegated. The downside is we have to watch dog shit teams if they can't sort themselves out, which tends to be the case in this kind of model.
Yeah.
But I want to talk about what the plan, the idea here is for Valorant, and I want everyone to feel free to jump in here because I think we have a real diversity of sort of experience and scenes here. I want to bring up the fucking hierarchy of more of needs here. This is our
pyramid. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Maslow's pyramid of fuckery, as I like to call it. So let's dive in and talk about this. Right, this is how Riot are trying to express their plans for Valorant Esports in 2023. This is an open forum, but I'll start with Anderzz because he's been twitching like he's just trying to work something through his bowels. What are your thoughts about this?
It's gonna be so rough. It's gonna be so rough. I think that in like EMEA, you'll be fine. I think the fact that you're trying to cram 12 teams into a North America, South America international league is going to be the biggest of clusterfucks that you can possibly imagine.
Yeah.
You could fill 12 teams with like multiple high caliber organizations left out just in NA.
Why Dryad, why do you think that Riot are trying to combine North and South America in this particular model? You know, is there like a good reason for it?
Yeah, it's a difficult one because there's always a conversation in Latin America, especially that you only see South America, like the Argentinian, the how do you say that? Like the players from Chile that are really, that are really good and that are the ones that you see at the top.
Chill peeps.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, and then you see all these players at the top, but when you see the north of Latin America, that is when things get a little bit more complicated. Like they have been trying to catch up, and it hasn't been possible. And I'm really concerned about this mix as well for Latin America specifically, because you can have that inclusion of, okay, we're going to have 2 teams for the Latin America South, 2 teams from Latin America North, but there's still a difference into where they are right now, right? You see the crew, the Leviathan, that are going to be at the top, and everyone else in the North, it's just kind of a question. So I don't know how they're going to handle that, how that mix is actually going to work out. Is it going to be, you know, kind of like the playoffs that work where you try to balance everyone, or is it going to be, we want to have the inclusion of the North as well? And even not having it, right? That is why it's so complicated. Like, even if you don't have the North, then that might be shutting down that part of the region as well, which is you don't want to do so early into the esports scene.
You go, Mitch.
To quickly jump in, being from, you know, Europe, Middle East, North Africa, it's kind of a bit of a similar situation. We can have teams that are in, we can have teams that are in the UK playing against the very opposite side of Turkey, and the time zones could be crazy, the distances. The way that we're running it here is simply that Turkey does their own small thing, right? Europe does their own, and then Middle East does their own. They all come together and play a LAN event, and that solves any sort of issues around that. So I'd imagine what they'd want to do is take X amount of teams from each minor region and then combine them into a LAN event. It seems to be like, I think for the most part, Riot are looking at it in how do we want things to be 5 years from now, and then they're setting the foundations and starting to segregate regions the way they wanted. And I don't know where that leaves Oceania. Unlucky, I guess. It's just y'all ain't in the plan.
Where they usually are.
Apparently it's with SCA though, right?
As far as the LCS is concerned, Oceania isn't considered an import region. So Oceanic residents are considered NA residents for like in terms of import.
Okay.
So I'm sure that there's a slot in this thing for an Oceanic team, right? It makes perfect sense.
Surely.
They're part of
definitely.
Probably
2.
Dude. Riot literally, they mothballed all their operations in Oceania. Those cunts pulled out of fucking. They had an office in Sydney, didn't they? And it's fucked right off. So God help me, to be honest with you.
From what I've heard as well, the way things are being handled there as well, from a talent perspective, I've spoken to some of the talent, and they are being fucked.
Yeah.
Like they're being pressured hard. They're being essentially on a system of take this barely sustainable pay. And then if you don't want it, fuck you. We'll give it to someone else. We don't care about you as a person or any of that. So it's great. Everything sounds fun down there.
I've been instructed by 100 Thieves GM Papa Smithy to use nicer words. It's a little. Look, as an Australian, I guess he's allowed to make that call. To be fair, his use of nice words has served him pretty well. I'll be honest with you. But I think that aside, Kaplan, for you, a coach of a team that is, I think it's safe to say a quality roster, but like you don't have people just shoving money down your every orifice, right? How do you sort of feel?
Not quite yet.
Well, I mean, what are you up to later, homie?
In my dreams every night.
How do you feel about this? Like, so when this sort of model comes over the sort of the rise and you sort of see it coming at you, how do you feel in your position as a team that's really fighting hard for recognition in North America? But are you a top 4 team right now? No, there's like 12 spots for this whole fucking thing. So what's your take on this? What did you first think when you sort of started to see this plan get teased out?
It all depends on that little piece under international leagues that says expanded domestic leagues. Like, I get what that means for APAC. Like, it's easy to envision, like, oh, you got this like Japanese league that's popular, this Korean league that's popular, but it just feels odd in NA. Like, what if this international league is like 10 out of 12 or NA? Do you really have this like under that like North America domestic league that has a lot of viewership, that has a path up to the international league? It's this big question for me.
How do you get into the international league? Because here's the problem. People fucking, I don't know about you guys think about this. Vance might be able to help me. When I think people enjoy watching the meL and, they're watching sort of tier 2 tournaments because they believe and they know that these teams are able to advance to VCT, right? There's confidence that these teams have incentive to work because they will be able to go up. But Vance, tell me how this is supposed to work when you have franchise slots. What? So now every team in tier 2 is a fucking farming team that ends up getting their players poached. They've got to put extortionate buyouts on all their players. Like, how does this work for, let's just say that, for whatever reason, Ghost are not considered initially. What the fuck are they supposed to do? And why should people care about a tier 2 scene that doesn't feed directly? It just implied in terms of picking players up for that scene. Like, what does that do to the tier 2 scene that we have right now, which is fucking great?
I think that's one of the biggest questions anyways, because in general, when the word franchise pops up, that's where the fear comes in. For most of the organizations that do have that clout and most of the chances to get be part of the franchise league, then cool, they're fine. But when it comes down to everybody else on the outside, the tier 2 scene's kind of fucked. I mean, look at Counter-Strike. Whenever now that most North American teams have to go to Europe to play for the whole seasons over at ESL and Blast and whatnot in that circuit there, what's going on for North America? Nothing, just match fixing, right? If you're looking at Overwatch League or just Overwatch in general, what's going on with the Contenders League? From what I've heard, it hasn't been going that well. So I'm just hoping that there's something that's in store with these expanded national franchises or leagues, whatever that they call it here for Riot with Valorant, that it's going to support those quote-unquote Mickey Mouse tournaments. Yes, eventually it's going to come out to these extravagant payouts and stuff like that too, as you mentioned, Mitch, but I think at least from then, it allows still for an ecosystem to kind of build aspiration for players that still want to play. If not, I'm hoping that we have more partnerships between Riot and third-party organizations so that you have potentially maybe a circuit-based season like Counter-Strike for that tier 2 scene.
It seems like, being pointed out in chat, Jay Iskett says here in chat, franchising is brain dead either way, and if you don't have relegations for tier 2/1.5 to qualify, then it's over. So we're still expanding on this sort of idea in that this franchising model might prevent people from moving up. Like, what does this do to Game Changers then? Or women's teams, or co-ed teams that want to compete.
This is like one of the considerations that I've sort of gone through is like, are you going to be favored for franchising if you also support a Game Changers roster? Because presumably the answer is yes. Like, Riot's going to want to sort of put their weight behind teams that are invested in their ecosystem more broadly, not just at the international league level, but like how the quote-unquote like Mickey Mouse tournaments do is so fucked, because you have a situation where people have been flaming tier 1 teams for not playing in Mickey Mouse tournaments to like keep their edge sharp. If you're in the international league, are you also playing in this like weird VRL type deal that's in North America? Are you strictly in the international league? Can you even compete in these Mickey Mouse tournaments to keep your edge? Like, what do we do as the international teams if we qualify into this, if we're franchised, and like have a pool to compete against on a regular basis and practice against? Am I like strictly scrimming these other 11 teams that are in the international with me? Like, what the hell am I doing?
Yeah. I also want to point out as well that Oceania is considered to be part of Asia for the purposes of this, which is like, I get it, but how are you fucking, like, do people understand how many miles of cable runs between Korea and Australia? Do you know what? If I'm in Australia If I want to play like League of Legends on NA, we used to have to do this. We didn't have an Oceanic server, right? Back when I was giving Papa Smithy headaches in Australia, it would be like 120 ping to play League of Legends, and we just fucking had to do it. It was just a thing. So there's a unique challenge there with sort of how you would even logistically pull that off. We thought about it in the Overwatch League for a long time. Can we get Southeast Asia, Australian teams, can we get them playing? We sort of managed to get contenders going in that region, but the ping was just never good. Here, bring this up. This is a graphic that this will drive this conversation forward, I think, because the way these spots are being shopped to teams, right? Obviously, for League of Legends esports, it's a partnership model where a select number of teams of Riot Games, and then teams were investing because they had a long-term prospect. They weren't just going to get kicked out, right? It's been used in many regions right now, and they say that players are getting more salaries. There's going to be a huge correction in player salary, by the way. That is absolutely coming. And they're talking about working closely with teams, but with Valorant, we're building today's most thrilling esport alongside the most well-managed, ambitious, and exciting organizations within the industry. We will begin a team application process to build this new ecosystem with esports organizations to share our vision. Okay, all fine. For 2023, we'll select partner teams across our 3 international leagues who have a track record of building great esports experiences, developing players, and can meaningfully contribute to the long-term growth of Valorant esports. So don't forget that. And also, to make sure we attract the best teams in the world, we'll forego any participation franchising fees and instead provide financial stipends to the teams. So their requirements are great esports experiences, pretty fucking nebulous. Developing players, maybe not so much. And then the kicker. What does it mean to invest as a team in Valorant, in the scene? Like, what does that mean? Because you're already ticking the box of investing in your players, you're developing players. Does anyone know what that third point mean? Does that mean if you have fucking money, we'll take you?
So I'm gonna try to do my best and be extraordinarily biased because of V1 in my example.
Okay.
But contributing to the long-term growth of Valorant as an esport, I think probably the best analog that you could use is the fact that like V1 and by extension the Minnesota Rocker host their own fucking major. Like, if you have an organization that applies for franchising that's like, hey, by the way, if we're invested in your game, we're going to be invested in your game, quite literally running events for it. I mean, we have that entire season at the end of the year, this year, for third-party events. After the internationals in September or whenever it is, you've got like a 3-month break where it's just off-season, third-party events, go. Organizations should be hosting events during that time period. That is going to be something that happens, and is going to be something that probably every single one of these franchise orgs is basically expected to do.
That's
my take. That's my take.
What do you guys think about this? I mean, does anyone agree? Does anyone see it looking differently?
I just want to say, like, for like South America, for example, I feel like it's a massive concern because you only have a couple of those big orgs that are out there, and they get support from literally like soccer players that have all the money to invest and that are willing to invest. So you have literally 2 of those big organizations, but everyone else, where are they going to be, right? And it's a concern, like you guys were saying, right, for the tier 2 scene, because right now we actually do have a tournament that is sponsored by Riot. It's called Survival Cup, and it happens right after VCT. The teams that get like to the top, but they don't qualify for VCT, they have that Survival Cup, which is okay. It's great, but it's only 2 days that is being streamed, so that is less attention that you get for the players. The possibility for them to move into one of these big teams it's not really there, because those teams are already set. They already know what works, and they're not going to be changing that roster too much. So it either works if you're at the top, or it just doesn't seem to be working at all for everyone else that's behind. I mean, even you look at the prize pool for VCT for, let's say, Latin America South, only the top 3 are getting money. Only the top 3 are getting a prize pool. Everyone else gets nothing.
How?
Ouch.
Yeah. I mean, how do teams? So here you go. Let's talk from like a team perspective. None of us are team owners, right? I don't think so. Vans, you made any investments recently? We need to know about. He's always sports watching his own money.
Corporate and only Vans.
Okay. No. All right. So teams are going to be brought in, and they have to pay a franchise fee, right? But don't they? Are they not paying to put on these events, right? Because this feels like Riot is saying, listen, guys, we know that like third-party tournament organizers kind of don't like working with us because our RFP process is shit, and frankly, they don't get a whole lot out of it unless they're Nerd Street gamers who can profit just because we're driving people to the platform. But we can get the teams and force them to hire production companies to put on these events, and then we don't have to attract this third-party interest because the teams have to go and put these events on, right? But the teams get paid a stipend, which sounds like a nominal amount.
Could be a lot. I mean, if they handle it like the same way they did the Champions skin, like that was not a small amount of money.
Right.
That was non-trivial. So I imagine that the stipend is going to be something considerable.
I want to know just how many organizations are out there, Kaplan, that can actually do what Riot are asking, and then fucking. We kind of talked about this, but then and for the rest,
who are they?
There's a glass ceiling, yeah, like. And how would that be for someone like yourself and your team? Like, what does that look like?
I mean, I think right now it's true. How many orgs can kind of meet that standard, have that money to play with? Obviously, not having a price tag on franchising is a welcome piece of news for any organization, and it gives them more flexibility to try to meet these things. I mean, putting on an event, I'm not going to pretend I know how much it costs, but it probably costs less than a franchise spot. So I think any org that was planning to be able to bid on one of those is capable of doing this. And it does stand out to me that, they're wording it like the 2023 application process. They're being pretty, explicit about saying the year 2023 when they talk about orgs applying to be part of this. And they do say, hey, it's going to be free to help orgs out. But obviously there's probably something to gain in Riot making it free too. And I think part of that is that they can be flexible with the structure of this international league without screwing over teams. Like, say they open up extra slots, or they let teams move up from the domestic league and get moved up, and maybe another team gets relegated. Well, orgs can throw a tantrum if the spot was free in the first place, right? They didn't buy it, so it's easier to kick them out of it or something like that. And I'm sure that Riot wants organizations to kick this off with that can really put on a good show and make it look like a great looking league. But what Dryad was saying about how many orgs are there in LATAM or Brazil that can kind of keep up at this level, maybe not a lot right now. And if they don't have any way to move up into the international league, will minor regions ever grow big enough to have bigger orgs to be able to do that? No. But if there's any way for Riot to implement some mobility where perhaps some spots each year are earned from domestic leagues, it will put eyes on those domestic leagues, like we were saying about how we like watching Mickey Mouse tournaments, because those teams can end up competing in Tier 1. And I think long term, that can encourage orgs in minor regions to grow enough to be able to be kind of what Riot wants them to be at an international league level. So I'm hoping there's some sort of model here where there's some way for teams to move up from their domestic leagues, and it's not just franchising that's free. It's free because there's going to be more of a hybrid model or more flexibility in it.
Now, Dryad, you go.
Sorry, just to add real quick too. I wanted to. I mentioned this also with the Plat Chat boys when we talked about the topic, but the no fee to get into their into their league is also it's unanswered, and we don't have the details of what Riot is expecting of these orgs. And what the orgs are expecting of Riot as well, right? When they're going to go through when they're going to go with these discussions. And I think one of the big ones too is trying to look at what sponsorship deals they're going to have to let go as an org, for example, right? So if you're looking at Riot that has currently a deal with Secret Labs,
that FTX sponsorship,
well, I don't know.
They sold that was a $10 million sponsorship to have literally specifically FTX
and
in
they
their
can't
name.
even put FTX on there. Yeah, exactly. So that's one of the things too. So then, from an org's perspective, if I do want to invest into like a 5-year plan with Riot to run this league for the next 5 years in Valorant, what other sponsorships should I drop? Like, should I drop my peripheral sponsorship if somehow the official peripheral broadcast is going to be HyperX or something, right? And then you go through that as well. And then if the stipends are coming out of the skins or coming out of whatever incentives are coming out from Riot is going to be worth it for the organization in that 5-year plan. I could be speaking about out of my ass, and the simple solution is just to put the tape marks on their HyperX logo or whatever, like we always do. But it's one thing to consider.
I did some research actually, because I went rabbit hole when I was like, which 12 teams would I put in the America's super region? And like the amount of crypto and gambling sponsors in this region is it's pretty rough.
Yeah, there are. And that's a good segue here because we have to. I think that if we should probably talk about who we should expect to see, right? I think this is a good opportunity to do this. Let us assume, for the sake of argument, like first of all, let us ask how much of this do you think is going to be South America?
Yep.
And then how do we subdivide that? I'll probably ask you first, Dryad, and maybe just get your opinion because you probably have a good feel about how those regions stack up against the rest of the world in the game of Valorant. Let's not talk about financial means so much as just maybe how many South American teams and from what regions we expect to be included amongst this 12. Only 12 as well.
It's so challenging to figure it out, right? Because then you're looking at the region of Brazil that I feel like it's still trying to find really good teams, really good players to have and keep in the rosters. So you're going to be looking at, of course, you're going to be looking at Loud, but then teams like Furia, right? We haven't gotten a chance to see them in an international event yet, but that they can get the support and they can have the what is going to be needed. But it's still in Brazil, you still get to see a lot of changes. In South America in general, you're getting a lot of changes, a lot of teams that do the one thing that we tell them not to do, which is nuke the entire roster after a VCT. It doesn't really work out for them.
Yeah.
And so you can expect that Brazil, we know that has the potential. You can throw the NAP, you can throw Loud in there. You can throw as well Furia, like I said, and I think Game Landers have a pretty good roster too. But everyone else is just they're trying to figure it out, trying to make it to the top. It just seems like Brazil is going a little bit slower than we expect, and that is why it gets so difficult to choose 4 teams here, right? Like we can go for those that got and have been at the top, like Vivo Key as well. But I mean, it just seems like they need more time. And then we look at Latin America. You're going to be looking at Crew. You're going to be looking at Leviathan. But even Leviathan, they just added Onu this year to the roster. Really good coach, has brought a lot of new things to the table, but it feels like they still need more time to see if they're actually going to be at the top, if they can actually beat teams like Loud and Ninjas in Pajamas, or is it going to stay where they were before, right? In the playoffs, in the last chance qualifier where they got taken down, they couldn't get anything. And it's hard to tell.
Very quickly, chat, no. The number of teams hasn't been set. We are, like at the start of the segment, I said the hypothetical is that there are 12. So it's purely hypothetical. But again, you can scale this number up any way you like and you could add teams in, right? We're just using a very round, very nominal number. Yeah.
Yeah, and they've done and they changed those numbers a little bit for international events, so we know like that is going to be a possibility. But I mean, I want to say Brazil 4 and then Latin America something like 3. It's what I'm thinking, right? Because like I said, the North,
that's 7.
They're figuring it out.
Yeah.
And then we need like 5 spots for North America.
And then it's like NA, it's crazy.
What? Okay. What? Let's say it's 6. It's 2 Brazil, 2 LATAM North, 2 LATAM South. Right? Is that still a lot? I mean, you grimace already. What do you?
I mean,
I think
so like the finance private equity businessman in me is like, no shot in hell. There's literally just no shot in hell. Like from a raw viewership perspective, a selling sponsorships to regions with discretionary income perspective, this is going to be heavily NA biased. And if it isn't, then like it is an objectively bad business decision.
Okay.
That's just real life.
Yeah. So let's say 4.
I originally had it that between LATAM as a combined region and Brazil, there's only 3 teams getting through, and I thought that made sense.
Right.
I upped it to 4 so that I didn't get death threats.
I bet you still
that's
got
a good
death
point.
threats.
I mean, I can see the
3
4
Brazil,
being a thing.
1
Like,
LATAM was what I sort of landed on.
Sorry, Dryad, you go.
the thing about, I don't know, the thing about Latin America is that I would say at least 2 for sure, but then that number can change to only 1 depending on what happens and where they are compared to everyone else, compared to NA. Like, and like we know even Crew was having like difficulties in international events. So what does that mean for the future? Like, what does that mean for adaptation, for the new coaches that they got and everything? And can this team actually see at the top? Can they actually compete in long term with NA and see? Because they're not going to have the chance to, it's not masters, right? You don't get the chance to go to get that experience and to also bring that level now to your region. They're going to be competing with NA, with Brazil, with the teams that are going to be there most of the time, right? That is probably what is going to go on, and everyone else is just going to be behind.
Yeah. let me simplify this question because I want to get everyone's take on this. Let's talk about the teams as we now know them that you think just have to be included. That would be a fucking crime if that were excluded, right? And let us say, for the sake of argument, that there are 4 slots for South America, right? So let's start with South America and say 4 teams that absolutely, if we can get to 4, that absolutely have to be included. And what would they be? Because I feel like Loud is absolutely
Loud is
1.
obvious, yeah. I think Furia, with their history as an organization, their ability to pull sponsors, like I think that they're a shoo-in. I think that you bring Crew because of like just having Aguero's brand behind a team in your franchise league is something you probably want.
So Loud Furia Crew.
Loud Furia Crew, and
one
then
more.
Exactly. So like, what's this last slot? Is it like
NiP?
Is it NiP? Is it MIBR? Is it Keed? Because Keed's sure as hell better than NiP right now. So like, are we intentionally
MIBR
picking worse
names.
teams? Like, ugh, that's kind
And
of
then
sus.
at that point, you're only looking at the South, right? Then you don't have any of the Mexican teams, the Colombia. You have nowhere at the top. So
it's so hard to
are you
make
going to have it just to have them?
It's so hard to make a case for like a 6 Karma or a Border Monsters or Gillette Infinity because like I've scrimmed those teams for a long time. I've scrimmed them for like 2 years. They're great teams. They're not at the same level as the other teams that we're listing right now. Not even close. And so would it make sense for us to put them in an international league for them to just get shit on perpetually? That seems like a little bit of a stretch.
If you're gonna bring one team, there is gonna be Cholos, but that's still a pretty new team. Like we didn't get to see anything from them last year. This year they had a pretty good performance. Even in the playoffs, they were able to different things that were going on at the same time, but they won against Crew, and they made it pretty far. It was at the top of the top 4 that we had between the South and the North. And then Fusion just nuked their roster, so that doesn't even count. So the only potential that you can have for the North is going to be Cholos. They also have a pretty good funding. They have a soccer team that is also pretty popular. But again, are you just going to have them to have the North being included, or would you rather have someone like Brazil, like one of the teams in Brazil that have proven and have a bigger, or have players that have also proved themselves before?
And fan base. I think fan base is super important to think about as well, though. When you want to look at these spots, right? So
building
Loud
a team
has
and building a
3
fan
million
base,
followers.
Similar,
Exactly. NIP, MIBR. They've been organizations that have had like the biggest following in Brazil as well since the Counter-Strike days. So it only makes sense to go in that clout. So I think that's probably one of the important things to look at, which is why Anderzz mentioned Crew. I agree with that as well.
Yeah.
Just because of the co-streams that actually happened during Champions and everything with Crew and all the fan base that came about that team. I think that they probably have a good shot of getting a spot as well.
I saw a comment here in chat where someone was like, "Is it all bad? Like I'm not feeling very excited about this." It's Jack here, Jack Crosser in the chat, and obviously after hearing what Frost had to say and this, just want to make it really clear that we are being critical about this because we don't have the answers and we're posing the questions well in advance. I think that like to suggest that we're feeling objectively bad about this and look, I work for a competing league and I don't feel bad about this. I just don't. Sideshow has come from the Overwatch League. That's why he feels fucking amazing about this. All right. This is not a doom and gloom outlook at 2023, but we have to be critical because we want to, in our own little way, provide accountability to Riot to sort of say, hey, this is something that we care about deeply as well, and we want to see it done right.
Exactly.
And these are the kind of questions that we have. So
make no mistake, I'm not saying this being negative. I'm framing this in the worst light possible, and I'm still, I would say, net positive.
Nostromo, shut the fuck up! Shut up! We are not fucking haters. I'm going to ban you from this channel as well. You're crazy. Sorry, carry on.
How do I follow that? I mean, I think that it might sound like I'm being overly negative, but at the end of the day, this is still a net positive development in Valorant esports that 99.99% of other esports can't par at any level. So when I'm like, oh, but this doesn't make sense, or like this is going to be a forced decision due to business implications, like we're still a better spot than like the entire industry. So like how upset am I really?
Yeah. All right, so here's how this is going to go down, all right? You fall behind us. Maybe I'll recuse you from this, Mitch, just because I think just because we're talking NA teams. But so Dryad, Kaplan, Anderzz, and Vans, you all get to choose 2 NA teams. All right?
Shit.
All right, this is going to make it up. So we're going to start with Dryad, who obviously covers the North American region as well, so don't worry. I want you to choose. You get to choose the first 2 NA teams that must be in this league.
Okay, well, the easiest one here is going to be Optic, right?
Yep.
I don't think we have to even think about it too much. And then, I mean, the one, and I'm a little biased, but it also makes sense. I think Guard can be there. And I feel like that's a topic of discussion too, because it's like they're not backed up, they're not the biggest org out there.
Yeah.
But I think this is a team that still has potential. They didn't get the chance to prove everything. It's just a matter of, you know, what is exactly why we were talking about this. What is Riot taking into account for this? Is it, you know, the potential of teams or what they have already been able to prove?
Ah, that's right. Or the fucking willingness to put on a banger of a tourney, you
I was
know?
gonna say.
Yeah. All right, Kaplan, what do you reckon?
Am I adding on to those 2 to start?
Yes, yeah, you can add on to this too. You'll get
Okay,
you get to make up the 8, yeah.
Okay, I see. I mean, obviously can't say Ghost because I'm too biased. So
It's okay. I'm gonna say V1. Do it. You won't.
I think Cloud9 are obvious. I think it's been a really successful team. It's obviously a big Oregon brand across esports, and I think those guys like really hold a big identity in NA. It's kind of the CS vets who are, you know, pretty outspoken and play very well. I think after that, for me, I think it has to be Sentinels. I mean, they've had such a brand in Valorant since the start. They're like the bad boys of the game. I mean, obviously the amount of fans they have is just insane. It's impossible for me to believe they wouldn't get in.
Yeah. So who we've got so far? Let's recap.
Optic.
Optic.
The Guard.
The Guard.
Sentinels. C9.
There we go. All right. So, Anderzz.
V1. Shocking. I know. Okay. I can be as chilly as I want for them, but like, dead ass, working for them as an organization, the way that they invest in the esports that they are a part of, even if I didn't work for them, they would be near the top of my list. Like, probably higher than their performance in North America, even historically indicates, like, they're one of the top 3, in my opinion, of just like, this should be in here, period.
Yeah.
My second one, I'm actually going to go a little bit wild card, because I don't know if they would make the cut if I sort of let it pan out across the way to Vans.
Okay.
I'm going to say XSET.
Oh, I love that, actually. I also think that they are not only building a great team with like a really organic vibe as well, but their branding and their direction is, I think it's very good. Has a grassroots feel? Yeah, it's also pretty premium as well.
It's a fresher org, which is why I'm like, if I don't yank them in here, I'm not sure that they make the cut. But I think that the trajectory that they're growing on and sort of the hallmarks that they have as an org and the way that they invest are the sort of things that I would want in a franchise personally.
Vance?
And they're picking up good people too right now for their orgs recently, right? Outside of gaming, just like
I mean they literally
personalities
announced picking up a guy like, in the fucking NoPixel server or something like that. I was like, okay, you guys know what you're doing.
Yeah,
you got
as well.
Teams. You got 2 more teams to round this out, Vans. Who else do you think this can't go without?
Easy ones.
Yeah.
TSM 100 Thieves. Just because they're very marketable. Every single fan
very marketable.
loves hating on 100 Thieves.
Pat in the chat says Vance is going to say he wishes everyone could get in. So fucking true.
As soon as Vance is done, we're going to list the teams that got left out, though. We're going to realize how ludicrous this is.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, exactly. I think just the fan base in general in Valorant it's just so easy to hate on TSM and 100 Thieves. So it makes it so marketable in that sense. Because if TSM and 100 Thieves start doing good, the fan base still will never think that they're good enough. So they'll always tune back in to be like, is this going to be the game where they fucking start sucking? Or is this going to be the game where, oh shit, they won another? That's 2 in a row? Can they make it 3? Can they make it 4? So they always want more.
Yeah.
And I think that is just going to be like the perfect type of org for those two to just bring the numbers in, bring the clout.
I've seen consistency as well. Like all these teams are backed by pretty large sort of investment and capital, so they could satisfy the condition of continuing to contribute to the development of the Valorant ecosystem. Look, obviously, guys, it's not 12 teams. This is a vehicle for discussion about our expectations.
It forces us to make hard cuts.
Yeah.
Like,
yes.
If we have to make hard cuts, that's the type of conversation you want to have around this.
So, like, I have a question too. Like, what are we thinking about FaZe?
Well, so that's the thing.
Trippy's in the chat, like, bro.
Teams that we left out: NRG, FaZe, Evil Geniuses, every single organization that's in like North American League of Legends LCS and isn't currently active in Valorant. So you've got CLG if they want a like mixed men's roster for main circuit.
Dignitas,
Dignitas, FlyQuest, Golden Guardians, like holy shit, man.
Yeah. Did anyone say C9?
Yes.
Okay, so we did cover that. All right. We don't have that in a list normally. So anyway, look, the bottom line is that we're not doom and glooming about it, but we have all seen enough franchise leagues pop up, and we've also, some of us have just had to live with the shitty part about them, to be honest with you. And generally what happens with franchise leagues is that there are hard cuts, right? And for many of these players, livelihoods can be affected. Is that a bad thing? No, it's not. But I think the open circuit, despite it maybe having more limited business horizons, right, for the organization who want to get in, was the best thing for Valorant, and it's a huge driver of the tier 2 scene. I come from a game whose tier 2 scene is fucking dead because these teams don't have prospects to move up unless they get poached away. It's just fucking dog shit. It's not a good setup. NACS is full of match fixing because everyone's at the ceiling and they can't make any more money, so they resort to other ways of doing it. So don't feel bad about this. We're not trying to be nasty as well. I think what we're trying to do is to sort of pose some what I think are pretty reasonable questions, and hey, maybe Riot are thinking about this stuff, maybe they're not, you know?
Exactly. We want to post red flags because we care about the game, right? So we just want to make sure that these topics are brought up so that if somebody has to be vocal about it and we have a platform to talk about this, then hopefully somebody's going to listen to it and try to address these. Yeah. And then, of course, you're not going to be able to address every single one of these points and get a win out of every single one of these points. But if you're able to hit some of them, that still shows some sort of support or growth into whoever's not going to be in a franchise scene, then fuck, that's a win. I think we win as a community that way.
Yeah. Now, we're going...
For a positive spin...
Mitch?
Real quick, I'll fly in with it. For a positive spin on it, the tweet we saw earlier, it was pulled up. It said, in-game path to pro. Combine that with the fact that we're seeing the whole ecosystem open up more. You know, we moved from ignition events at the start into actual open qualifiers, which have then spread across all the regions. Now we've got VRL, so sustainable tier 2, even into tier 3 with the whatever the other thing is. It puts us in a position, and then you've got Game Changers as well, which is expanding and trying to push people more into the VCT, like bringing up the level all around and building the VCT like that. It would be insane because it would be such a heavy step backwards if franchising does actually mean being locked out, being completely shut. Whether there's going to be a franchise and then a solid tier 2 system built under it, which is where like you can go in game. You maybe can't make it to the franchise, but you can make it to some sort of a scouting ground to be picked up by franchise teams. Something like that being built, I think, is the most likely from the way the phrasing and stuff is going out. But I think Riot firmly understands that, at least from how they've approached EMEA over time, that tier 2 has to be built out, and they're running the ignition type events at the end of the year as well, which I think is, as you guys were saying, scouting for which teams, like your G2 from last time, Vitality, FaZe, T1, but that was partnered with MSG. Those teams that have all ran their own events before, I think will probably pop back up. Probably not T1, but the others that run their own stuff and prove to them they care. Yeah, let's not have a T1. They don't need to be in the franchise.
No. I'm good. I'm honestly with them.
They can be left out.
Now, we're coming up on 4 hours with this fucking show, which is not a surprise to me considering how long our normal shows go. But I do want to take the time to thank you, Kaplan, for coming on the show, man. Hopefully, we'll have you on real soon, talk about more success from Ghost. Obviously, you guys, I know, are in a great place right now, and I'm sure you're feeling good. We'll hope to pick your brain about that sometime in the near future, man.
Kaplan, I predicted you.
Yes, I would love to. Thank you. Yeah, it's all thanks to Vans. I want to say shout out to this has been possible.
Dryad, thanks for coming on the show again as well. Obviously, we hope to continue this conversation about how North America and South America are both shaping up. So thanks for your insights today.
Yeah, thank you guys.
All right, we've made him wait for a while, but it's fine. We called in a favor to get him on the show. Coming up after the break, it is 100 Thieves DDK to talk to us about how the new team's looking, what their aspirations are, what's in the secret sauce that's making them tick right now, so don't go too far. This is episode 100 of Valoranting, and we're not done yet. One of the most interesting paradoxes in the Valorant world is that one of the most sort of high-flying names in NA Esports and in NA Valorant, one of the most well-known brands, is also at times the most enigmatic, especially in terms of, what goes on under the hood. And let me tell you, you're going to be looking forward to seeing what's under this hood, baby. Of course, finally have a chance to talk with DDK, who is recently been announced as the GM, of course, for Valorant operations at 100 Thieves. DDK, man, thanks for being with us. Great to finally get you on the show.
Yeah. It's been a while because before I was being asked when I was casting to come on frequently because, of course, we know each other and we've done loads of shows together. So it made lots of sense, but I could never make it work because I was doing the casting and I was full-time with AimLab as well. So kind of just couldn't quite make it work. But I switched jobs so I can be on the show.
Oh, is that why? Yeah, thank you. You're far too kind. Now,
he became a GM. He became a GM of 100 Thieves in Valorant just so that he could come on Valoranting. That's how much he fucking loves us, Uber.
It's true.
I mean, listen, I don't think I'm embellishing when I say this is a great opportunity to talk to you, especially with not only just the transition you've made from a caster. I'm sure we're all interested to hear how that sort of went, but also, of course, the way the team's been performing and how you sort of started to build that up. So a lot of questions here, obviously. Vans and Mitch will be chiming in. What I want to do to start with is we have a timeline, right? A 100 Thieves timeline, which, you sort of come in at the end a little bit here. It's this unwieldy thing, right? So forget all this stuff. Because right here, this is where you were getting fucked by Riot trying to cast their game. Remember that part there? Because I do. Yeah? And then over here, obviously March 22, you and Sean were announced. So first question for you is, man, like, how did this sort of come about? So how does a top caster in multiple games sort of, start to begin conversations with a team and saying, hey, we know you're a caster, we know you're on air, but we want you to be our GM. Like, how do they sort of make that leap, or how do you make that leap? And, how'd this all come about?
Yeah, I think late last year, it kind of started with a conversation I had with the VP of Esports at 100 Thieves. And, I was living in Culver City and we knew each other and we were at a dinner one time. And he had mentioned in casual conversation, oh, by the way, like we were considering you for this position. However, it wouldn't work out because we need someone that's based in LA and you're moving away from LA. So never mind. And I was like, oh, okay. And one of the reasons why, after inquiring into why that would be even the case, because I was surprised to be considered, is just because of just having such a long history in the game, understanding the game pretty well, understanding the scene quite well. And, they've been looking for someone, as you just showed with that timeline. A lot has happened in the roster and they were operating without a GM. So they've been considering for a long time internally, when should we get one? Who should it be? What kind of characteristics should they have? So I think they cast their net quite wide in terms of what that could look like. And then we're kind of trying to narrow it down. So that was kind of initially what happened. And so obviously, that ended with, we're not actually interested, but we kind of were. So I was then, starting to think, kind of planted the seed. Okay, actually, would this be something that could make sense to me? I didn't really anticipate myself not casting. But the more I thought about it, I was like, this actually makes a lot of sense to me because for those who are familiar with my content over the years and some of my history, I've always been very obsessed with player performance. I've been a player and I've returned to competition many times over the last 2 decades. And I've seen all the ins and outs of esports. I've made so much content that's very, very analytical, both on the performance end as well as like micro end and the macro end. And so in that sense, I was like starting to kind of think about it. And it's like, oh, okay, well, what is the GM role really? It's many things. It's essentially all of the things. Your role is essentially to make sure the team wins and you get given the authority, the resources to do that. And you can do that whichever way you want. You can hire any players you want. You can fire anybody you want. You can create any structures or systems you want. The flexibility is really ultimately up to you. So with that in mind, I was thinking, well, this is interesting because I feel like, there's a lot of areas in which I have seen there be, let's say previous 100 Thieves rosters. Clearly, you have not the people in the right places seeing what's going on and being able to understand the signals or the signs or how to intervene in a way that could have maybe saved the roster. Because I think that the past 100 Thieves roster, let's say with the one with Steel, Nitro, and Ethan and Hiko and Asuna, that was probably always going to be there's always going to be some big cuts there, I think. But I think you didn't have to. I think you could lopped off the arm as opposed to kind of just destroying everything, which is kind of eventually what had to happen. And I think seeing this story play out over the years as a caster, especially seeing these team dynamics that kind of eventually, you'll hire, all these players that have like big names and a lot of value, and then invariably they get mismanaged and it just kind of dies. And the expectation is that you put a team together that's going to perform now, but there's not a lot of development or management that allows that team to thrive and grow together to let's say, have an era like an Astralis team did in CSGO. There's not many teams that exist like that. So the more I thought about this and the more I thought about these questions, how do you solve these problems, the more I was interested in the roles. So it's a very long answer, but you're probably going to get a lot of long answers from me.
That's totally fine. I know like Vans and Mitch as well will be chiming in as we sort of go. Now, so we talk about sort of how this came about for you. How did Sean factor into this? Because it definitely, obviously with the timing of the announcement and obviously what preceded it and sort of precipitated maybe a move away from casting for the two of you, it definitely seemed like a package deal, you know, like to what degree was sort of Sean involved in these talks? Was it more coincidental? How'd that all come about?
Yeah, I think, firstly, just to kind of pick up a little bit and where I was, obviously, I ended it by saying, oh, and they told me that I wasn't actually a candidate. Yeah. And then, later on, I reached out to continue conversations with them because, they were having more struggles with the roster. And I started to have to consider other options as a caster because I was feeling as though things wouldn't pan out for me in the sort of right ecosystem as a caster at this time. So I was looking at other options and the conversation opened up again. So I've been having that conversation for a while to kind of see if it was a match. And I know internally there was some I think they weren't all on board internally. I think because they take this very seriously. They want to make moves like this and make it stick as opposed to just throwing anything in there. And I think they realized after some of the performances in the previous stage of challenges that, okay, something really had to happen.
Sure.
And at the same time, Sean was also feeling similarly. He's like, okay, well, I need to assess my options here as well. I feel like I'm not going to be able to reach my goals with casting, the goals I have with casting, with the way that things are panning out. And we've been kind of, running into some of this resistance for some time now. So he was starting to reach out as well to see what his options look like. And so it kind of so happened that, the timing kind of came about where it's like, hang on. So, this is something that Sean's interested in. It's something that I'm interested in. And at the time, obviously, we understand that Mike was still a free agent as well. So it just kind of like, okay, this seems to be like, it makes a lot of sense. Everything's lining up in terms of the timing. So it ended up being something that we kind of, went into together on ultimately, all at the same time. Again, it was like separate reasons. Like we never really discussed it a lot or anything in that sense. We're kind of trying to make moves that makes a lot of sense for us personally, our own goals, but that just all sort of aligns just in a happenstance way. So yeah, it's just a freak kind of timing thing,
Sure.
honestly.
I think that like maybe the coincidental nature of it for many people sort of definitely made it more exciting. Mitch, you want to chime in here? We can probably put you guys on the screen behind because while I'm talking to Dan,
I like say hidden.
Yeah?
It's fucking 5 a.m. for me, dude.
You guys can do us a favor. Raise your hand while Dan's full screen if you want to say something because then I can see it. But yeah, go for it, Mitch.
Perfect.
Pick me, teacher. So Dan. Listen, you used to be a professional player. Sean used to be a professional player. Come into a roster, get the ability to build a roster. At any point, was there like that little inkling? Was Sean kind of like, you know what though? I could kind of entry though, couldn't I?
I think that the thought definitely crossed Sean's mind that I could do this. I could be an in-game leader. There's not a lot of in-game leaders. Yeah. That's always an issue in North America. So I think that thought always crosses his mind. For me personally, I will go back to competing if I ever can. But it's sadly for me, all my expertise is in the kind of arcade FPS genre. So I think the last time I was competing was recently. So that kind of scratched that itch for me. But it is weird because I do feel like all the time that I feel like I missed the boat. I was born too early to kind of to experience what the players get to experience now, and it's kind of crazy. But yeah, if Diabolical's revived or Quake or whatever, I'll try to find a way to compete.
I mean, I'm just saying there was a title that was sort of teased a little bit recently. It's Overwatch 2. Have you heard of it? It's like Pixar characters trying to fucking kill each other. Does that tickle that itch?
It's 5v5 now.
I mean, I digress. I kind of want to know when you guys sit down and you go, all right, I am now the GM of 100 Thieves. Sean's now coach here, of this team. What is staring back at you when you look at that roster on the table? What is, let's say, I'll use air quotes, what is the problem that you come in and say, we have to fix this? How did you characterize it?
So you mean with the roster that we were kind of coming in with?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So I think we all came in with. I mean, the thing for Sean and I think like you mentioned, at heart, philosophically, we're competitors. So it's all about being the best. That's the only thing that we're interested in, and using sort of the experience that we have and vision that we have. It just, again, that's something that also lined up. I think this is one of the reasons why it made so much sense, is that we both agree that we're trying to build the most optimal roster possible. We're not trying to make the roster win today. We're trying to build the roster and the systems and put the systems in place so that we get the best team that's way greater than the sum of its parts for the long term, because that's the long term is where you're going to win the championships like back to back, and you're going to create a legacy. We're interested in creating the Astralis of Valorant, as opposed to a team that can just win a championship. Because it's I'm not going to say anyone can win a championship, but lots of teams can come and win a championship. It's the right meta for you. It's there's so many different things that can go into that, but very few teams actually survive past that process. So that's immediately what we're trying to think about when we're thinking foundationally, how should we set this up? And one of the things we're coming into a roster is we need to make sure that firstly that we have the players that are all kind of on the same page in terms of where they're at in their careers, because that's kind of that's a really big issue that can happen. Is you have players that are at different parts of their careers, it can require a lot of investment of time in terms of managing that relationship. It's not that you can't make it work. It's just that now there's a massive burden of management in terms of how you manage those players to make sure that they're performing well.
So you sort of feel like you have to reconcile different aims and sort of overarching objectives when players are at different parts, different seasons in their career?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's the case that, for example, if you have a player like an Ethan or a Hiko, players that they've been through a lot of different rosters. They've done the grind. They've been with the young players before. They've experienced a lot of different kind of looks to their careers, and they're extremely accomplished and great players. There are the kinds of things that motivate them, and the kinds of things that they're going to be looking for in terms of how the team operates will be just a little bit different than if you have younger players who are in a position to be essentially way more coachable, because they have less experience. So that actually gives you the opportunity as experienced individuals, in terms of people like Sean and myself, to be able to guide the development in a way that kind of makes sense. So you get a cleaner slate in that from that perspective. So that's also quite beneficial. There's kind of less baggage there. There's less expectation to win immediately. There's less issues because for example, when you're managing 5 players on a team, there can be lots of different interpersonal issues that can kind of crop up. And these things can be direct, or I should say explicit, or it could be something that is a little bit more indirect. You can have players that might not even describe or talk about some of the issues that they may be having. Maybe they shut down a little bit more. Maybe they're a little bit more blamey. Maybe there's a bit more resentment there. It really depends on the type of person. But generally speaking, it's a lot easier, I think, in the position that we're in, to say, okay, well, we can see that there's a lot of talent that's available to us, and we're looking to kind of build a roster that's going to survive the long term. We're looking for different qualities than maybe the average person might be looking at as a fan, who's going to look at, let's say, somebody like Wardell and be like, Wardell, yeah. In fact, when we had lots of interviews with players and we're doing this process of figuring out how we can best make this roster, and everyone that we spoke to, all the pro players, are like, Wardell's got the best operator in NA, if not the world. This guy is incredible. There's so much respect for a player like Wardell in terms of his skill, but there's so much more that goes into the selection of the roster and the pieces than just the skill.
Sure.
So we had to assess that, and the culture fit. Will the players fit the kind of culture that we want to create? How amenable will they be to that? How amenable will they be to, let's say, doing lots of extensive boot camps, or these kinds of things are, and that's another aspect to it. The place in your career and the place in your life too. What are you willing to sacrifice to get the win? And that's going to be a different answer to a player that is, let's say, much more mature and has had a lot more experiences at the top, versus someone that's hungrier and is in a position in their life where they can give more of themselves and happily do so. So there's a lot of consideration. I mean, I could talk about this particular topic for a very long time, but that's just some of the types of things you have to think about.
We're live in a studio. We invested in it.
That's
so we
fine.
I've
only been standing for 5 hours, but
you have a chair behind you, man. You can sit whenever the fuck you want.
We're gonna tease that out. This culture idea, I think, a little bit more. But Vans, I know you wanted to jump in here, so go for it.
Yeah, I mean, just to comment on what you were saying as well, Dan, I do see that as well, because I think you guys had a short video about the boot camping during the Open Qualifiers #1, where even Sean was mentioning, like, after games and after practices, Bang would actually still hang out with you guys and ask how he could develop as a player. So I could actually see that from your perspective. Like, you want to look for players that are coachable, players that want to win. And from Sean's comments, that's already like a good step, at least by looking at Bang. So I think you guys made a good choice in that. First off, random question. Your face is fucking beautiful today, Dan. Do you like wax your eyebrows?
It's the facial hair. The facial is coming in strong.
I don't know, man. Like the whole package is so fucking dashing, dude. You don't have to comment. It's
that wasn't
just,
a fucking question, was it, you kid? Can you frame it like a question?
We actually...
the real question. The real question is actually, I wanted to narrow it down a bit, though, right? Because we talked about how Bang was coachable and doing very good, but I think another player that's been looking really good before you guys actually joined the roster was also JC Stani. And JC Stani put some amazing number as a national player. In the past, already had inklings that he didn't want to IGL, and then suddenly became an IGL again for like the Pioneers, and then now I'm assuming when he was in the trial run with 100 Thieves, he was also IGLing there. And what was the conversation like with JC Stani? Because if you actually look at his tweet later on, it's like, I kind of was like, felt like I was left in limbo. I thought I was going to make it. The conversations looks promising. And then you guys went with a different direction in terms of IGLs by picking up Stellar instead. So what's the pros and cons that you see between these two players?
Yeah, so firstly, there's a lot to say about Bang because he is incredible. He's a really I mean, considering how young he is, he's extremely mature and professional. But that's what you just mentioned there, where he kind of stayed after a practice to ask the coaches. He just stayed behind and said, I'd like to talk to the coaches, because he had a feeling, even, and this was like after a scrim where we smashed the opponents in this particular scrim, in this instance. And he felt like he didn't have enough impact on his role. So he's not thinking of the outcomes of did we win or not. He's thinking of his fundamental understanding of the game and what he wants to be able to do to provide value in his role. So because he couldn't figure out the answer to that himself, he asked the coaches, which means that he's constantly thinking of how to figure out that answer regardless of the outcome. The way that he thinks is fantastic, and he picked up a new role very quickly. So he's both a mixture of very coachable, but also takes a lot of emphasis on himself to figure out the problems himself. And so very smart player. And I think this was something that when we spoke to, because we had to do interviews with all of the players that we had on the roster at the time. And a quick point here as well is that when we came in to build the roster, this was, I was, transitioning out of my old job at the same time. So I was doing that whilst I was brought on. And essentially, I would have, wanted like some time to buffer, but there was no time. We're in the off season. We came in quite late. We had to build a roster. We had very little time to do it. So we were kind of having to make a lot of phone calls to a lot of different players and seeing, what's out there on the market, seeing, what players are, we're able to possibly trade, or like, essentially doing all of the juggling there whilst having all of these interviews and maybe trying to calling people back multiple times in some instances if we needed to, because we were trying to figure out what the best fit would be. And so with Bang, very quickly, when we spoke to him, we were like, all of us were immediately very impressed, because we kind of gained this sense of, firstly, he has a lot of talent. We saw that mechanically people speak extremely highly of him. He's very young, so we already knew that he was very skilled. But then when we understood that he had these other qualities, he was kind of perfect. Because also it wasn't just that, but we also knew that Asuna was a huge fan of Bang, and that they worked really well together. And so this is quite interesting, because we're already also kind of had our eyes on Derek, because Derek was a player that was he was one of the hottest commodities that was available, I think. And I think everybody kind of felt like that was like one of the most obvious choices, especially given the role that he was filling. And he's on the up, and he's got a great trajectory as a player. So it seemed like a really great choice, especially given the fact that, again, with all of the players that we've picked, we've made sure that the players that we're choosing have knowledge of each other ahead of time, that they've played with each other, possibly that there was already like some chemistry there. There's a rapport there that's there. That's a huge bonus, because that gives us a lot of information as to know how well the the team's going to get along together in various circumstances. Because you can obviously put players together that are very skilled, but if they don't get along, that can be a huge problem given how much time they have to spend together and so on. So that was another plus of Bang. We knew that relationship-wise, he's going to get along really well with the other players, and so that was a big plus too. So the other thing, the key thing here as well, was that Bang wanted to play smokes, and we didn't realize that until we spoke to him, but he wanted to switch to that role because we kind of had him pegged as like a flex player in our minds at that point because he's so skilled and he is very quick at adapting at any role. But he wanted to be a dedicated smokes player, much like when he was on TSM. And so that was interesting to us because one thing we were looking for was we wanted to get players that they can be flexible in the longer term, but we needed people that were going to be very dedicated to and skilled and identify with a specific role. And because that was going to ensure that if we have to make changes in the future, it's a lot easier to solve for that problem, because that's an issue that lots of teams have, role overlap, or they're missing a key role. An in-game leader is something that, for example, Team Liquid has struggled with not having a dedicated proper in-game leader pretty much the entirety of that roster.
I mean, we talk about it all the time. Yeah.
And this is why we brought Stellar. So sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, I'm not. I was just saying that's like it's something that's so obvious that even like the public can sort of perceive that problem. But you're talking about Stellar, so I don't want to stop you.
Yeah, so so the in-game leader question. You mentioned JC Stani, and I think again, JC Stani is a very flexible player. I think this was a lot of the options that we had, despite like how good he was. I think it was very difficult to kind of select for some of these roles because again, we were really trying to select for a player that had that identity, especially in the IGL role, that identity that they want to be an in-game leader, and they have shown in their career that's something that they have done for a while, and that's something that they want to stick to. That's the kind of career path that they want to have from kind of start to finish. Because unlike some of the other roles where we've seen a lot of players say, yeah, I can do I can be an IGL, and they jump into the role, here and there, based on what teams need. That's a little bit different to someone that really chooses that role, I think, and is invested in that. Because if you look at some of the greatest teams of all time, you're going to see in-game leaders that that they're always going to be a core aspect of that team, a pillar of that team, and they're people that are very invested in the things that go into that, and they identify very heavily with that. And so that was something we're quite concerned about when selecting for this role, and it's such a hard role to fill too. And so when we found Stella, we were really impressed firstly just with his fragging ability and the results that he had on teams where we felt like the results were an overperformance based on the skill that was on the team. And so, we kind of pegged that down to some of the in-game leading ability. But also with the in-game leading role, we also understood that we want a player that's going to be coachable for Sean Gares. Sean Gares obviously is a very experienced in-game leader. So we also wanted to, to some extent, that this player is someone that can be kind of groomed and molded by Sean to be an even better in-game leader and to really take that on. And what we found with Stellar as well is that Sean is really great because he's helped to provide in the short term a lot of the kind of more complicated structure to kind of call from the beginning of rounds, like these kind of defaults that are more kind of set and powerful, and just like these kind of bigger, more structured things. Sean is able to provide to give Stellar what he is then very, very good at, which is then figuring out how to do the mid gaming. Because Stellar was struggling initially with that kind of how do I construct the whole kind of game plan, and that's something that's a relationship that they have that's very beneficial. Plus, Stellar can frag really effectively, and that was something that really stood out to us because we wanted if we can have that, that's something we wanted. And in terms of every prospect that was on the table, Stellar was like the most consistent. Plus, he played the Sentinel role as well. Which was really important because that was also hard to find. So I mean, it kind of killed two birds with one stone for us.
Ironically, it was Stani himself that was like, I don't want to fucking play Sentinel anymore. At one point, I think in his sort of career, and obviously that's something that you were looking for. And I thought, Dan, I'd ask, like, what were you looking for in these players? But I think that's something you've teased out a little bit already. But I thought a better way to ask you that question is, how would you characterize the culture that you wanted to build? What are the pillars of the 100 Thieves culture that you wanted to institute from the day you started there?
Yeah, so this is, the culture is, as you said, I kind of mentioned it a little bit. It kind of starts with, what are you trying to become, and how do you kind of get there? Because you have to start that way just as well as you finish that way. And it's something that we're working on slowly, which is making sure that the players are all on the same page in terms of the conduct, in terms of how they view themselves as professionals. It's going to be all about essentially also how the players deal with conflict and as well as setbacks. And this is like a really important aspect, and it's something that we are able to encourage a lot as coaches. And we haven't, and this is actually, I think, by the way, one of the reasons why most teams have honeymoon periods. You don't run into a huge amount of conflict to begin with, because when your team isn't super established, you don't tend to see the issues yet, and those things tend to come on a little bit later. And that's we said that in the team. For everyone right now, things feel great, and so to some extent, we haven't had to even drive home some of the things that we'll eventually need to, because we haven't run into some of those obstacles. But the best thing about this is that because Sean and I have a really strong sense as to how we want to handle certain things, like handle, as I mentioned, conflict, and handle difficulty, and handle training, these kinds of things. When issues arise there, we can just immediately know what to look for, and we can kind of correct. And that's like a big part of it. And if you look at a team like, again, I think Astralis from CSGO in their most dominant period is a great team to model after, where there's this sense that everybody has this, firstly, the sense of mutual respect for one another and the roles and authority that exists within the structure of the team. But they're all committed to one singular goal, which is to be not just the best team in the world, as soon as possible, but for a very long time. And understanding that that's the goal, and kind of always coming back to that goal. And that the thing is that something like that, there are some general objective things that you need to kind of bake in to the culture in terms of conduct, how you see yourself as a professional, and framing the goals that are ahead. But at the same time, it is also individual to an extent, because whenever you're kind of in a position like I am here, especially, I'm managing human beings. And so no one human being is like another. So you have to kind of optimize for them as you go. And, being able to put in the work and do it in the right way is so important. And I think that the team is in a really good place with that right now, because the other thing we're not interested in doing is overworking the players and not respecting them as individuals, because that's another thing. And this is an interesting spot right now, because right now we have what's in vogue, which is boot camping for, as much time as you possibly can. And so we also want a culture of smart work over hard work in that regard, because we don't want to burn players out. We want them to be able to make the growth in the most efficient ways possible, whilst also feeling like their life has enough balance to it, so again, because we're looking at the long term here. This happens to a lot of rosters where they get burnt out because they're overworked, or because they're in a position where they start to get unhappy. Because if you're neglecting areas of your life, then you start to get unhappy if those areas are important to you. It's really easy to get caught up in it in this culture where only winning matters. And we're professionals, we want to be the best team in the world for a long time. Only winning does matter, but that's not the whole story. There's a lot more to that, because we're human beings. So optimizing for all these things as we go, with this overall framework of the goal is really kind of where we're at. And I'm actually looking forward to when we run into problems, because I'm looking forward to getting to solve that. Because when you, just like any relationship, once you run into great conflict, if you're able to have the ability to resolve that with that common goal in mind, you become way stronger. So that's what we're looking to always do.
Hopefully, if you come back to casting with Riot, that means that's an obstacle that has been, mended.
You are overdosing.
I can only dream about death
right now,
casting
dude.
again, man. But now as a GM here, Dan, you've picked all the right pieces. The team has been formed, and you talked about how you don't want the players to burn out. So I think naturally you're looking at, I'm thinking about like the support system that goes around the team in itself, right? So you have Sean that's going to spend some time, that's going to be developing strats with Stellar. Mike's we haven't mentioned before, but is acting like I'm assuming here an assistant coach. As most of the times when I was watching you guys do the Immortal Minds, it was a lot about you guys just literally breaking down every single play of the TSM and the Sentinels of 2020. And is there anybody else within that support system that's really helping out the team, and even Mike's and Sean, so that they don't get overworked themselves?
Right now, it is just us. We're looking to. I don't think there's definitely things I can't say right now, but in terms of how the team's going to operate now and definitely through this stage, it is us three that's bear the burden of making sure that the team has everything that it needs, and in terms of getting the wins. And I can add some more detail to this. It's not directly to your question, but in terms of like how to be effective in terms of how the practice goes, how the expertise goes on the team with regards to especially Sean and what he's able to provide. Because with Sean, as the head coach, he is he's the guy that makes the decisions on how practice goes. He's the guy that makes the decisions as to how the team should operate strategically and tactically. So that's what he is there to do. And because we have limited time, we had to figure out how to best even go through things. So the decision that was made was that we had 3 weeks to prepare for the open qualifiers, for example. And he decided that, okay, I need to spend at least a couple hours a day with the players, making sure that before we go into scrims, that we get time to review VODs, time for him to explain and lay down kind of foundational theory in terms of what his philosophy is on the strategical side of the game. And so, Sean, if Sean was an actor, he would be like a method actor. He's so invested to the deepest level when it comes to a job like this in terms of the strategy. And so he puts an enormous amount of effort in doing all of that. And that is, as I mentioned previously, it fills currently such a huge hole for the where the team was, because we wanted to be a team that could play every map, and we're trying to do that in 3 weeks, essentially before the qualifiers. And Sean also, it was he used his CS experience to understand how do you win the veto, because that's a great place to start. If you're always starting on the back foot in a veto, that you should never be in that position. We want the team to be confident, and when going into a veto, that the other team's always going to be in a position where they're like, crap, that team is going to get a map that's their home ground, and we're probably going to lose there. And for us, evidently on the qualifiers, we had split and fracture there. Evidently that's what happened. We didn't design it specifically. We didn't over-design it in that way necessarily. But we had to rely on the feedback from the team in terms of where the team was in terms of their results, and we had to kind of manage that going forward. Because again, with so little time in a game with so many variables, there wasn't, we had to cut a lot of corners, and we had to guesstimate a lot of things. So in terms of being able to prepare the team for long-term success, but then again, we couldn't not win or qualify. Like, that's not a reality that could have happened. And so we were very nervous, in that sense, because going in there from the beginning, we didn't have, we have this lineup that I think a lot of people looked at and they're kind of scratching their heads, because it's not all of these huge names that they're expecting. It's like, Ethan's not on the team. What are you doing? And we had a lot of criticism for a lot of these choices from the public, because people couldn't really see what we saw, and they didn't have the understanding of the vision that we had. So there's a lot of like cutting corners and min-maxing that had to take place. And as I mentioned, the way that Stella works in terms of leading the team, it just works very well with exactly the approach that Sean has, and this is by design, to try to make sure that the team can always operate most effectively to get the wins in the short term, yes, and then also build it out for that long term. So that balance is always a difficult one. And then Mike is really amazing in terms of filling out all of the gaps, that the things that Sean can't see necessarily, or seeing the issues that players might have and optimizing for the smaller details in particular. Are there certain lineups that are missing that people just don't see right now? Because Mike has a great eye for the game in pretty much all facets, and so he's done a great job in terms of his support in that nature. So really, we're taking a lot of the burden away from the players with the expertise that Sean and Mike has right now, and that's how it's been operating. And then we're also trying to make sure that when we scrim, we're not just trying to scrim to grind games, we're trying to scrim with intention. So that's kind of how the support has been, and I'm there sort of making sure that everything operationally is working, and kind of making sure that the players have exactly what they need, and making sure that Sean and Mike have what they need, and that relationship's like working, and that everything with the team and in general is conducive to them getting the results. So I have to kind of have the more macro view as well as kind of looking at everything. So that's kind of how it's been working.
So there was never a reality where you didn't qualify. I like that, because I wanted to touch on that, combined with something you said earlier, which was that, you know, obviously Sean maybe had that little bit of a competitive itch, but going into the coaching, I know I spoke to him a little bit in Berlin about that it was something that would scratch that competitive itch for him without having to go onto the server. Now, you guys did qualify, and you, I mean, you did it dominantly in the second run, but I want to know, is there a story? Is there a moment? What were the vibes like? Whatever you want. I don't want to give you a leading question on this, but those losses to TSM, I mean, that's the first time for Sean in quite a while. I imagine that he felt that side of competition. What was it like?
Yeah, it was really difficult because it's very frustrating when, and again, I think Sean did a really great job in terms of his timing on calling the timeouts and how he uses the timeouts are really effective. But, you know, as such a young team, you run into a matchup like that where your opponent's doing something and your team is unable to adjust in the ways that you want. And on top of that, you know, we had a sense of how some of the adjustments should work on the maps we were expecting ahead of time. So we kind of knew what was going to happen, but the team didn't have experience against certain things. So they're trying to experience something for the first time and trying to make the adjustments within the 12 rounds of a half. So there were a lot of challenges there. So it was, I think it wasn't as bad. It felt pretty bad because we knew that it was going to be, we were gonna have to go, you know, demon mode to get through the lower bracket run, especially because we were playing like salary teams like every game. Like we had like a really hard run with every game, and we had no idea what to expect.
To give you, yeah, exactly. TSM, Moon Raccoons, then you got Genji, Evil Geniuses, fucking Knights as well, which you beat. They were looking really good, and then TSM again. That's a really tough run. Holy shit.
Pretty insane. Pretty insane.
I'd like to know, I'm sure, you know, you want to, when you join an org like this, we're running out of time, so I might sort of end on this note. When you join an org, you know, obviously there's a sense that you want your goals to be aligned, but from you, Dan, I'm really interested in, first of all, what were the expectations set down by 100 Thieves? You know what I mean? Because I get the impression that it's pretty fucking cutthroat to GM and coach a team in such a high stakes tournament. So what were their expectations? And then what are yours? What are your goals in the medium, let's say short and then long term? You know what I mean? And you know, to what degree do they align? And I'm sure they diverge in some ways, because obviously the interests are different as the parties are different. But I'd love to know what the spread of aspiration is there.
Yeah, so I think firstly with the GM role, the way that I think any organization looks at that role is supposed to at least be a long-term thing. Which is why I think they waited so long to try to figure it out, because they wanted to make sure that they understood more about the kind of environment and also their own needs and sort of how things are going to be fleshed out and sort of have more of a vision before they were ready to pull the trigger there. But it's a long-term role. But, you know, I'm deliverable for winning as much as possible over as long as a period of time as possible. And that's how that role functions. And what I think really resonated between myself and 100 Thieves, and I think the same thing with casting for me, and just going back to just at a core, like I'm just competitive and I just want to win, I want to do anything to win, is that that's how they view it. That 100 Thieves has an extremely large amount of pressure because it's a reflection of how much they want to win and how much they're willing to put in to winning. So if you're not sort of on board with that, then they're not going to be on board with you. So in that way, I actually align, because I think for me with casting, I felt like that process, because casting, you're not really competing in the same way. But in terms
we did,
like,
Dan. We fucking did every day, man.
But yeah, I mean, and you're competing with yourself, and ultimately you want to be the best version of what you're trying to accomplish. And I don't think that, let's say, in commentary or, you know, a lot of, you know, things that aren't competition related, that you can make, you know, you can always make an argument that various people are the best and so on. It's not really about that, but it's this sense of having no restrictions to being able to pursue like an elite level, to pursue greatness or excellence with the product or whatever you're trying to create. And I think with 100 Thieves, that's what they offered. They're saying, look, what we want to do is we want to win at any cost. And we want someone that is on board with that and is okay with the pressure of that, because that's their philosophy as well. And so I think the answer to the question is that we just align. We just align on that. And the pressure that's there is welcome for me, because I'm taking that as a cue for growth and as a reflection that they're putting that level of faith, because they have that level of belief in myself, Sean, and Mike to create this team and to run this team.
Yeah. Dan, you look great. You smell really good.
Thank you.
I miss you.
You too.
It's been a little too long. I think your facial hair
miss you,
is
man.
great.
You know
Yeah.
what, last time we saw each other, we had a lot of meat. It was good.
Yeah, we did. A lot of meat. We have to do
Mitch,
that again.
get off my fucking man.
We have to do that again soon, okay? But yeah, look, thanks for taking the time, Dan, to talk with us, because I know like a lot of hype, but obviously with that hype sometimes it's not always like super nitty-gritty substantive stuff. So we're really thankful to have you here just to sort of speak at length about this. And maybe again in the future, if you can find the time, we'd love to discuss, because we hardly even talked about the fact that you guys are just plowing right now and doing a great job. So thanks so much for joining us on the show, bro. And I hopefully I'll see you soon.
Thanks, guys. Catch you later.
There it is, 100 Thieves. And I see it in the chat. A lot of you guys are feeling very, very confident about this team going forward. Hopefully that's helped many people with questions about even how a new team sort of gets built up, from the ground. And I think getting DDK, a really unique opportunity, right, to hear from someone who's a very deep thinker about this kind of stuff. So, I don't know when Dan's going to release the podcast that we did together. That one's quite lengthy. But again, another good example. He really showed just how erudite he is. How are you two fuckers going? What's the time in your locales? You ready? You good for another couple hours here?
It's 5:37 a.m. and I have to be up at 7:30.
Okay. All right.
Good.
So I would say that it's a big show. Normally we grizzle about the show going to like 2.5 hours. I think we're almost at 4 hours 40 minutes. So it's been a great show. I think it's been a pretty appropriate way to celebrate this journey, guys. Any last thoughts? Any sort of things you want to mention about the last 100 episodes and maybe the next 100? Vance, you go first.
I'll go first.
Yes.
It's been a fucking amazing 100th episode. Been fun to actually be able to do this last year pretty much with you guys, both of you guys. Hopefully we'll get to do a lot more shows together, us three. And of course, this show is never possible without the amazing guests that we always have on, especially shit human Kaplan.
Yeah. I didn't go for that joke because we'd have to explain it, but fuck it, I'm not going to explain it now. I'm just going to leave that out there. Mitch, how you feeling, bro? I know it's been a long show, but I think we did a good thing here.
Listen, I really think we did, Mitch. The show wouldn't be the same without you. I mean, Uber, not myself. That would be very vain. But look, I think your posture was fantastic today. You handle everything well from the studio, from all the way across the globe here. We've oh, look at this guy.
You like that posture, big guy? What about this one?
Oh, yes, that's a screensaver right
All right,
there.
I need to catch up. I need to
He's
catch
got
up.
flexed on,
mate.
I always have a great time with you guys. Thanks for having me, and here's to 100 more.
Big shout out as well to Anderzz, who came into the studio all the way from fucking Maine, by the way. He's got a card game tournament coming up, so wish him luck at the Pro Tour for Flesh and Blood over the course of the weekend. And yes, I guess you fuckers were involved in some way. You had some involvement. I don't really know if you contributed or detracted from the show, but it is what it is. Thank you very much for being here, chat. Thank you very much, everyone out there, for watching, whether it's live, whether it's on VOD. Here's to another 100 episodes of Valoranting. We'll see you next week, 11 a.m. PT, same time, talk about how it's going down to VCT all around the world. That's enough. I'm done. Let's get the fuck out of here.